Shantian's childhood changed the moment his father handed him a necklace with a glowing blue stone. The jewel had belonged to his mother and, according to the man, carried an energy capable of helping him endure even the worst hardships. Right after hugging his son, the father ignored a question about his wife's past and mysteriously vanished into thin air. 10 years flew by. Shantian opened his eyes and found himself staring at a hospital ceiling. His left arm was badly injured, but his mind was completely blank about what had caused such damage. The silence in the room was suddenly interrupted by a nurse named Baiju, who rushed in while checking information on a tablet. The sudden movement startled the young man so badly that he screamed and lost his breath, which also caught the woman off guard. Still panting, he scratched the back of his head and tried to play off the overreaction, blaming it on a bizarre nightmare he had just experienced. Concerned, the nurse stepped closer, told him to remain completely still, and pointed out that his survival went against every medical expectation. Realizing how confused he was, she began explaining the events of that day and how he had risked his own life. The explanation triggered something instantly. Memories crashed into the young man's mind like lightning. He remembered the yellow vehicle speeding toward them and the exact moment he threw himself forward to pull a girl out of the collision path. Once his thoughts cleared up, his only concern was whether the girl he saved was unharmed. At that exact moment, the doorknob turned and the hospital room door slowly creaked open. An imposing woman named Zen Ryu stepped inside carrying a large bouquet of flowers. With an unreadable expression, she informed him that the rescued child was completely safe. The shock of the visit, mixed with the flashes and mental confusion he had been suffering since the accident, left him visibly disoriented and in severe pain. Taking advantage of the situation, the visitor suddenly changed the tone of the conversation. With chilling coldness, she stated that she would not tolerate any form of extortion and wanted to settle this life debt like a business transaction, immediately offering him 1 million. The young man was speechless at the absurdity. Interpreting his silence as a negotiation tactic, the wealthy woman leaned back in her chair arrogantly and doubled the amount to 2 million. That second offer became the final straw. Overflowing with anger, the young man tried ripping out his IVs and jumping off the hospital bed, shouting that he had never risked his life for money, forcing the medical staff to physically restrain him. Unshaken, the visitor played her final card and raised the offer to an absurd 5 million. His response came sharp and direct. Human life is not merchandise. The conviction in his words left the woman completely frozen and speechless. Disgusted by that empty mindset, he turned around and stormed through the hospital hallways. With clenched fists, he mentally cursed the arrogance of the upper class. His rage-filled march, however, came to a stop near the end of the lobby. A small figure dressed in patient pajamas was watching him from afar and timidly asked in a soft voice if he was the hero who had saved her from death. The tension broke with the little girl's gentle laughter as she made sure to thank her hero personally. Uncomfortable with the attention, the young man downplayed his own actions, saying that anyone else would have done the exact same thing in his place. His humble attitude caught the nurse's attention, leaving her genuinely impressed by the patient's character. Breaking the mood, he complimented the woman's beauty, making her blush awkwardly, only to immediately follow it up with an unusual request. He needed to borrow some cash for the bus ride home. The irony hit the nurse hard. The same guy who had rejected a fortune worth 5 million just minutes earlier was now asking for pocket money to get back home, making it painfully obvious he was just a broke student. Amused, she handed him a 100 yuan bill and told him to forget about paying it back. He promised he would return the favor somehow, grabbed the money, and sprinted down the hallway while the rescued girl waved goodbye behind him. His reckless sprint finally ended at the entrance of his apartment building downtown. The young man rushed up the stairs and burst into his apartment, letting out a heavy sigh of relief as the safety of his home washed over him. The silent atmosphere and dark television confirmed that nobody else was there. Without wasting a second, he headed straight to his bedroom and stopped in front of his dresser. Hidden in the back of the drawer rested the old red velvet box. His father's warning echoed in his mind like an alarm. At the very first sign of any physical abnormality, the necklace had to be worn immediately. The moment he opened the case, the blue crystal shined intensely. The time had finally come. Strange things were already happening, and he was fully aware that he had gained the ability to see through solid objects. Without hesitation, he grabbed the necklace and fastened it tightly around his neck. The boy mentally warned his father that the final moment had arrived. Instantly, an explosion of blue light swallowed the entire room, forcing him to shield his eyes. A violent vortex of energy tore through space itself, dragging him into an unknown place. When he finally woke up, disoriented on the floor of another room, he noticed that the crystal in his hands had completely lost its glow. His concern quickly shifted when he felt a tingling sensation around his injuries. Tearing off the bandages in panic, he was left stunned. The damaged skin was peeling away and falling off, revealing that his body was undergoing an absurd and completely unexplained regeneration process. As he struggled to process his own mutation, the sound of a shower shutting off suddenly broke the silence. Seconds later, a girl wrapped in a towel opened the bathroom door and froze in the doorway. Finding a complete stranger inside her home left her completely stunned. To make matters worse, the young man's new visual ability activated on its own, creating an extremely awkward and inappropriate situation. The silence did not last long. Recovering from the shock, Insu was instantly consumed by rage. Stammering in fury, she charged at the intruder, yelling and demanding to know what the hell he was doing there. Getting caught instantly triggered pure chaos. Insu stormed in furious, demanding answers, and landing a violent slap that left a bright red mark across the guy's face. While Shantian closed his eyes to process the blow, his rival, Sheets, completely lost his mind and charged at him from behind with clenched fists. Gradually, the dust settled. Kyuzin, now crossing her arms, considered the matter closed, but Insu kept pressing, demanding to know where Shantian had been for the past 2 days since nobody could reach him. Totally out of it, the young man barely even knew what day it was. That was when Kyuzin revealed he had been missing for the last 48 hours, straight up accusing him of creeping on her privacy. Trying to dodge the blame, Shantian stammered out excuses, but the truth was, Kyuzin's mind was racing. She remembered them bumping into each other in the bathroom, which sparked an intense tension between them. The whole situation became unbearable. Shantian snapped that the girl's cousin was a total freak and, without hesitating, bolted from the place under a barrage of suspicious glares. Frustrated by the breakdown of everything, Kyuzin sought refuge in a nearby, isolated workout area to blow off some steam. The moment he grabbed the pull-up bar, total shock hit. The movements flowed with zero effort. Shantian's strength had spiked drastically because of a mystical crystal, making his reflexes and muscles absolutely relentless. An old-timer resting nearby noticed the guy's insane performance on the bar and walked over, blown away by that unusual physical power, asking if he had a military background. Trying to avoid unnecessary conflict, the young man pointed out that he was only 19 years old, but the elderly man simply laughed and challenged him to a test of strength. Shantian jumped down from the pull-up bar, waving off the idea and refusing to fight someone of that age. To erase any hesitation, the veteran unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sending a heavy stone barrel flying aside as if it weighed nothing. The young man stood there speechless after witnessing such a display of power. Realizing he was facing a true martial arts master, he immediately changed his attitude, respectfully bowed, and accepted the challenge. Shantian made the first move, lunging forward with a punch from his left hand. The old man remained perfectly still, wearing a faint smile, until the exact moment he caught the boy's fist and effortlessly neutralized the attack. The impact sent the young man crashing to his knees. As he recovered from the shock, he realized the damage would have been devastating if not for the crystal's invisible support. Suddenly, the opponent became surrounded by a bluish glow and announced his own offensive move. At that exact moment, the amulet projected a geometric yin-yang matrix covered in hexagrams onto the ground, revealing every single step the master was about to take in advance. With the blueprint for victory laid out in his mind, the young man predicted his opponent's next move. Knowing exactly where to strike, he launched a precise attack that forced the veteran to cancel his own offense and block with the palm of his hand. Shantian gave him no room to recover. Spotting the blind spots in the master's technique, he unleashed a fierce and relentless counterattack, cornering the martial arts expert and forcing him to retreat. The gust of wind created by the young man's punch barely brushed past the master's chin, leaving tension hanging heavily in the air. Grinding his teeth, the veteran found himself both frustrated and fascinated after realizing his opponent had no formal combat training, yet somehow managed to read and exploit every flaw in his technique with surgical precision. Realizing he had completely lost control of the situation, the elderly man called for a truce and leaned on his knees to catch his breath. Deeply impressed by what he had just witnessed, he demanded to know the young man's identity. With complete respect, Shantian gave a formal bow, thanked him for the lesson, and introduced himself. Completely won over by the boy's raw talent, the master pressed his fist into his palm as a gesture of deep respect and invited him to visit his refuge in the forest. The young man returned the gesture with another subtle bow and left with a faint smile, while keeping his guard up regarding this strange and intriguing new alliance. The next morning, life seemed to return to normal. Shantian walked through the school hallways near his home, his mind locked onto the final exams that were less than 2 weeks away. Lost in thought, he nearly bumped into Wenjin. The moment he recognized her, the atmosphere turned awkward. The girl instantly looked uncomfortable, struggling to mutter any kind of response. Recovering her usual confident attitude, she hid the embarrassment and sharply demanded an explanation, claiming that his sudden disappearance for 2 days had everyone worried. Shantian brushed off the concern, walked over to his desk, and mocked the drama to himself, thinking nobody would take their own life over something so trivial. Meanwhile, Wenjin watched him from a distance with a frustrated expression, clearly torn about how to act around him moving forward. The financial gap between them could not have been bigger. Sao's son suddenly burst into the classroom carrying an oversized plate, overflowing with attitude. It was a full French breakfast, warm croissants, sausage, and scrambled eggs. A girl quickly cleared the plate and thanked him. With pure mockery in his voice, Sao's son sneered that he did not expect to see Shantian there and bluntly told him to just go kill himself already. One of the students stepped in, trying to calm things down, only to walk over to Shantian and joke that there was no point studying himself to death if girls still wanted nothing to do with him. The young man's expression darkened. That was when Chili suddenly stepped in front of Sao's son and warned the troublemaker that he was crossing a line. The class, already familiar with her temper, shouted that it was none of her business. The guy laughed it off, claiming Sao's son would never actually do anything. Instantly, 2 of Chili's friends moved to stand beside her. Shantian called out to Chili, trying to stop her from getting involved on his behalf. Clearly annoyed by the whole situation, she cursed under her breath and admitted she hated drama, insisting she only stepped in because they were classmates. The rival fired back, saying all that attitude did not change the fact that she had stepped on his foot. Chili suddenly realized her mistake. Nervously shouting, she waved her hands around, insisting she had only been trying to protect the kid, but Shantian immediately shut her down, telling her to step back and stop spitting on him while she talked. Chili instantly turned red with anger and threatened to make him pay, while her friends swore they would deal with the disrespectful idiots themselves. Right then, the teacher walked in and demanded everyone sit down because a mock exam was about to start. Chili continued glaring daggers at her rival, but before things could settle down, the 3 girls simply turned around and walked out of the classroom. The teacher completely lost it, yelling that class had already started and threatening severe punishment, but Chili did not even blink and ignored the lecture entirely. Shang Tian thought he would finally get a moment of peace during the mock exam, but everything changed the second the teacher placed the test paper on his desk. Out of nowhere, a glowing blue screen appeared in front of his eyes, displaying every answer. Within minutes, he filled everything out, stood up, and handed in the exam. The teacher immediately complained, accusing him of randomly guessing, but the young man insisted he had taken it seriously before walking out of the classroom. Outside, Chili was waiting beneath a tree with her arms crossed and a frustrated look on her face. As soon as class ended, her 2 friends came running over, celebrating that they had passed the test, only to stop in confusion after noticing Shang Tian had been the first one out, assuming he had simply given up and guessed his way through the exam. The calm did not last long. Sao's son showed up moments later with 3 lackeys, surrounding the young man. One of Chili's friends grew nervous, but the hot-headed girl warned that she would only step in if Shang Tian surrendered. Sao's son immediately started mocking him, claiming he would never stand a chance with the beautiful Wen Jin. Completely unfazed, the young man shot back that they could do whatever they wanted with her because he did not care at all. The crowd quickly stirred up drama, shouting that the hero had already lost the battle for the girl. With a flick of his finger, Sao's son gave the signal to attack and rushed forward with the movements of a fan-style martial arts master. But thanks to his new power, Shang Tian analyzed the enemy's strategy in real time. Predicting the attack before it even happened, he flawlessly copied his rival's movements and delivered a brutal punch straight to Sao's son's jaw, launching the rich kid into the air before he could even react. The knockout was immediate. Sao's son collapsed unconscious onto the ground, leaving the entire class, even Chili herself, in total shock. Nobody could believe the school's wealthy golden boy had been defeated so easily. His lackeys panicked the moment they saw their leader lying motionless in the dirt. The biggest one in the group, a bald brute, snapped out of it first. Furious, he charged forward, swearing he would destroy Shang Tian. But the protagonist activated his enhanced visual perception and predicted every single move the gang made. With effortless precision, he dodged the attacks, crushed the first opponent with a brutal elbow strike to the arm, and slammed a devastating punch straight into the giant's solar plexus. In less than 2 minutes, the fight was over. All 4 troublemakers were sprawled across the dirt, groaning in pain. A crowd of students rushed over to see the commotion, completely unable to understand how one of the school's quietest students had wiped the floor with an entire gang. One of Chili's friends, still stunned, asked whether the boy had always known how to fight like that, but Chili stayed silent. Something about the scene awakened something inside her. She had always dreamed of becoming a hero, and now she saw a chance to learn real combat techniques. One of the defeated guys still tried to get back up, muttering that none of this made any sense. Shang Tian ignored the whining and started walking away, but not before leaving the group with one cold warning. They would be wise not to cross paths with him again, unless they wanted something much worse next time. As he walked past Chili, the girl swallowed her pride and ran after him, yelling for him to wait. Shang Tian stopped, surprised. Standing in the middle of the dust-filled courtyard, she grabbed his hand and begged him to teach her how to fight. The young man pulled his arm away and stepped back, lying that he knew nothing about martial arts. Unwilling to give up, Chili grabbed his hand again, shouting that she had seen everything and demanding he teach her his techniques. Worried, the protagonist took another step back, fully aware he could never reveal the truth. He had only won because he had perfectly copied his opponent's movements. Jealousy spread like wildfire among the students. Shang Tian had not only crushed the gang, but somehow also earned the attention of the school's most desired girl. Far away, inside a luxurious mansion, the influential Fan was preparing for a meal when his secretary arrived carrying a complete report. The documents revealed that the protagonist was an orphan and had turned down a massive cash reward after saving a young girl. While sipping his tea, Fan discovered that the boy's family history was protected by military-grade encryption that could not be cracked. It became painfully clear that this student was far from ordinary. Sensing trouble ahead, Fan asked for an update on the movements of the Shifting Sands, a rival organization. Since he would soon be traveling, he ordered his agents to provide undercover protection and eliminate anyone who posed a threat to Shang Tian, even if the boy noticed he was being watched. Meanwhile, at the top of a skyscraper, the leaders of that enemy faction, under the command of the dangerous Bat Lord, were planning their next moves. One of Fan's operatives, secretly infiltrated among them with the eyes of a predator, mentally reinforced the mission: eliminate the rivals and protect the boy before vanishing into the night like a shadow. Completely unaware of this silent war unfolding around him, Shang Tian wandered through the shopping districts with Chili practically glued to his side. Annoyed by the delay, she kept demanding to know when their martial arts lessons would finally begin. Hoping to dodge the subject and shake her off, the young man casually claimed that his techniques were a family secret, reserved only for his future wife and children. Chili instantly froze in embarrassment, but determination quickly took over, and she boldly asked to be accepted right then and there. The young man immediately refused, saying he had no intention of making that kind of commitment. That was when the fiery girl finally connected the dots. Realizing the requirement for training was marriage, she immediately blurted out whether he was proposing to her. Her intense and completely unfiltered reaction left Shang Tian nervous and visibly shaken. Chili widened her eyes in total shock. Without holding back, Shang Tian bluntly admitted that he had absolutely no interest in girls who were plain and lacked curves before turning around and walking off. Even hurt by the comment, Chili swallowed her pride and ran after him anyway. Their route suddenly changed after they passed a lottery vendor. The young man insisted it was a waste of time, but Chili dragged him over to try their luck. Annoyed, he adjusted his collar and questioned why a wealthy girl would even care about gambling. She casually explained it was for fun, not money, before excitedly rushing toward the prize counter. Nearby, a customer was scratching a yellow lottery ticket and immediately mocked Chili when she asked for a few games, claiming kids knew nothing about gambling and only wasted money. Furious, the girl was already about to charge at him while yelling, but froze in surprise when Shang Tian stepped in front of her and blocked the man's approach. The protagonist calmed things down by suggesting they all play. The stranger accepted the challenge and proudly showed off a winning ticket worth 100 coins. But Shang Tian activated his special vision, scanned the pile of scratch cards, and carefully picked one that held an 800 prize. The man kept mocking him, fully convinced the boy would embarrass himself in the next round. Ignoring the vendor's warnings, Shang Tian pocketed 700 from the prize money and reinvested the rest into more tickets. His rival smirked, waiting for him to fail, but the protagonist's power was flawless. Scratching the new cards, he hit the grand prize of 2,000. The mocking laughter from the customer and even the employees quickly turned into stunned silence before Shang Tian and Chili quietly collected the winnings and walked away. Chili became completely excited over how easy the money had come and immediately said she wanted to learn his lottery trick. Shang Tian, meanwhile, was busy testing out his new phone and reminded her that her real goal had supposedly been martial arts training. Moments later, he called his cousin to share his new number and arranged to meet up later that day. The moment he spotted a yellow taxi, the protagonist waved it down without hesitation. Chili immediately realized he was trying to ditch her and demanded to know where he was going, but the young man ignored the question, climbed into the cab, and told her to stop following him. The taxi pulled away, leaving the girl yelling alone on the sidewalk. His final destination was the Antique District, a street packed with old relics and crowded market stalls. Walking through the area, Shang Tian remembered he still needed to find a decent birthday gift for a party happening later that night. While browsing, a famous antique appraiser suddenly arrived, surrounded by 4 bodyguards and treated like royalty by every merchant on the street. Shang Tian paid the wealthy man no attention. Instead, he used his enhanced vision to filter through countless fakes until something genuinely valuable finally caught his eye. The young man rushed toward the item so quickly that he nearly crashed into the veteran appraiser, forcing the man to step aside at the last second. The bodyguards immediately moved in, throwing insults and threats over the disrespect. Completely unfazed, Shang Tian ignored the intimidation and directly asked the street vendor about the glowing green jade stone sitting on display. The merchant asked for 8,000 for the small jade disc, but Shang Tian casually spun it in his hand and played the classic broke student excuse. The vendor quickly panicked after noticing the respected appraiser was watching nearby, afraid his scam might be exposed on the spot. Sensing the tension, the protagonist leaned closer and quietly whispered that he already knew the item was fake and not even worth 2,000. Trying to save face in front of the expert, the merchant loudly announced that the lowest price possible would be 5,000. Shang Tian agreed to the deal but insisted on taking several seemingly worthless stones decorating the stand as part of the purchase. Thinking he had just hit the jackpot by selling cheap glass for 5,000, the vendor hurriedly wrapped everything up. Watching from afar, the veteran appraiser mocked the young man's stupidity, sarcastically commenting that he had just wasted a fortune on a worthless imitation. Without saying a word, Shang Tian casually tossed the jade disc into the air. The object crashed onto the ground and shattered instantly, revealing nothing but ordinary glass. The appraiser's face turned pale on the spot. Shock completely overtook him after realizing the student was not some gullible fool but someone with an almost surgical eye for deception. Swallowing his pride, the expert praised the boy's rare talent for identifying antiques. What he still failed to understand, however, was Shang Tian's real objective. The broken disc had never mattered. His true target had been a plain yellow pebble hidden among the worthless stones, an authentic ancient relic carrying mystical powers capable of healing illness and eliminating health problems. Recognizing the boy's talent, Master Sui suddenly remembered old legends about a famous monk. He needed someone with that level of skill to recover his family's ancient artifacts, which had ended up under his nephew's control. Determined to recruit the young man as an ally for the mission, the appraiser blocked Shang Tian's path and proposed a test. Before long, a crowd gathered around the street, eager to witness the confrontation. The conditions of the bet were extreme. The protagonist demanded that if he won, he would be allowed to claim whatever prize he wanted. If he lost, he would forfeit his own life. Thinking the proposal was far too reckless, Sui adjusted the terms and instead demanded that the young man become his loyal servant if he failed. Completely confident in his victory, Shang Tian accepted the deal without hesitation. A table was set up right on the sidewalk, covered with various relics, including a Chinese necklace, a blue gemstone, a saucer, and an ancient urn. The crowd thought the boy had completely lost his mind when he declared that he would give up everything if he made even a single mistake during the appraisal. Without wasting time, Shang Tian pointed to a small brown chest decorated with floral patterns and confidently declared it authentic. Su had no choice but to swallow his pride and confirm that the piece was genuine and had once belonged to Empress Chishi. To finish the performance and prove his accuracy, the young man asked for permission to smash every fake item on the table. Convinced the boy would embarrass himself and be forced to pay for the damages, the appraiser agreed. Completely unfazed, Shang Tian tossed the paperwork aside and prepared to destroy the counterfeits. The moment the Chinese urn shattered against the pavement, the crowd collectively held its breath, since everyone had been convinced it was authentic. Ignoring the shock around him, Shang Tian crouched down and picked up one of the broken fragments. Turning it toward the audience, he revealed a red industrial stamp hidden on the back. It was the mark of a modern factory, causing the crowd to erupt into applause at the discovery. Pale and visibly shaken, Master Sui demanded to know how the boy had spotted the fake. Wearing a confident smile, the young man simply replied that his vision was trained to notice every flaw. To settle the competition once and for all, he picked up a decorated blue saucer from the table, declared it another counterfeit, and smashed it into pieces as well. With no way to argue anymore, the veteran appraiser reluctantly accepted defeat. As his prize for winning, Shang Tian chose a jade bracelet resting on the table. Sui looked confused by the choice, since the accessory appeared cheap and unremarkable. That was when the protagonist revealed his true plan. He bit his own finger and let several drops of blood fall onto the stone. Instantly, the bracelet absorbed the blood, turning into a vibrant crimson shade and glowing intensely. The crowd immediately stepped back in shock after realizing it was an incredibly rare blood jade artifact. One man in the audience panicked and instantly offered 2 million coins for the item, but the young man proudly refused, making it clear that the treasure was not for sale. Even Master Sui was left speechless after realizing an artifact of that magnitude had slipped right past his own eyes. Watching the boy walk away through the old market street, the experienced appraiser set his pride aside, stopped him, and formally offered his friendship and respect. Fully aware of the value of having someone as powerful and influential as Sui as an ally, Shang Tian smiled and immediately accepted the partnership. Just as the master tried to learn the prodigy's name, a black luxury Lexus suddenly pulled up beside them. A tall man dressed entirely in black stepped out of the vehicle, showing off piercings on his ears and nose along with a striking tattoo beneath his left eye. He was heavily guarded. The reason for their arrival was simple. The wealthy Saot's son, whom Shang Tian had beaten earlier that day, had ended up in the hospital. Humiliated and consumed by rage, the spoiled rich kid had locked himself inside the clinic bathroom and refused to come out. Outside the door, his powerful father, Sawa, stood waiting alongside security while pressuring Dr. Li for answers. The doctor washed his hands of the matter, explaining that the initial tests had found no drugs or suspicious substances in the patient's system. He had simply suffered an overwhelming beating. In response, the furious father ordered his trusted enforcer, Asen, to locate the attacker immediately. Back on the street, Asen aggressively pointed his finger and demanded that Shang Tian come with them without resistance. Completely calm, the protagonist stood his ground and challenged the thug, asking who exactly he thought he was to be giving orders. Sensing the danger, Master Sui stepped in immediately and told the young man to watch his mouth, revealing that the intimidating figure was Sawa's personal bodyguard and his own relative. Asen mocked the veteran, promising not to hurt the old man as long as he stayed out of the situation. Shang Tian was surprised to learn about the family connection between the master and the rival elite, but nobody backed down. In an unexpected turn, Master Sui took the boy's side, firmly declaring that nobody would lay a hand on his new ally while he was present. Instantly, the elder's bodyguards moved in and surrounded the area, ready for a fight, while Asen simply let out a mocking laugh, clearly underestimating the resistance. To Asen, Master Sui's 4 guards were nothing more than an inconvenience. Without wasting a second, he activated his technique, the Crimson Whirlwind, unleashing an invisible force that sent every defender crashing to the ground at once. Master Sui exploded in anger, accusing the brute of acting above the law simply because of Sawa's influence. Completely indifferent to the old man's outrage, Asen only smirked and ordered his men to throw Shang Tian into the car. 2 guards rushed in to grab the protagonist, but he remained calm, carefully tracking every move his enemies made. The instant they reached for him, the young man dodged with precision, grabbed both men firmly by the shoulders, and hurled them in opposite directions with shocking strength. Landing smoothly after a quick leap, Shang Tian made it clear he had no intention of surrendering without a fight. The boy's quick reaction stunned Master Sui, and even impressed Asen, who had not expected such strength from a student. Trying to intimidate the thug leader, Shang Tian stared him down and asked whether he was truly prepared to test that power. Asen stepped forward, acknowledging the boy's potential while mocking his lack of real combat experience. Tired of the pointless talking, the protagonist stretched out his hand and bluntly told his opponent to stop talking and fight already. The bodyguard casually adjusted his hair with a cynical grin, warning that whatever happened next would be entirely the young man's fault, because he had no intention of showing mercy. Shang Tian braced himself for a difficult and completely unfair battle, fully aware that the danger this time was real. But just before the first punch could be thrown, the confrontation was suddenly interrupted. A sinister presence suddenly appeared behind them. A group of masked men dressed in gray suits decorated with flame patterns surrounded the area. The moment a mocking voice echoed from behind, Asin turned around in alarm and instinctively stepped back after recognizing the feared organization known as the Shifting Sands. The faction leader wasted no time. He bluntly ordered Asin to leave, declaring that the boy was now their concern. Sawa's enforcer tried arguing that he also had orders to bring the young man back, but he was immediately cut off, realizing that challenging a clan of professional assassins would be nothing short of a death sentence. Asin swallowed his pride, acted indifferent, and backed off, abandoning the target as tension spread through the air. Shang Tian initially thought he had been saved, but the relief did not last long. 3 men in gray stepped forward with clenched fists, surrounding him. Sensing real danger, the protagonist instinctively stepped back and demanded to know who they were. The leader quickly revealed their true objective. They wanted the secret relic left behind by the boy's father. Completely caught off guard, Shang Tian insisted he had never known about any inheritance. The man clarified that they were searching for an ancient scroll and gave him exactly 1 week to hand it over. Otherwise, he would suffer a slow and painful death. Without another word, the group vanished. Master Sui approached with concern, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder and asking what such a dangerous organization could possibly want with him. Trying to keep up appearances and avoid alarming his new ally, Shang Tian laughed awkwardly and brushed it off, pretending the criminals had obviously mistaken him for someone else. Meanwhile, the setting completely shifted to a luxury restaurant where high society had gathered to celebrate Insu's birthday. Between glasses of red wine and warm congratulations, the birthday girl smiled politely and thanked her guests. The mood of the party shifted the moment a man entered the hall carrying a massive bouquet of blue roses, directing his attention toward the nanny, Lena, who was present at the event. The crowd immediately parted as the blonde suitor, famous for his looks, walked into the venue carrying the extravagant bouquet, determined to impress the birthday girl. Insu forced a polite smile, though internally she was annoyed, because the one person she had actually been waiting for still had not arrived. Before the young man could make his move, a tall woman dressed in dark clothing with golden accents casually walked past him. Apologizing for arriving late, she handed the birthday girl an extravagant gift, a luxurious dress paired with sparkling gold earrings. Guests immediately began whispering in shock over the expensive present, questioning whether Nan Lin had anything better to offer. Trying to regain control and convinced his surprise would overshadow every other man there, Nan Lin suddenly dropped to one knee. Extending the bouquet, he revealed an open jewelry box containing a valuable gold ring. Insu froze in disgust, having absolutely no interest in marrying such an arrogant man. As guests pressured her to accept and the suitor smiled victoriously, the restaurant doors suddenly opened. Shang Tian stepped inside wearing simple, ordinary clothes and apologized for being late. Insu immediately breathed a sigh of relief after escaping the proposal. She rushed over, tightly grabbed his arm, and loudly announced to everyone that Shang Tian was her boyfriend. Nan Lin stared at the newcomer in complete disbelief, sizing him up from head to toe. Noticing the modest clothes and assuming the guy did not even own a car, the blonde openly mocked him, ridiculing the fact that his rival had shown up empty-handed without even bringing a gift. Insu quickly defended Shang Tian, insisting she did not need luxury to be with someone she loved. But the young man suddenly broke the tension by pretending to look surprised and asking whether she really thought he would arrive empty-handed. With a smooth motion, Shang Tian raised the blood-red jade bracelet in front of everyone, proudly declaring it to be his special gift. He deliberately mocked his blonde rival, saying that a rare treasure of that level could never be found in some ordinary little shop. Nan Lin gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger, while Insu stood there in total shock, quietly asking where he had gotten enough money to buy something like that. Shang Tian simply told her to trust him and confidently announced to the entire room that this was only the beginning. He guided the birthday girl toward the venue's large double doors. Confused by his strategy, she hesitated, pointing out that there was nothing beyond them, but the protagonist simply smiled and motioned for her to open them. The moment the doors swung open, the spectacle began. A massive shower of red rose petals cascaded from the high ceiling, covering the ground in a breathtaking display. Lined up along the hallway, more than 10 men dressed in flawless black suits began applauding enthusiastically while congratulating the young woman. Shang Tian casually explained that since the main hall felt too crowded, he had decided to extend the celebration outside. To top it all off, he pointed toward the giant glass window. Across the street, the illuminated windows of a massive skyscraper formed a glowing declaration of love. Completely overwhelmed, Insu felt her heart race as her face burned bright red with embarrassment. Watching all the effort he had gone through, she suddenly found herself wishing Shang Tian was not merely pretending to be her boyfriend. her cheeks glowing from pure emotion. In reality, the entire grand production had been orchestrated by Shang Tian's master, who was secretly enjoying the situation from afar. Meanwhile, Nan Lin watched everything unfold while practically boiling with jealousy. Soon after, the group climbed into a silver BMW, the engine roaring loudly as the car sped through the city streets. Inside the vehicle, Insu finally broke the silence to thank him for the gift, admitting how deeply touched she had been by the jade bracelet. Shang Tian simply smiled and brushed it off, casually claiming he had stumbled across the piece by pure luck in an alley full of old junk, never revealing that the birthday girl had absolutely no idea of the blood jade's true value. The calm atmosphere changed instantly when a gray van with completely tinted windows sped past them. The suspicious behavior and nervous driving immediately caught the protagonist's attention. Without hesitation, Shang Tian activated his special X-ray vision and looked straight through the vehicle's metal frame, spotting a woman and a child locked inside the cargo compartment. Wasting no time, Shang Tian tailed the van to begin a discreet pursuit. Insu was startled by the sudden maneuver, but the young man acted fast. He ordered the girls to stay somewhere safe and call the police immediately, confirming that businesswoman Jen Ryu and her daughter were being kidnapped inside the vehicle. The kidnapper followed the route without realizing he was being tracked and, minutes later, pulled up in front of an abandoned warehouse with rusted metal doors. The moment the van doors opened, the criminals forced the captives out and dragged them inside. Completely terrified, Jen Ryu was violently shoved by one of the thugs and lost her balance. Jen Ryu hit the floor hard and immediately shouted that she already knew who was behind everything. Someone wanted to steal her company shares. The bald gang leader laughed at her panic and casually explained that the plan was simple. One of the thugs began dragging the little girl away by force. Jen Ryu desperately tried to run after her, but was grabbed from behind by her shirt. Completely cornered, she broke down in tears and begged for help. Suddenly, Shang Tian's silhouette appeared at the warehouse entrance, illuminated by the moonlight. The young man bluntly ordered them to cut the nonsense and warned that the police were already on the way. Furious, the thugs released the woman and charged straight at him, but the protagonist had one major advantage. He could predict every movement they made. Effortlessly dodging every punch, he countered with brutal strikes and left all three attackers sprawled across the dusty floor. The bald leader clenched his teeth in rage as he watched everything collapse because of one intruder. Pulling out a gun, he pointed it directly at Shang Tian's chest and declared that he would not leave alive. Jen Ryu watched in horror, fully aware they would be next if he failed. The villain pulled the trigger, the bullet tearing straight into the young man's stomach. Unable to react, Shang Tian collapsed onto the floor as blood quickly spread across his shirt. The businesswoman screamed in terror, but the bald man only laughed mockingly, claiming the kid had died because he was stupid. With the young man motionless on the ground, the criminal coldly walked toward Jen Ryu to finish the job. The criminal celebrated too early. Despite the gunshot wound, Shang Tian slowly began pushing himself back up. In the split second the thug tried to handle the weapon again, the protagonist ignored the unbearable pain, launched himself forward, and slammed into the man's shoulder with full force. The surprise impact hit hard enough to send the giant crashing backward onto the floor. Desperate and crying uncontrollably, Jen Ryu screamed in fear for the young man's life. His condition was critical, blood poured from the wound, forcing him to press his hand against it just to stay conscious. Without wasting another second, he moved toward the exit and warned the woman that they needed to disappear immediately. Along the way, Jen Ryu desperately insisted on calling an ambulance because of the severity of the gunshot wound, but Shang Tian instantly refused any hospital treatment and instead guided them to his house, an isolated residence surrounded by worn brick walls. Once inside, the young man ripped off his blood-soaked shirt, tossed it aside, and spread a basic first aid kit across the table. Using scissors and medical supplies, they carefully began the tense process of removing the bullet. Jen Ryu cleaned the blood and wrapped bandages around his torso before asking why he refused medical treatment. Staring silently at the ceiling, Shang Tian simply closed his eyes, unable to reveal the truth. His body was undergoing biological mutations, and doctors would never let him leave if they discovered it. Taking advantage of the fact that exhaustion had finally knocked him unconscious, Jen Ryu suddenly noticed a strange beam of light shining from inside his pocket. Curious, she pulled out the yellow stone he carried. The crystal instantly heated up so violently in her hand that she cried out in pain and dropped it. By pure chance, the burning stone landed directly on top of Shang Tian's gunshot wound, releasing a blinding glow and triggering what looked like an impossible medical miracle right before her eyes. The blood beneath the bandages disappeared almost instantly. Completely stunned, Jen Ryu removed the wrappings and stood there speechless after discovering the fatal wound had vanished entirely, without leaving behind even the faintest scar. She touched the young man's skin in disbelief, unable to process the miracle performed by the mysterious stone. At that moment, her little daughter woke up, entered the room with worry written all over her face, and asked how the young man was doing. The businesswoman gently patted the girl's head and reassured her that everything would be okay. A wave of intense light forced Shang Tian to open his eyes. As consciousness returned, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his veins, as though he had reached some kind of divine awakening. Turning his head, he saw Jen Ryu kneeling beside the couch where he had been resting. The yellow crystal sat nearby, while his abdomen looked completely untouched. Staring at the golden gem in shock, he struggled to understand the true magnitude of its power. The young man stood up and slipped on a clean white shirt, absent-mindedly touching the exact spot where the bullet had hit him. Even the sound of the buttons clicking together could not distract him from the fact that there was absolutely no trace of the injury left. He found himself reflecting on the bizarre turn his life had taken recently, remembering that this entire impossible journey had begun the day he discovered a mysterious blue crystal. But the moment of peace quickly faded, replaced by irritation as he remembered that professional assassins were now hunting him down. Right on cue, the same 3 Shifting Sands thugs suddenly stepped through the front door and cornered him. Their leader, visibly irritated, complained that the boy had not even bothered searching for the relic and delivered a final ultimatum: hand over the scroll immediately, or say goodbye to his life. Scratching his head in genuine frustration, Shang Tian bluntly admitted that he had absolutely no idea what document they were talking about or where he was even supposed to start looking. The gang leader narrowed his eyes, fully convinced the young man was simply playing dumb and acting clever to challenge the organization. Shang Tian immediately realized the situation had turned dangerous. Although his X-ray vision helped him read and predict his opponent's movements, these men were highly trained elite warriors. To make matters worse, he expanded his vision beyond the walls of the house and detected an ambush. Hidden on a thick tree branch in the backyard, a dangerous silver-clad swordsman waited in complete silence. Without wasting another second on discussion, the assassins charged forward, with their leader sprinting straight at the protagonist. The enemy feinted to the left before throwing a sharp right hook, a complete miss. Shang Tian had already predicted the movement and calmly tilted his head aside with perfect composure. He already knew the leader's next sequence: retreat, flip backward, then launch a downward kick aimed straight at his head. Activating his X-ray vision to fully focus on the target, Shang Tian prepared himself for the strike. The moment the attack came, the young man blocked the impact with the palm of his hand, locked onto his opponent's wrist, and hurled him with raw strength straight into the fence. After a quick acrobatic recovery, Shang Tian landed on one knee. The moment he recognized the rival wearing F. Chao Feng's tactical gear, he realized the threat level was far higher than expected. Without hesitation, the assassin rushed in for another attack. Pressed by the intensity of the fight, the killer briefly considered retreating toward the village hidden in the forest. But those plans were interrupted when a massive teapot suddenly came flying through the air. The villain quickly dodged to the side as the object shot past him. Shang Tian stood there confused by the flying kitchenware until he noticed Zen Ryu standing behind him, armed with a clothing iron and loudly demanding that the criminals leave immediately. The young man quickly warned her that the area was dangerous and ordered her to go back inside, but she refused, insisting she would not abandon him after he had saved her daughter's life. Shang Tian could only let out a tired sigh. Even though he had disliked her from the moment they first met, the woman's courage changed the situation. Feeling unexpectedly proud, he decided he would not retreat, he would fight. The villain's leader, however, completely lost his patience. Irritated by what looked like flirting in the middle of a battle, the leader ordered 3 of his men to eliminate the woman without effort. That was when everything changed. A mysterious warrior suddenly dropped from the sky directly in front of them. The criminals froze instantly at the sight of the swordsman. The leader panicked the moment he recognized the man's identity. It was the legendary Haiyan Yuan Honorable. The warrior moved his blade with incredible speed, targeting each assassin in an instant. That sword was unmistakable. In the blink of an eye, 2 assassins dropped dead. Terrified by the overwhelming strength of the master, who had interrupted the fight, the enemy leader grabbed his allies' bodies and fled as fast as possible. Without even looking back, Yan Honorable casually muttered a comment dripping with contempt. The swordsman walked toward the young man and asked if he was Shang Tian. Still stunned, the boy confirmed it, barely able to process what had happened since even his enhanced vision had struggled to follow the man's speed. Keeping his eyes closed, Yan Honorable quietly murmured to himself that the boy had inherited the same recklessness and appearance as his father. The moment the conversation shifted toward his father, Shang Tian immediately asked whether the master had known him. The response came as an order. He needed to break the blue crystal hanging from his necklace. Frustrated by the demand to destroy what he believed was his mother's keepsake, the young man questioned the request. Yan Honorable calmly explained that the necklace had actually been crafted by the boy's father to hide the real secret sealed inside. Choosing to trust the man who had just saved him, Shang Tian used all his strength to crush the stone. The pendant shattered completely. Seeing nothing but useless fragments scattered around, the young man froze in shock. A nearly invisible smile appeared on the swordsman's face. After brushing aside the shattered crystal, Shang Tian discovered a perfectly preserved brown scroll hidden inside. Suddenly, everything made sense. The true target of the enemies had been the Phantom Sands. Yan Honorable explained that his father had invented the story about the maternal relic only to keep him far away from this kind of dangerous conflict. Overwhelmed by the revelations, the young man demanded to know who his father truly was. The swordsman frowned slightly and explained that the deceased man had only wanted his son to live a peaceful life, though he reassured him that his father had been a truly great man. Clenching his fists tightly, Shang Tian asked whether he believed his father had really get of the Morma. An Honorable calmly interrupted, explaining that peace was still possible and finally revealing his true intention. He wanted to take the young man in as his disciple. Shang Tian accepted immediately, bowing deeply out of genuine respect for the master. Before leaving, the veteran reminded him that entrance exams were quickly approaching and warned that brutal training would begin as soon as the current situation was resolved. Yan Honorable then departed. Zen Ryu rushed over to help the young man back to his feet, already imagining the terrifying potential he possessed. Combining the master's guidance with his special vision would make him an unstoppable force. The following day, Shang Tian returned to the reality of school life. With so much chaos happening recently, he had nearly forgotten about studying. The moment he stepped onto campus, Chile rushed over demanding answers about the race. Shang Tian shut down the conversation immediately and asked not to be bothered, fully focused on improving his own abilities. Frustrated, Chile clenched his fists and declared that he would personally train the protagonist himself. Shang Tian simply covered his ears to ignore the noise. Crossing his arms with a challenging expression, Chile suddenly asked what kind of woman the young man was attracted to. The answer came fast and brutally honest. Whoever he chose just could not dress like a clown. Chile instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. The other girls rushed over to comfort him while secretly trying not to laugh. Trying to recover from the humiliation, Chile turned to his friends and insisted the problem was only the wardrobe, demanding help to completely change his style, leaving everyone around shocked by the reaction. After classes, Shang Tian headed to the cafe where Insu had promised to wait for him. Inside, Kusina enthusiastically waved from a table where she sat drinking coffee with her girlfriend. The young man walked over and took a seat directly across from Insu, immediately attracting curious glances from the girls nearby. Kusina casually mentioned that, despite being terrified of Shang Tian, the professor had done him a huge favor the previous day and suggested they should probably call to thank him. Shang Tian laughed and replied that he had already spoken with the man, conveniently leaving out the detail that the teacher had quietly sounded him out about a possible job opportunity later on. Taking a sip through his straw, Shang Tian reflected on how influential Master Sui really was and decided it would be smart to keep that alliance close. Out of nowhere, the girl beside him turned bright red, awkwardly pulled out a drink, and loudly announced to the entire cafe that the soda belonged to him. After a rushed apology, the mood at the table shifted. Insu exchanged glances with Kusina and, visibly embarrassed, asked Shang Tian for a favor. Assuming this had somehow turned into flirting involving her cousin, the girlfriend lowered her head, blushing furiously from embarrassment. Insu got straight to the point. The arts department had a basketball game that same day, and she needed him to play for their team. Shang Tian looked completely stunned. He had absolutely zero experience with basketball. Before he could properly react, the conversation was interrupted when a group entered the cafe, and someone casually rested a hand on his shoulder. It was the rival team. One of the newcomers immediately mocked the situation, pointing out that Insu must have been truly desperate if she was recruiting outside help. Beside her stood a guy spinning a basketball on his finger with complete arrogance. The unfamiliar girl kept throwing jabs, claiming the arts department was pathetic when it came to recruiting talent. Insu burned with frustration, barely able to respond. Taking advantage of the opening, Shang Tian shamelessly looked the provocateur up and down before sarcastically offering to marry her. The joke instantly set the rival off. She exploded in anger, though she quickly tried to recover her arrogant composure, warning Insu that recruiting amateurs only made their inevitable defeat even more obvious. Completely fed up with the humiliation, Insu slammed her hand onto the table and declared a bet. Whoever lost the game would have to call the winner Big Sister every time they met in the future. The rival accepted immediately, flashing a smug smile. While tension thickened between the two girls, Shang Tian casually took another sip of the soda, causing Insu to blush again after realizing he was still drinking from her cup. Amused by the competitive energy, the young man decided to join the chaos and asked whether he could place a bet with the rival team as well. The unfamiliar girl stared at him in surprise and demanded to know the conditions. Shang Tian had absolutely no shame. If he won, she would have to greet him as great husband every time they ran into each other. The rival completely lost her temper and threw a furious kick straight at him. With quick reflexes and complete calm, Shang Tian dodged the attack and caught the girl's leg midair, gripping her ankle firmly. The whole scene only made Insu angrier, and out of pure frustration, she punched her cousin directly in the cheek. Even while furious and visibly flustered, the rival laid out her final condition. If Shang Tian lost the basketball game, he would have to run completely naked across the school grounds. Keeping her arrogant attitude intact, the rival called for her teammates and marched out of the cafe. The second they disappeared from sight, Insu unleashed her frustration on Shang Tian with a barrage of punches, making it crystal clear that the girl was her sworn enemy. The young man barely managed to shield his head from the assault. At the agreed time, everyone gathered at the basketball court. Noticing the missing players, Shang Tian sarcastically asked whether he was expected to carry the entire team on his back. Insu told him to relax and wait. Shortly afterward, two students from different departments, Upan and Yui, arrived to complete the arts team roster. The bleachers quickly filled up. The noise became deafening as dozens of hysterical girls screamed the opposing team star's name. Insu immediately froze after realizing exactly who they were about to face. Across the court, the blonde, narcissistic idol of the crowd was literally being dragged by the ear by his own captain, who had clearly run out of patience with the guy's ego. Shang Tian sighed after noticing that not a single person in the crowd was cheering for the arts department. Trying to lighten the mood, Insu confidently declared that they would act as the team's cheer squad themselves. But then something unbelievably bizarre happened. The girl's clothes suddenly turned transparent. The visual shock hit instantly, leaving Shang Tian with an immediate nosebleed while the horrified girl desperately tried to cover her skirt. The teams took their positions. Upan's opening strategy was simple: focus entirely on stealing the opposing team's ball possession. For now, Shang Tian decided not to interfere and instead observe how the game flowed. The whistle blew. Within seconds, the crowd's idol sprinted across the court, leaped into the air, and slammed the ball through the hoop with effortless ease. The bleachers erupted into screams and cheers. Watching the speed and power behind the move, Shang Tian immediately understood the message. This opponent was the real deal, and winning would require far more effort than expected. The ball moved to Upan, but pressure came instantly. The rival team's star rushed straight at him while defenders cut off every passing lane. With no obvious option available, Upan completely froze. On the other side, Yui had a better read on the game. Seeing the play collapse, he rushed over to provide support, though he silently prayed not to receive the ball in the middle of that chaos, afraid he would immediately lose possession. Wide open on the court, Shang Tian frantically waved from behind the defenders, signaling for the pass. Upan saw him, but hesitation froze him in place. That single moment of doubt came at a heavy price. Before Upan could even react, the basketball star made his move, effortlessly stealing the ball right out of his hands and scoring yet another point. Upan froze in place. Shang Tian could not even hide his disbelief at the play. All the guy had to do was pass the ball immediately. The first half ended in complete disaster. The rival team had built a crushing 40-0 lead. Humiliated by the score, Upan completely lost his temper. He loudly complained that it was impossible to play alongside amateurs and declared that he was quitting the match since the scoreboard was already beyond saving. The other students tried defending themselves, arguing that they had wanted to play, but the ball had never even reached them. Upan brushed them off, coldly telling them to play however they wanted. With the team now short-handed, Insu's friend panicked and asked what they were supposed to do without enough players to continue the tournament. That was when Upan casually took a sip from his water bottle and flashed a smug grin. In a tone dripping with blackmail, he said he might reconsider quitting if the two pretty girls begged for his help. Shang Tian immediately took control of the situation. Walking over to the bench, he called on two visibly shy students from the arts department to complete the lineup. With pure sarcasm, he informed Upan that he would fix the game himself since the professionals had been completely useless. Furious, Upan declared that a comeback was impossible and boldly bet that he would bark like a dog if the amateur team somehow managed to win. The buzzer sounded, marking the start of the second half. While Insu and Upan watched from the sidelines with absolutely no expectations, the players took their positions. On the rival side, the captain's instructions were crystal clear. Their star player, Li, was supposed to keep crushing the scoreboard. Shang Tian regained possession deep in his own half. Li immediately glued himself to him with relentless defense. But instead of setting up a play or looking for a pass, the young man did the unthinkable. From behind the half-court line, he jumped and launched the ball straight toward the opposing basket. The entire gym fell into confused murmurs at the seemingly ridiculous shot. The ball soared impossibly high, flying far beyond Li's reach. The entire arena froze as everyone watched its flawless arc toward the net. Swish. The ball dropped cleanly through the hoop without even touching the rim. Their first 3 points hit like an explosion. The crowd instantly realized this was not luck. It was monstrous skill. Completely calm, Shang Tian raised his index finger and warned everyone that this was only the beginning. Insu and her friend stood there speechless, unable to believe the guy they had brought in as little more than a substitute had just pulled off something like that. Without giving the other team a second to recover, Shang Tian shifted into full attack mode. Dribbling with terrifying speed, he left the crowd favorite, Li, frozen in place and completely behind. In a matter of seconds, he was already storming into the paint, forcing a bald defender from the rival team into a desperate attempt to block him. The young man moved like lightning. Before the opposing defense could even react, he leaped into the air and finished the play flawlessly. The final buzzer sounded, sealing an absolute victory. Scoring an absurd 111 points in that stretch alone, Shang Tian instantly became the center of attention. The bleachers erupted into applause while Insu grabbed her cousin's hand, completely overwhelmed by admiration for the impossible comeback. Unable to accept the humiliation, Upan tried sneaking away alongside Yui, muttering that the outcome had been nothing but luck. Shang Tian immediately stopped him, reminding him about the promise to bark like a dog. Furious and desperate to protect his ego, Upan refused to admit defeat and threw down a new challenge, one that the young man accepted without showing even the slightest fear. Across the court, the defeated team captain quietly reflected on the terrifying level of talent the boy possessed, fully aware that having someone like him on her team would guarantee future victories. But reality hit hard. She had lost the bet. Her blood boiled at the thought of having to call him great husband. Noticing her hesitation, Insu happily poured gasoline on the fire, mocking her and saying she would never actually keep her word. Blinded by rage and cornered, the captain swallowed her pride, screamed the humiliating phrase at the top of her lungs, and ran off in embarrassment. The tone she used sounded less like submission and more like an angry insult shouted during a street fight, leaving both Shang Tian and his cousin standing there in total confusion. After school finally ended, the young man decided to head back to his old house instead of staying at Insu's apartment. The familiar environment instantly filled him with peace. Closing the door behind him, he leaned his head back and tried to relax, but the calm was shattered by an almost imperceptible breeze slicing through the room. Opening his eyes, Shang Tian suddenly found Master Yan Honorable standing right beside him. Without hesitation, the boy bowed deeply out of respect. Keeping his respectful posture, Shang Tian admitted that his father had never mentioned anything about martial arts. Yan Honorable calmly explained that this path would finally reveal all the knowledge the young man had been denied. The swordsman announced that the training would focus on the cloud step technique and the sharp fingers style. Shang Tian looked genuinely surprised, since he had only ever heard names like those in fiction, but Yan Honorable noticed his hesitation and confirmed something shocking. His father had truly been an absolute master of those arts, possibly the previous inheritor of the legacy itself. The instructor explained that, since Shang Tian still lacked the fundamentals, they would begin with internal techniques. The young man focused carefully as Yan Honorable explained that everything revolved around the 8 body forms. Suddenly, Shang Tian experienced a flash of memory. His father used to mention those concepts constantly when he was a child. What had once sounded like nothing more than strange ramblings from an eccentric parent was actually advanced combat strategy training all along. Yan Honorable praised the successor's potential and brought the session to an end. Later, the young man met up with friends at a cafe where Insu and her classmates were also hanging out. The relaxed atmosphere shattered when two men began harassing the girl. One of them became aggressive, grabbing her arm tightly. Insu immediately demanded to be released and cried out for help the moment she spotted her cousin arriving. Shantian carefully sized up the situation. Insu, flushed with frustration and clearly losing patience, demanded that he step in. With a teasing grin, Shantian made a deal he'd help, but only if she agreed to be his girlfriend. The girl instantly blew up in anger. Before things could spiral any further, another guy wearing glasses stepped in and demanded the troublemakers let her go. They backed off for a second, only to surround the group again, warning everyone not to move. Shantian quickly realized that if Insu had been alone, she'd be in serious trouble, but with him there, things were about to go very differently. Insu fired back sharply, making it crystal clear that dating him was never happening. Acting completely unbothered, Shantian casually brought up the bet they had made earlier. Out of nowhere, a massive bald man with broad shoulders and an intimidating frame appeared behind Insu. She immediately denied being connected to anyone there, but the guy flashed a shady grin and started offering drinks to the girls. Even scared, Insu's classmates tried standing up for her, demanding they stop harassing them. The man, Thander, looked at them with pure contempt and ordered everyone to back off, threatening all of them in the process. Realizing things had gotten out of control because of her, Insu desperately called Shantian. At that exact moment, he was in the middle of brutal training after Yan Honorable's lesson, but the second he saw his cousin's name on the screen, he answered without hesitation. The moment he heard her cry for help, he promised he'd be there in seconds. To him, this was the perfect chance to test out his newly learned combat skills. He bolted through the streets. Thanks to the cloud step technique, his speed became downright superhuman, leaving cars in the dust and sending chills down the spines of drivers who caught only a blur rushing past them. In under 2 minutes, the young man landed right at the cafe entrance. The second he walked inside, rage took over. Thander and his crew were trying to drag the students out by force. Shantian didn't waste time talking. He charged straight at them, scattering the attackers across the room, and within seconds dropped every single attacker. When Xander finally turned around, the sight in front of him was terrifying. His men were sprawled across the floor, completely defeated, while the young man stood there untouched, not even a scratch on him. Fear crept into the thug leader's face as Shantian slowly approached. Panicking, Xander stumbled backward, nervously asking who the hell he was. Shantian only smirked, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him close. Remembering the thug's earlier brag about the soundproof room, he drove a brutal kick straight into Xander's solar plexus. The force launched the man into the door, smashing it apart on impact. Writhing in pain from the damage to his back, the criminal tried crawling away, but Shantian blocked his path. Cold as ice, the young man repeated the thug's own words back to him. "Nobody's coming to save you." Then he shut the door behind them, sealing the room. Outside, the students standing in the cafe lobby turned pale as agonized screams echoed through the walls. The sounds of bones cracking and painful screams seeped through the door, freezing everyone outside in fear. When the door finally opened, Shantian stepped out calmly, dusting off his shoulder like nothing had happened. He simply announced that the problem had been taken care of. Inside, the room looked wrecked, furniture smashed to pieces, and the attacker lying on the floor covered in bruises, barely able to breathe. The sound of an ambulance siren shattered the silence, quickly followed by the police arriving on scene. As officers secured the area, Insu rushed forward, shouting that Shantian had only saved them from an attack. One of the officers told her to stay calm. Keeping a relaxed smile, Shantian reassured his cousin that everything would be ruled self-defense, and there was nothing to worry about. Sensing this wasn't the time to argue, Insu reluctantly stayed quiet, trusting his confidence. As Xander was wheeled away on a stretcher, he screamed down the street for a lawyer, still ranting about the strength of the guy who beat him. Shaken but determined, Insu immediately called her mother. After explaining everything, she was surprised by how calm the woman sounded. She already knew what had happened. In a composed voice, she promised to handle everything and immediately contacted Mr. Su, ordering that no employees be punished or fired, stressing how serious the situation involving his son really was. After ending the call, Shantian's aunt reassured Bin's parents, carrying herself like someone completely in control. Meanwhile, less than 30 minutes later, Shantian was already sitting on the steps outside the local police station. The whole process had wrapped up suspiciously fast, even though he knew the attackers might try to flip the blame and accuse him of assault. The young man walked calmly through the 4th residential district. The silence of the city broke when his phone rang. On the other end, his mother confirmed exactly what he expected. The road was clear, and he'd be released without any major problems. Before hanging up, his aunt told him to come visit the next day. Shantian ended the call, trying to figure out the reason for the sudden invitation, but nothing made sense. As he walked through the city, neon lights reflected across the streets, giving the night an energetic glow. Eventually, he wandered into a cozy cafe to grab dinner. As soon as he settles at the table and opens the menu, a young woman in a red dress walks over with a playful smile and greets him. Moments later, a brunette wearing a sporty tracksuit asks if they can sit with him. Always polite, Shantian agrees. But Bin Bin, who came with the girl in the tracksuit, immediately frowns, clearly irritated by the casual friendliness and easy conversation. Trying to keep things from escalating, the girl in the tracksuit calms Bin Bin down, placing a hand on his waist. Shantian watches the interaction closely, but then his expression suddenly changes. He stares directly at the young woman and says, with unsettling seriousness, that she is seriously ill. The comment leaves everyone at the table stunned. Bin Bin instantly loses his temper, slamming his fist onto the table and threatening to call the police for harassment. Shantian stays completely calm and begins listing exact symptoms: insomnia, constant irritability, and a grim prediction that she wouldn't live past 30. The color drains from the girl's face. Visibly shaken, she asks how he could possibly know something that specific. Shantian quietly revises his estimate. She would only live to 27. The tension around the table becomes unbearable. Bin Bin quickly tries convincing his girlfriend that it's all nonsense, standing up and insisting they leave. But frozen by fear, the girl ignores him and turns back to Shantian, desperately asking if there's any cure. Shantian lets out a short, bitter laugh and comments that if he explained the treatment method, Bin Bin would probably beat him up before he even finished the sentence. The woman in the red dress, who had been quietly observing everything, steps closer to the table, looks over at the group, and curiously asks what exactly is going on. The moment she hears that the only possible treatment would involve marriage, the girl in the tracksuit visibly trembles in shock. Sensing how heavy the atmosphere has become, Shantian awkwardly laughs, lightly grabs her by the arms, and tries to brush everything off as nothing more than a terrible joke. Before leaving, the group places a gold business card on the table. The woman in the red dress, somehow even more mysterious now, leans toward him, gently kisses his forehead, and whispers that the deal is done. Shantian stands there watching the pair walk away. The girl in red quickly catches up to Bin Bin, leaving him alone with a head full of questions. He can't understand the strange kiss, or why everything happened so fast without anyone asking another question. The next morning, he heads to his aunt's office, located in one of the tallest towers in the city. Time is not on his side, he got distracted, and, despite rushing, arrives out of breath and running late. The moment he opens the door and apologizes, Shantian freezes. Sitting across from his aunt are Bin Bin's parents and the same girl from the cafe. The shock hits instantly. The man turns toward him, and his aunt, visibly confused, asks how they already know each other. Bin Bin reacts with open disdain, crossing his arms and trying to distance himself from the awkward situation. His mother, however, notices the tension immediately and asks her nephew what exactly he did to the girl. Sitting on the couch, Shantian calmly assures everyone that nothing happened. Then his aunt smiles knowingly and points directly at him before dropping a bombshell. Shantian is officially the girl's fiancé. The room erupts. Both of them shout in protest at the exact same time. Bin Bin turns red with frustration, while Shantian looks completely dissatisfied with the news. Furious, the girl jumps off the couch and points at him, ready to fight the decision. She starts angrily waving her hands around, demanding the engagement be cancelled immediately, and insisting she never asked to get married. Shantian awkwardly tries stepping in, saying the Bin family just needs to stay strong during such a difficult moment, but the silence that follows is painfully tense. Left with no other choice, Bin Bin eventually gives in to the aunt's demands. The girl's parents bow deeply, grateful for the woman's help, while their daughter stays stiff, glaring at her so-called fiancé with pure disdain. The moment Shantian leaves the office, he catches up with the young woman and demands a proper explanation. She quickly lays out a simple plan. He only needs to pretend to be her boyfriend. The reason? The mayor's daughter, Lin, is obsessed with Yino, and this fake relationship is supposedly the only way to keep things under control. Seeing an opening, Shantian asks about his own parents. Before she can answer, his aunt steps in with a mysterious smile and casually reveals something that completely shakes him. His mother is still alive. Shantian is left speechless. For his entire life, he believed he was an orphan, and now he can't understand why the truth had been hidden for so many years. He follows his aunt all the way to the car, desperately demanding answers, but she stays cold and distant. Looking visibly uncomfortable, the woman quietly admits that she may disappear soon, and that he'll have to become strong enough to protect her. Shantian reaches for her hand, demanding more details, but she shuts the conversation down and leaves. The next day, wandering through the city of Hangai, Shantian can't stop replaying the conversation in his head. Frustration eats away at him. He regrets how quickly he agreed to his aunt's terms without thinking things through. As they drive through the city together, the woman takes advantage of his distracted state and asks for another favor. Still confused and emotionally overwhelmed, Shantian ends up agreeing again. Their ride is suddenly interrupted by panicked screams. A robbery has just happened. A man riding an orange motorcycle snatches a pedestrian's purse and speeds away at full throttle. The biker zooms right past Shantian, glancing at him briefly before dismissing him completely. Never imagining the young man posed any threat, Shantian clenches his fist. The thief keeps laughing to himself, feeling untouchable as he pushes the orange bike even faster. He has absolutely no idea what's coming. Fed up and eager to vent his frustration, Shantian makes his move, activating the Phantom Cloud Immortal Steps. His speed becomes downright inhuman, effortlessly outpacing every sports car on the road. The thief glances back, confident, but in the blink of an eye, Shantian is already right beside him. The young man grabs the motorcycle's handlebars firmly. The criminal, completely stunned, can't even process how someone on foot caught up to him so fast. Shantian wastes no time. He lands a precise strike that throws the bike off balance. The motorcycle spins out of control, cuts across the road, and slams violently into a concrete pillar. The impact crushes the bike into a pile of twisted metal and sends the thief flying several feet away. The man crashes hard onto the ground, groaning in pain, while Shantian calmly walks over to retrieve the stolen purse. Just as the young man bends down to pick it up, movement from the left catches his attention. Instinctively, he turns and blocks a powerful kick from an attacker who seemingly came out of nowhere. He grabs the attacker's ankle, only to be met with an angry glare. It was the young woman, Lin Binbin. The moment she's restrained, she explodes in frustration, protesting about being grabbed like that. Confused, Shantian asks what she's doing there, but the girl snaps back, demanding that he call her by the correct name. Lin Binbin pulls out a police badge and confronts him, claiming he was caught red-handed holding stolen property. Shantian freezes. Faced with such an absurd situation, he starts stammering, desperately trying to explain that he was the hero here, not the criminal. The situation flips when the purse owner, still out of breath from running, finally reaches them and shouts to the officer that Shantian is innocent. She explains that the man lying on the ground is the real thief and that the young man only helped recover her belongings. Bin Bin rubs her forehead in frustration over the misunderstanding, while another officer steps away to deal with the arrested criminal. Shantian hands the purse back to the woman, who thanks him endlessly. In a surprising gesture, the young man even pulls out a 100-yuan bill and offers it to her. She stares at him, confused and embarrassed, asking why he's giving her money. Shantian bursts into laughter and explains, years ago, he had borrowed that amount from a nurse at a hospital and never got the chance to pay it back. The woman's eyes widen as she finally recognizes him. Shantian, she exclaims, remembering how he once turned down a 5 million reward. Shantian furrows his brows, the memory of the money coming back to him, though he still can't remember her name. While she invites him to lunch, Shantian claims he's in a rush because of urgent matters and quickly says goodbye. Bin Bin tries to order him to stay and give a statement, but the moment she turns her head, the young man has already vanished at blinding speed, leaving her speechless. After dealing with the thief, Bin Bin heads to a hotel where she has a meeting with Shantian's aunt. The moment she walks into the room, already apologizing for being late because of the street incident, she freezes. To her surprise, Shantian is sitting at the table beside Madame, casually drinking orange juice through a straw. Bin Bin completely loses her composure, clenching her fists as she angrily blurts out, "Why are you here again? How do you keep showing up everywhere I go?" The young man lets out a mocking laugh and responds with complete calm. Madame assigns the pair a mission to hunt down a third-level assassin. Bin Bin visibly tries to avoid the conversation, clearly uncomfortable. At the same time, the officer lays down one clear rule for her fiancé. Anything unrelated to the task force is off limits. She hands him a file on the target, and he, interested in clues about his father's past, who died the same night as his partner's father, accepts the mission. Under the glow of neon lights, the tension rises. Bin Bin threatens consequences if he messes up, while the young man fires back that he's only there because he has no choice. Their argument gets interrupted when they analyze the target, a tall man in a suit standing outside a bar. Bin guesses the guy is probably a banker or office worker. The young man sarcastically points out that he looks more like security. She pushes back, explaining that the outfit is common for office jobs while maintaining the confidence of someone who knows the field. The focus shifts when they question a sloppy-looking man nearby about his appearance. He admits he was in a hurry, and the young man oddly confesses his admiration for sharply dressed men, leaving the officer confused about his priorities. Their attention returns to the parking lot. After her partner keeps insisting, the officer finally gives in and accepts his help with the investigation. They approach the club, take a deep breath, and step inside, ready for confrontation. The party was packed. On stage, a local performer had the crowd completely hyped, turning the venue into a sea of people. Lost in the crowd, Bin wondered where the assassin could be. Staying calm, her partner suggested they blend in by dancing. He pulled her close, pressing their bodies together. Bin, though clearly embarrassed, went along with it. What she didn't know was that the young man had activated his X-ray vision, a sensor capable of tracking targets even in complete darkness. Shortly after, he made a firm call. No one there matched the criminal's profile. Trusting her instincts, the officer challenged his conclusion, but he insisted they wait. Annoyed, she smacked his arm to make him let go, forbidding any physical contact. He backed off, raising his hands in surrender, until a sudden change in his expression stopped the argument cold. He had found the trail. The target was the bartender. Watching him closely, the man lit a cigarette, the flame from the lighter revealing the sharp details of his face. It was him. The bartender served a glass, and the young man took it, confirming the identity through a quick scan of his features. That's when he realized it. The assassin was standing right behind them. To avoid drawing suspicion, the young man pulled Bin close and kissed her. Shocked, she tried to react, but he whispered instructions for her to stay still, warning that any sudden movement could be fatal. The kiss continued, masking their surveillance, while the target casually chatted with the bartender right behind them. Amid the tense atmosphere, Bin asked what their next move was and whether they should call for backup. The young man explained that, in a situation like this, acting fast was the only way to prevent an imminent murder. He wanted an immediate arrest, and Bin, revealing that this was her first kiss, prepared herself for the final move. Meanwhile, the bartender slowly approached the man sitting at the counter. The exchange of a package for 2 pairs of red lens glasses at the bar marked the start of the operation. The young man broke the kiss, telling Bin to stop pretending, because the target had already noticed them. Still flustered by his boldness, she demanded an explanation, but quickly shifted her focus back to the chase. Determined, she moved toward the man, only for the young man to pull her back after realizing they weren't alone. Henchmen had already blocked the way. The young man burst forward at superhuman speed. Chaos erupted inside the bar. The guards, possibly drunk, stood no chance against the sudden attack and were knocked down instantly. Bin complained that the main target had escaped, but her partner explained the situation. The man belonged to the Unstable Sands organization, making any capture far more complicated. Before she could argue back, a phone rang in the distance. The young man insisted that Bin put on the glasses they had just acquired. The moment she wore them, she was stunned. The lenses revealed traces of night vision dust the young man had secretly spread around the area. However, their surveillance hit a snag. A suspicious figure, a woman in a short skirt with an odd appearance, suddenly crossed their path. The young man wasted no time, confronting the person and exposing the truth. He knew it was actually a man in disguise, noticing obvious details beneath the makeup and clothes. Faced with the threat of police involvement, the cornered individual lowered his guard. The young man handed him a wig and new clothes, demanding that the disguise be improved. It was the only way to continue the pursuit without attracting even more hostile attention under the circumstances. The companion's initial hesitation faded under the young man's persistence, as he appealed to her ambition of joining the special forces. Pressured by promises of career growth, she accepted the change of clothes. Fully disguised and wearing a smug grin, she declared herself ready to prove her worth or make up for any mission failure. Their destination was a karaoke bar. On the way there, she questioned how he could be so certain about the route, considering only she could track the glowing trail using the night vision dust. He brushed it off, crediting his accuracy to professional instinct, hiding the fact that he actually depended on her to guide the search. When they reached the reception area, the young man took control. Even without X-ray vision, his ability to process details through glass surfaces exceeded all expectations. It didn't take long for him to identify the critical location, a room on the left. Tension spiked when a woman accidentally dropped a photograph. The young man quickly picked it up. It was Zenru. There was the confirmation. She was the assassin's target. An employee confirmed that Zenru had reserved a private room. Even as the effects of the night vision dust started to fade, the protagonist remained confident, leading them to the correct door. He ordered his partner to report the situation to headquarters, making sure she stayed out of sight for a while. While she went off to make the report, the protagonist strategically positioned himself in the hallway. Without wasting a second, he locked eyes on the security camera above him, carefully adjusting his posture to keep the lens from capturing his identity as he prepared to break in. The moment he spotted the hidden camera, the young man acted fast. He crouched down as if adjusting the strap of his sandal and, with surgical precision, flicked a coin straight at the device. The hit was perfect, instantly disabling the surveillance. His partner, who had just stepped out of one of the rooms, thanked him for the help and asked for his contact information for future missions, while he focused on the target appearing ahead. The man, noticing the pair, exploded in anger. He didn't recognize the place, but instinct kicked in. He pulled out a weapon, quickly hiding it again, and tried to intimidate the protagonist by threatening to call the authorities. Big mistake. The young man moved in one smooth motion, using the technique known as the immortal steps of the wandering clouds. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind his opponent. Using 2 fingers, he struck a pressure point on the man's neck and immediately followed up with a firm blow that immobilized his head. The ease of the maneuver made him reflect on how much he had evolved. What once felt like a nightmare in the unstable sands was now effortless thanks to the training passed down by his master. Searching the defeated man, he found a necklace concealing a dagger. The blade gleamed with a cold, deadly edge the moment it was revealed. It was a high-quality weapon, and he wasted no time claiming it for himself. At that moment, his partner rushed back, warning him that his aunt was on the way and that they needed to disappear immediately to avoid raising more suspicion. She repeated her gratitude, promising to repay the favor once he officially joined the Special Operations Department. They left quickly, abandoning the aftermath of the confrontation. The goodbye was brief. As soon as the girl left, the protagonist pulled out his phone and called Senru. The warning was direct. An assassin was hunting her. Clearly shaken by the revelation, Senru asked where he was and arranged a meeting to discuss the situation. The trip was interrupted by a commotion. 2 men were beating a third man in an alley. Curled up and crying, the victim stood no chance of defending himself. Disgusted by the cowardice of 2 against 1, the protagonist decided to step in. The attackers tried to intimidate him, telling him to mind his own business, but he refused to back down. The confrontation was over in a flash. With a swift movement, the young man neutralized the first attacker with a precise kick to the leg. When the second tried to fight back, he was overwhelmed by a vicious bite to the hand, shredding the man's resistance within seconds as blood sprayed everywhere. After eliminating the threat and giving them a harsh lesson about abusing strength, the protagonist turned his attention to the man lying on the ground. The guy, who introduced himself as Gao, thanked him for the rescue, and impressed by the power he had just witnessed, begged to be accepted as a student. The protagonist cut through the praise and got straight to the point. Why had he gotten beaten up in the first place? Gao confessed that the whole mess started because those men had stolen his girlfriend. The young man quickly corrected him. His girlfriend hadn't been stolen. She had left by choice. Shantian used the moment to deliver a brutally honest lesson. Without money or power, failure in relationships was almost inevitable. If Gao wanted someone by his side, he needed to become stronger. Driven by desperation, Gao accepted the challenge. Ignoring warnings about how dangerous that path could be, he claimed he had nothing left to lose. The protagonist finally gave in, handing him a business card under one condition. He had to convince the person on the other end of the line to accept him as a disciple. Their farewell was brief, leaving Gao ecstatic over the opportunity. Not long after, while walking down the street, a red car suddenly stopped beside him. Senru was behind the wheel, bringing an air of urgency with her. She explained the trap the elders had set, even going as far as hiring an assassin from the Unstable Sands organization to eliminate her. Shantian asked whether surrendering, giving up her share of the business, would be enough to guarantee peace. She shut the idea down immediately, convinced that handing over her assets would be a fatal mistake. Her enemies feared her comeback, which meant they would never let her stay alive. When pressed about how she planned to solve the situation, she asked for 3 days of trust. Without using illegal methods, she promised she would gather everything necessary to destroy the elders' influence and turn the tables in her favor. The plan was simple: bankrupt the enemies. Cutting off the flow of money meant wiping out the elders' power once and for all. Focused on strategy, the car eventually stopped in front of an enormous mansion. There, Senru made an unexpected move. She handed the young man a set of keys and declared that this would be his home from now on. Though confused, he accepted, and she explained that if an attack happened, he would need full access to the property. Their routine was interrupted by Tiantian's arrival. The little girl ran into the protagonist's arms, complaining about how much she missed him. Senru dismissed the staff, announcing that the day was officially over. She pointed out the room prepared for him, leaving the young man visibly uncomfortable. A sudden noise shattered the silence, startling the girls awake. Instantly, the protagonist took control of the situation. He ordered both of them to stay calm and remain still. With quick reflexes, he gripped his dagger and headed straight for the hallway. The sound was coming directly from Senru's empty bedroom. Without hesitation, Shantian flung the door open and warned the intruder that the ambush had already failed because he knew exactly where he was hiding. From behind a curtain, the enemy revealed himself, a man in brown socks holding a pistol in his left hand. He muttered about his own bad luck at being discovered but quickly aimed the weapon at the boy, demanding to know his target's name before pulling the trigger. Completely confident in his sharpened senses, Shantian simply smiled, readied his blade, and revealed his identity. The gunman's reaction was immediate. The man had already read the young man's file and froze in shock upon realizing he was facing Shang Lon's son, an absolute legend feared across China before the age of 20. Mocking him, the intruder claimed that a well-behaved student like him would never even come close to becoming his father's equal. The atmosphere turned heavier when the negotiation shifted direction. Shantian delivered a direct ultimatum. He would spare the gunman's life if he revealed everything he knew about Shang Lon. The enemy burst into laughter and fired back with his own demand, insisting on the family's heavenly scroll in exchange for the boy's survival. Without backing down an inch and fully ready for bloodshed, Shantian calmly stated that the artifact was right there with him. The message was clear. The assassin was free to try his luck and take it. The intruder grew serious and revealed that the boy's father had been one of the 4 great martial masters of China. When Shantian demanded to know how his father died, the man claimed ignorance and repeated his demand for the heavenly scroll. Surprisingly, the young man simply tossed the artifact to him. Treasure in hand, the gunman arrogantly declared that he would spare the boy's life as an act of mercy. Shantian ignored the bragging and cornered him instead, demanding to know who the true target of the mission was. The assassin finally confessed. Senru was the one marked for death. The entire dynamic shifted when the protagonist proposed a game. The man would have exactly 3 sentences to convince him not to kill him, wasting the first chance. The thug mocked the threat, questioning how a mere kid could possibly kill him. On the second attempt, he tried bargaining by offering more information about the dead master. Finally, he used his last chance to reveal the existence of a total of 8 scrolls. None of the plays worked. Calculating that killing someone there would create a huge mess and ruin the room, Shantian showed no mercy. With one fast, precise strike to the neck, he dropped the enemy instantly, knocking him unconscious on the spot. As the body collapsed, the boy muttered that the right answer had been simple. All the man had to do was promise to leave Senru alone. Moments later, the girl herself appeared at the door, trembling in fear from the commotion. The young man reassured her, saying he would be a terrible protector if he couldn't handle some random thug. Terrified, she threw herself into his arms. Shantian hugged her back and gently told her to calm down and go change clothes. Wiping away her tears, Senru nodded and said she would make something for them to eat. But first she needed to know one thing. Would he protect her forever? The answer came instantly. He promised that nothing bad would ever happen to her or her sister. Charmed by the response, the young woman smiled and left the room. The moment she turned away, Shantian's expression hardened, and he pulled out his phone. With the situation under control, Shantian decided to call in his contacts to clean up the mess. Before long, his support team arrived. At the front door, the protagonist was greeted respectfully by Gawai, Old Su, and the young Faju. While Senru tried to be welcoming and invited them inside, Faju accidentally let slip just how much Brother Su constantly praised the boy's incredible martial arts potential. Cutting straight through the small talk, Shantian led the group to the unconscious man on the floor. He identified the thug as a member of the Unstable Sands organization and assigned the task. The team had to extract every bit of information possible from the intruder and then dump him at the police station with one clear warning attached. Old Su assured him the job would get done and used the opportunity to bring up a new mission. An important competition was about to take place at Lulin Villa, involving property disputes and high-stakes bidding. The boy accepted the task immediately, sealing the deal before his allies headed out. Back in the silence of the house, Shantian's mind drifted to the mystery of the 8 scrolls, wondering just how much power the complete set could unleash. His thoughts were interrupted by Senru. When he asked about Tiantian, the The girl made a disbelieving gesture, confirming that her friend slept so deeply she was still snoring, completely unaware that they had nearly died moments earlier. The adrenaline finally faded, and Senru opened up emotionally. Fighting back tears, she confessed that years of handling everything alone had been cruel, but now his presence made the house finally feel like home. For the first time, she had a safe harbor. Instead of answering with words, Shantian firmly pulled her closer and kissed her out of nowhere. Later, the romance between them was already attracting attention outside. As they walked down the street, the couple quickly became the center of local gossip. A group of girls whispered nearby, instantly recognizing the young woman while desperately trying to figure out who the mysterious guy walking beside Miss Zen actually was. But the boy's mind was somewhere else entirely. He was trying to process the fact that he had reached the second level of celestial awakening. That sudden breakthrough was a direct result of his connection with Senru, a power boost he definitely hadn't expected to gain so quickly. The scene soon shifted to the company's meeting room. The moment the pair walked through the doors, the atmosphere turned heavy. The board members and shareholders were already seated, and the boy's presence was immediately unwelcome. One executive picked a fight right away, attacking Miss Zen for dragging some random kid into a confidential meeting and speaking about him with open disrespect. Senru didn't back down even an inch. She took full responsibility for the young man's actions, officially declaring him her employee and mocking the insults, making it clear that the arrogant shareholder couldn't even compare to him. The argument escalated fast. The man tried humiliating her by calling her shameless, but all he did was light the fuse. Mercilessly, the young businesswoman threw the truth in everyone's face. She openly accused them of being the real masterminds behind every nightmare she had recently endured. The car accident, the kidnapping, and the hired assassin breaking into her home. To prove she wasn't bluffing, she slammed a thick stack of documents onto the center of the table, daring anyone there to deny their crimes. Panic spread instantly. The executives leaned over the papers, and as they reviewed the evidence, cold sweat started dripping down most of their foreheads. Arms crossed and eyes cold, Senru simply watched as fear swallowed the boardroom whole. The man who had insulted her still tried shouting in desperation, claiming everything was fabricated to destroy them. But his protests were useless, while the rest of the directors kept reading the undeniable proof of their downfall. The company's old guard tried fighting the evidence, yelling that the documents were completely fake. But the act didn't last long, and the businessman's real intentions came into the open. The plan had always been to pressure the girl into selling her shares for next to nothing and force her out of the CEO position. But Senru still had one final card to play. Cold and calculating, she announced that she would use the evidence to send the traders straight to prison and, as a bonus, redistribute their shares in the company to whichever executives stayed loyal. Watching everything unfold, Shantian couldn't help but admire the young woman's intelligence and precision. Out of options, one of the higher-ups tried shifting the blame. He pointed straight at Shantian, accusing the boy of being the true mastermind behind a conspiracy to destroy the family's reputation. Senru tried stepping in and telling the man to shut up, but the protagonist took control of the situation himself. He turned toward his partner and asked one direct question. Would wiping those 5 old men off the map solve the problem? She had asked for caution just days earlier, but the young man reminded everyone that the assassins hunting them weren't exactly the type to play by the rules. One of the executives tried to challenge him, questioning the threat. The answer came in the form of a brutal punch straight to the face. As the old man staggered back in shock from the impact, the young man simply smirked and mocked him, saying the guy's arrogance had practically been begging for a hit like that. The tension from the knockout was abruptly interrupted when an employee appeared at the door. He informed the businesswoman that the manager's delivery had arrived outside, waiting to hand over some specific materials. Without losing her composure, she ordered them to bring everything into the room, while Shantian remained in attack position, fully prepared to finish what he started. The atmosphere inside the meeting room exploded the moment the supposed delivery man stepped in. Still gripping the arrogant executive by the collar, Shantian noticed something immediately felt off: the heavy sound of footsteps. Without letting go of the businessman, he sarcastically questioned since when office workers started wearing military tactical boots. The act collapsed instantly. The fake messenger threw papers into the air, pulled a knife out of nowhere, and charged straight at Senru. The businesswoman tried to back away in panic, but the protagonist reacted in a fraction of a second. One sharp strike to the attacker's wrist, he sent the blade flying across the floor. Before the assassin could even blink, Shantian vanished from sight and reappeared, pinning him against the wall. Shocked by that inhuman speed, the thug desperately reached for his gun, threatening to shoot. The humiliation came fast. The boy casually opened his free hand, letting a shower of bullets fall onto the meeting room floor. He had already emptied the revolver's cylinder without anyone even noticing. Using a high-level movement technique, Shantian glided toward the assassin and pressed two razor-sharp fingers against his throat. The entire room froze in terror. With a deadly stare, the young man demanded to know which executive had paid for the dirty work, delivering a final ultimatum. They would transfer all their shares to Senru and turn themselves in to the police, or none of them would leave alive. Panic spread among the shareholders as people started shouting over one another. Right in the middle of the chaos, police stormed into the room asking who had made the emergency call. Seizing the opportunity, one of the executives pointed directly at the boy, accusing him of being armed and responsible for all the trouble. The officer marched to the center of the office, demanding to know who was in charge of the situation. Without hesitating for even a second, Miss Zen stepped forward, got the officer's attention, and firmly declared that she was responsible for everything. The supposed police officer ordered the businesswoman to come with him to give a statement. When Shantian questioned what they planned to do with the captured assassin sitting right there in the room, the officer brushed it off, claiming backup units were on the way and telling the boy to stay put. Senru found it strange when she was guided toward a hidden exit of the building, but the man quickly explained that his patrol car was parked in the back. Meanwhile, as the protagonist sent instructions to his own people to block every escape route, the office's main doors suddenly burst open as a real tactical police squad stormed inside. A female officer rushed in, ordering everyone not to move. The boy recognized her immediately and casually asked if she was the backup they had just mentioned. Her answer instantly triggered alarm bells. Her unit was the first and only one to arrive. It hit Shantian immediately. The first officer had been an imposter. Outside, the situation was already spiraling out of control. The fake cop threw open the trunk of a car and ordered Senru to get inside. Furious, she stood her ground and refused, arguing that she was there to cooperate with the law and wasn't some criminal to be shoved into a trunk like cargo. When the man tried grabbing her by force, the girl immediately sensed the danger and demanded to know who he really was. Shantian was already sprinting through the streets in panic, desperately trying to call the young woman while the real police followed behind him. The entire situation had been a perfectly calculated trap. From the rooftop of a nearby building, a sniper gave the signal, and multiple armed thugs began pulling out their weapons. In the final split second, the boy reached Senru, grabbed her, and hurled her out of the line of fire just before the bloodbath could begin. Chaos erupted outside when one of the officers was shot in the shoulder, screaming for everyone to take cover from the sniper. Still shielding Senru with his own body, Shantian quickly analyzed the area and realized the sniper's aim had suddenly disappeared. The enemy had already retreated. One of the officers tried asking how he knew that, but the boy ignored her completely, focusing only on calming down the shaken executive. He understood perfectly well that the assassins weren't giving up anytime soon. Sending two hitmen at once was proof that Senru's nightmare was far from over. The following morning, the tense atmosphere gave way to a sunny day and an intense school basketball game. The court was alive with skilled shots and girls cheering wildly, while one player even asked to sit out after hurting his leg from jumping too much. But Shantian's mind was far away from the game. He was replaying recent events, calculating his next move against the mercenaries, when his danger radar suddenly went off. He fixed his eyes on the bleachers and spotted an isolated, suspicious figure, a man wearing a black hoodie. The moment the intruder realized he had been spotted and started backing away, the protagonist didn't hesitate. Pulling off flawless parkour with superhuman agility, Shantian vaulted over the guardrails and took off after the enemy, abruptly abandoning the scene and leaving the girls in the stands speechless, with one of them silently hoping he would be okay. The frantic chase moved beyond the basketball courts and into an area surrounded by dense trees and thick bushes. The boy's speed was overwhelming, and he quickly caught up with the target. Realizing he had nowhere left to run, the hooded man stopped, turned to face him, and tried intimidation instead, asking whether the young man wasn't afraid that he had been lured straight into a deadly ambush. Relentless as ever, Shantian already had an answer waiting on the tip of his tongue. The boy believed the criminal syndicate was still hunting Senru, even with the original masterminds already behind bars. The hooded man, however, revealed the true nature of the ambush. The businesswoman no longer mattered. The real target now was Shantian himself, hunted solely because he carried his father's bloodline. Without wasting time on conversation, the assassin lunged forward with a blade in hand. Shantian answered in kind, drawing his dagger wrapped in a green aura. The mercenary recognized the weapon immediately, declaring that the boy was just as much of a thorn in the side as his father and deserved the same fate. While the protagonist tried squeezing information out of him about his family's deaths, the enemy carefully analyzed his level of power. The thug admitted he had been fooled by the boy's ordinary appearance and was shocked to realize Shantian had already mastered the early stage of the martial level known as Huan. Calculating that the young man would become an uncontrollable monster in the future, the assassin decided to finish him off right there. He unleashed a deadly barrage of razor-sharp discs. Moving like lightning, Shantian dodged purely on instinct. The projectiles sliced through the air and severed tree trunks around them like paper, leaving the boy stunned by the brutal power of a second-class enemy. The real shock, however, hit the attacker. Watching his technique get avoided so effortlessly, the mercenary panicked and realized his fatal mistake. Shantian was far beyond the beginner stage. Overcome with fear, the assassin turned and ran for his life, but it was useless. In a split second, the protagonist caught up and crushed him. The hunt ended with the boy standing cold and unshaken over the enemy's bloodied body, demanding that he explain exactly how to reach the final stage of that power. Staring at the defeated enemy bleeding on the ground, Shantian became certain those thugs knew nothing about his father's past. Accepting that he would uncover the truth another way in the future, he turned his back and walked away. Still drenched in sweat from the battle, the boy met up with his old gray-haired master. The reunion was brief and carried the tone of a goodbye. The veteran revealed he would be leaving the city of Hangai the following day and used their final moments to deliver a serious warning. The boy needed to be extra careful around the unstable Sans faction. Unsure of what the future held, Shantian simply thanked him for all the training, saying goodbye respectfully before continuing on his way. Later, danger gave way to routine. Shantian was riding in the backseat of a speeding car. The girl sitting in the passenger seat asked him about the chase from earlier, but he brushed it off easily, lying that he had simply mistaken a stranger for an old friend. The trip was interrupted when Shantian's phone rang. On the other end, a desperate student confessed that she had run away from home just to train martial arts under him, going against her family's wishes. With absolutely no patience for teenage drama, the boy got annoyed and abruptly hung up. The driver, a woman named Wen, immediately tried to pry, asking who had called, but he brushed the question aside. Trying to ease the mood inside the car, the girl in the passenger seat explained to Wen that Shantian was only her cousin pretending to be her boyfriend to keep up appearances. The driver looked surprised. She had assumed the boy was some shameless playboy since he always seemed surrounded by different girls. The comment irritated the protagonist, who fired back without hesitation, calling Wen nosy and annoying. The insult instantly set the driver off, making her yell at him to repeat what he had just said. While the argument exploded inside the moving car, reality looked very different elsewhere in the city. The runaway student stared at her phone in panic, hearing nothing but the sound of the disconnected call. After breaking ties with her parents and getting hung up on by her master, she was now alone on the street with nowhere to go. Feeling ignored by her teacher, the runaway student decided her only option was to pull a scam and squeeze some money out of someone. The perfect target appeared right ahead, a blue car approaching down the road. Without thinking twice, she ran forward and threw herself toward the vehicle. Behind the wheel, Wen barely had time to yell for everyone to hold on before slamming the brakes. The violent jolt sent everyone lurching forward. Outside, the girl rolled near the tire and launched into an Oscar-worthy performance, crying loudly and pretending both her arms and legs were broken. From inside the car, Shantian saw through the act immediately. Completely unimpressed, he simply stated that nothing serious had happened. Desperate to be heard, the scammer kept calling for teacher, dragging the drama out as much as possible. But Wen was the one who exploded in anger. Furious, the driver jumped out of the car, grabbed the girl, and gave her a brutal scolding. She called her a brat and threatened serious consequences for trying to extort people by faking an accident. Shantian quickly cut the situation short, shutting the whole act down as the group regrouped to continue their plans. With the chaos behind them, the focus shifted to dinner. The girl accompanying the protagonist admitted the outing had actually been Wen's idea. Apparently, the The boy's insane performance on the basketball court had attracted a lot of attention, and two girls were absolutely determined to meet him. It didn't take long for the meetup to happen. The two young women approached the group. One of them got straight to the point, shaking the boy's hand and openly admitting she had become a huge fan after the game, while the protagonist was still trying to process the fact that he apparently had a fan club now. The girl suddenly threw out a bizarre challenge. She claimed to have heard a rumor that he had the ability to guess what kind of underwear women were wearing and demanded that he prove it right then and there. With a crooked smile and gritted teeth, Shantian didn't back down. Since she had asked for it, he accepted the challenge on the spot. The fan's suggestion about revealing her underwear completely caught Shantian off guard. While she kept pushing the joke, he tried figuring out what her real intentions were. He asked whether she was wearing some kind of disguise or hiding who she really was. The fan's friend jumped in, teasing the girl and suggesting that maybe he was only interested in girls with plastic surgery, but Shantian denied it, saying he was only curious about her unusual style of clothing. The fan admitted that she wore oversized clothes because she felt insecure about her body and didn't consider herself attractive. In a bold move, she suddenly asked her idol to date her. The other girl tried to interrupt, but Shantian fired back, questioning why he would get involved with someone who kept calling herself unattractive. Things heated up when the fan, offended, demanded to know who had spread that rumor and suggested she could prove him wrong herself. Shantian immediately accepted the challenge, but with so many people around, nothing could happen there. Before they could head somewhere more private, his friends dragged him away, already exhausted by the girl's non-stop teasing. The peace didn't last long. Near home, they were approached by a young man waiting for Senru. Completely ignoring Shantian's presence, the stranger started hitting on her, insisting he still had a chance. To seal the forced attempt at romance, the man proudly showed off a brand new red BMW and tried shoving the keys into her hands. Senru rejected the gift with open disgust, but the guy insisted that once a gift was offered, it couldn't be taken back. Shantian stepped forward, casually snatching the keys out of the man's hands. Seeing an opportunity, the guy proposed a deal. Shantian could keep the car as long as he stayed away from Senru forever. Without hesitation, the boy agreed to take the vehicle and started walking away, leaving the man frozen in the middle of the street before suddenly stopping to process what had just happened. Shantian walked over to the grandfather, who was resting with his cane, and proudly showed off the red BMW keys like a trophy. Announcing that the car now belonged to the old man, Senru panicked, scolding the boy for making fun of someone with physical limitations and begging him to give the vehicle back. Shantian ignored the lecture and simply asked if Grandpa wanted the gift. Without thinking twice, the old man grabbed the keys and headed straight for the car. The original owner desperately tried to intervene, but it was already too late. Grandpa climbed behind the wheel and, before anyone could react, slammed on the gas. Within seconds, the car sped forward and crashed violently into a wall. The scene quickly turned into full-on heartbreak. The car owner, his perfectly styled hair now completely overshadowed by panic, burst into tears watching his luxury ride destroyed against the wall. The pain wasn't just emotional, it was financial too. Since he hadn't been driving during the crash, insurance probably wouldn't cover the damage. The next morning arrived bright and sunny as Shantian casually went about his routine. While walking to school, he noticed a car pulling up beside him. Sitting in the passenger seat, a girl commented that he looked completely out of place heading to school on foot and suggested he should really have a car. The driver, looking down on him with obvious contempt, immediately shot the idea down, saying there was no way he'd give him a ride. According to him, Shantian brought bad luck, and he had no intention of letting someone like that ruin the spotless interior of his car. The girl tried insisting, but the man stubbornly claimed he'd do anything for her, except open the door for Shantian. Shantian gave a cold warning, pointing out the dangers of reckless driving and mentioning the accident from the day before. Instead of listening, the girl exploded at him, throwing insults and bitterly regretting ever having feelings for someone like him. The argument ended abruptly when the couple's car slammed straight into a truck up ahead. Ignoring yet another accident, Shantian kept walking and soon arrived at the classroom. The place was buzzing with activity as students settled into their seats, unpacked supplies, and waited for class to begin. The humiliation happened publicly. His ex-girlfriend ended things right there, confidently claiming Shantian would never find someone else and mocking his appearance. Completely unfazed, he accepted the breakup, making it clear that people living on entirely different levels and realities simply didn't belong in the same world. The tense atmosphere broke when someone knocked on the classroom door. An unfamiliar young woman stepped inside asking for Shantian. The entire class instantly started whispering, stunned by how beautiful the newcomer was, completely overshadowing the girl who had just dumped him moments earlier. Shantian, however, ignored everyone's reactions. His attention locked onto one thing only, a wooden horse in the girl's hands. In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward, took the object, and demanded to know who had sent her. Without explaining much, she simply instructed him to follow her to someone waiting for him. He left immediately, leaving the class speechless at the sudden shift in status. Far from school, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and a lively urban skyline, the wait finally came to an end. A man spotted the boy in the middle of the street and called out his name. Shock washed over Shantian as he recognized Brother Ma, and he immediately ran over for an emotional hug. An entire decade had passed since they last saw each other, and Ma wasted no time pointing out just how much the young man now resembled his father. Shantian could barely process the reunion. Confirming that he had been the one who sent the wooden horse, Ma finally revealed the identity of the beautiful messenger who had brought him there. She was Labai, his own daughter, the same little girl who used to follow the protagonist around years ago. During their meal, the past resurfaced. When asked about Shantian's father, Brother Ma shared a tense story. Years ago, he had nearly been killed. He only survived because the boy's godmother saved him. Though the price was exile, he was forbidden from ever returning home. Shantian wasn't surprised, remembering that his father had always been a solitary man. To repay the debt of gratitude, Ma offered the young man a place to stay under his own roof. The reunion was interrupted by a business call. An ally needed urgent help dealing with a crisis, as his father had been completely immobilized by a severe gout attack. Ma brought Shantian along for the mission, using the drive to explain the setup. They were heading to deal with an influential construction materials businessman, a man loaded with high-level connections but easily swayed by money. As soon as they arrived at the meeting place, Shantian's attention suddenly shifted. He spotted an elderly man in distress and immediately rushed forward, yelling for no one to touch him, ignoring Ma's shock and the protests from the men nearby, who called him crazy and demanded he let go of the professor. The boy lifted the old man and threw him over his shoulders. Right in the middle of everyone's panic, Shantian flipped the elderly man upside down in one swift movement. The maneuver worked instantly. Now breathing in relief while resting on the couch, the old man thanked the young man for saving his life. Calm and completely unfazed, Shantian simply asked what he had eaten that caused him to choke like that. The elderly man explained that the sickness started after drinking a tonic snow frog soup, supposedly a remedy sent by an old acquaintance. Suspicious, Shantian asked to inspect the dish. As soon as a servant brought the bowl, the young man stirred the liquid, analyzed the contents, and got straight to the point, asking just how deep the bad blood was between the old man and whoever had prepared it. The answer instantly raised the tension. The meal had been delivered by the elderly man's own son. Shantian then gave a deadly diagnosis. The naturally cold essence of the animal, combined with the wrong herbs, had created a lethal cold poison capable of killing even a healthy man in under 3 months. The boy assured everyone the problem could be fixed and only requested a silver acupuncture needle kit. The old man clung to him, begging for help, but the moment was interrupted by one of the men in the room, demanding to see Shantian's medical license. Keeping completely calm, the protagonist admitted he had no diploma at all. The rules were simple. Either they trusted his desire to heal, or he would turn around and leave immediately. Knowing he probably wouldn't have even survived the trip to a luxury hospital without the boy's earlier intervention, the patient decided to trust him. Meanwhile, another suited man was panicking over the phone, yelling that an unlicensed healer was about to commit murder and demanding that real doctors be brought to the scene. Even Brother Ma started feeling uneasy and demanded answers, but Shantian simply explained that he had learned those techniques from his father. The argument ended the second the medical kit arrived. With the patient's approval, the young man opened the case and froze for a moment, completely stunned to recognize the tools inside. They were the legendary divine needles of Bayan. The patient complimented the boy's sharp eye but revealed an important detail. The case didn't contain the originals, only perfect replicas crafted from ancient records. To Shantian, the practical value remained the same. With equipment like that, he guaranteed a full recovery within a month at most. Once he got the green light, treatment began. Standing behind the elderly man, the young hero inserted the first needle. Brother Ma watched nervously, sweating bullets and terrified something might go wrong. but Shantian's control was absolute. The second insertion went so smoothly that the recovery time dramatically dropped. The entire procedure would only take 10 minutes. While the healing continued, the street outside turned into a tactical operation zone. Police cars surrounded the building after receiving a report that hostages were supposedly being held inside. Without a clear view of the situation, the tactical team decided to storm the place. Guns raised, officers rushed upstairs, kicked the door open, and shouted for everyone to surrender with their hands up. The tension vanished instantly. The assault team found nothing but a group of men calmly sitting on the couch. The commanding officer justified the raid by citing a kidnapping report, but the elderly man immediately denied everything, insisting no one had been held captive. Cornered, the person who had called the police in panic quickly shifted tactics. He pointed straight at Shantian and changed the accusation, now claiming the boy was illegally practicing medicine. The act didn't last long. The patient took control of the situation himself, explaining to the officers that the accuser was nothing more than an incompetent doctor who had just been fired. The police call had been nothing but petty revenge. The officers wasted no time cuffing the liar, who whined and begged for mercy while being dragged away. Free from the interrogation, the young man tried to thank the old man, only to be caught off guard. As a reward, the elderly man pushed the needle case toward him. Shantian hesitated, fully aware of how priceless the item was, but the veteran shut the discussion down, saying a relic like that only belonged in the hands of someone who truly knew how to use it. The protagonist accepted the gift with a satisfied smile. Right outside the building, he ran into Officer Bin Bin and immediately tried to break the ice by calling her his girlfriend. She shut down the familiarity on the spot. Getting straight to business, she made it clear she only came looking for him because his aunt had asked for help. The mission was risky and straightforward. Infiltrate an underground casino, find a target named Bangan, and figure out who was really pulling the strings behind him. There was one obvious problem, though. After taking one look at the officer's formal outfit, the young man warned her she'd get rejected at the casino entrance in seconds. Without hesitation, he grabbed her hand and pulled her into a room for a wardrobe change. When Bin Bin finally reappeared wearing much shorter and bolder clothes, he even suggested she pull her top down a little more to look more intimidating. Embarrassed and irritated by his boldness, she simply told him to shut up, and the two headed out. The pair made their way through narrow alleyways until they finally reached the target location. The entrance was blocked by 3 thugs standing guard, who immediately stopped them and demanded to know who they were. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, the young man stared the trio down and, confidently bluffing his way through, claimed he was an old friend of the boss. The guy wanted to know why she was supposedly so important. Without wasting a second, the protagonist pulled the girl closer and made it crystal clear in front of everyone that she was his wife. Shantian looked straight at the thugs surrounding them and casually asked if there was still any confusion about that. The group went completely speechless. Without warning, the protagonist leaned closer to the girl's face, leaving Bin Bin visibly nervous. The young officer instantly blushed, clearly caught off guard by how close he suddenly was, staring at him without knowing how to react. Meanwhile, the man on the other side told him not to overdo it. A little later, the girl entered the room and told Shantoya that if he really intended to go through with it, he should just do it already. The boy immediately thanked her, completely confused by the response, and tried to understand what she actually meant. She brushed it off, claiming it was nothing important. At the casino, as they walked further inside, the protagonist noticed how tense the atmosphere felt and told her to relax a little. Without leaving room for argument, he guided her to a betting table and asked her to sit down. Right in the middle of the game, a police officer showed up, curious about what was going on. The protagonist tried figuring out whether she felt comfortable with the situation or not, but the girl completely missed what he was trying to ask. A casino employee soon approached them, wanting to confirm the details of the bet. Without hesitation, the protagonist held the girl by the shoulders and explained that his wife was simply making a small wager. The game started, and the results ended up favoring the lower numbers. Meanwhile, the officer asked if that woman was Victoria Shantian. She calmly responded that she had only stopped by to have a little fun before continuing her search somewhere else. The girl grew visibly more tense, while the protagonist quietly observed the environment around them. Realizing they needed answers, he concluded they would have to find someone in trouble and squeeze information out of them. He began scanning the casino floor until finally settling on a target. Spotting a man sitting alone, He approached and casually asked if he needed money. The guy admitted he wasn't even in a position to ask for a loan. Without beating around the bush, the protagonist clarified that this wasn't about borrowing cash. If the man gave him the right information, he'd get paid. The bar counter became the setting for the exchange of information. Shantian, smiling, listened as the man gave a rundown of the girl's gambling performance. Even though she had completely emptied her pockets and lost every cent, he praised her progress anyway. The young woman reacted in total shock, asking if he was actually being serious. The man then jokingly tried to bargain for a kiss in exchange for more answers, instantly making her blush, but quickly laughed it off and admitted he was only teasing. He explained that the target they were looking for usually showed up there every Sunday and promised to help them at the right moment. With his card now in her hands, the girl thanked him without hesitation. His final warning came bluntly, making it clear that the real problem went far beyond just a kiss. Moments later, his phone rang. A quick wave goodbye was suddenly interrupted by a surprise kick thrown by a police officer. Xanon stood there completely confused, unable to make any sense of what was happening. Meanwhile, outside, the city buzzed with energy as college entrance exams began, flooding sidewalks with students. The chaos eventually dragged the protagonist all the way to the gates of Hangai High School. Exhausted from all the running around, he decided the new plan was to find a quiet spot for a drink. A nearby nightclub looked like the perfect place to drown out the stress of an exhausting day. At the bar, things moved fast with a woman sitting nearby, who quickly accepted his invitation for a drink with a nod. The calm didn't last long. A stranger suddenly grabbed his drink, downed it in one shot, and tightly grabbed his arm. Stunned, the boy watched as she nervously tried to play it off, telling him he should take it easy on the alcohol. The truth showed up right behind her. 3 guys surrounded the area. The gang leader demanded that the girl hand over the stolen wallet and end things right there, but she kept up the act, pretending she had no idea what they were talking about. The gang leader lost patience and demanded that she cooperate peacefully. Without even thinking, she used the protagonist as a human shield, blurting out that he was her boyfriend and would handle everything. Fearless as always, Shantian casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a notebook, offering it to the guys with a sarcastic smile. The thief thought he was trying to calm things down, but the thugs felt completely mocked and rushed him. Without even turning around to face the trouble, the hero casually remarked that he wasn't really into fighting men. The attack was ordered, but the whole thing turned into a joke. Shantian clenched his fists and, with brutal speed and precision, cleared the room in seconds, leaving the young woman frozen in complete shock. In the middle of the chaos, a woman named Honi appeared looking for the thief, who immediately begged not to be handed over. Shantian simply demanded repayment for the stolen drink before stepping aside and letting things move on. Out on the street, the girl offered to split a taxi ride to his place, but the protagonist turned her down, joking that she'd probably cry once she realized he didn't even have money to pay for the ride. Panicked, she started digging through her pockets looking for the stolen wallet. With unbelievable speed, Shantian was already holding it between his fingers, casually revealing that he had pickpocketed her back and returned the wallet to its rightful owners. Impressed by his skills, she openly called him a professional. Soon after, the protagonist grabbed a taxi and headed home. His phone rang. It was his brother checking in about the school exams. Shantian reassured him and shifted focus to the real goal, the tournament happening in 3 days. He knew he wasn't weak anymore, having gained more than enough power to crush rivals on Sand's level. After getting out of the car, he joined his allies outside the massive estate of Lulin Villa, the Green Forest. The guards were already lined up along the staircase, waiting in formation. The head of the household personally came out to welcome the group, inviting the elders inside while asking the young man when exactly he had arrived. As the two stepped into the villa, Shantian couldn't hide his disappointment. He had expected a much bigger challenge when he came looking for Mr. Fan. Walking up to the receptionist, he confirmed who he was and got recognized immediately. The man wanted to make sure the kid was actually ready for the fight that night, but Shantian answered without hesitation. If he wasn't ready, he wouldn't have shown up in the first place. Laughing at the confidence, the man called him a monster trapped in a young body before opening the doors. Inside, the guide informed Mr. Fan that the group had arrived a little late. The host brushed it off and, once everyone had gathered, laid out the rules. The rivals' terms were brutal. If he won, he wanted Sui to Chuan's eyes and the leg of the man he considered nothing but dead weight. Shantian cut him off and asked what would happen if things went the other way. The rival promised that if Shantian's side won, old debts would be settled and his father would never be bothered again. The rival's son exploded in anger, demanding Shantian's death, but his father shut him down, muttering that he was already looking forward to watching the execution. With the tension rising, the man tried pulling his son away, claiming the boy was too naive to get involved. Shantian brushed the drama aside, making it clear that none of it changed anything. If they wanted his head, they would have to earn it. The rival mocked the boy's confidence, doubting he could even stay alive in the fight, and swore that this time nobody would save him from the unstable sands. The mention of the mysterious group immediately caught attention. When asked if he was tied to that dangerous faction, Shantian calmly denied any connection. Satisfied, the mediator officially approved the duel under his personal protection, no matter how high the stakes were. Without wasting another second, the opponent launched a brutal attack, forcing Shantian to raise his guard instantly to block the strike. The block landed perfectly, and Shantian answered with heavy punches to push the man back. The exchange turned intense, with the protagonist countering every savage blow without taking a single step backward. Watching the fight, Mr. Fan was visibly impressed after realizing the young man was using Tai Chi techniques to neutralize his opponent. The rival soon noticed the kid had already mastered the yellow level of combat and decided to stop holding back. He charged in with full force, throwing a deadly kick aimed straight at Shantian's head. Shantian dodged and recovered smoothly. That was when the man realized his mistake. The boy was growing stronger way too fast and had to be eliminated before he became an even bigger threat. In the crowd, nerves started taking over as Shantian's allies feared the villain, now fighting seriously, would kill him. Sensing the murderous intent, Shantian switched tactics immediately, leaving zero room for mistakes. He slipped through the enemy's defense at insane speed and drove a medical needle directly into the man's leg. The effect was instant. The rival collapsed, drenched in sweat and screaming in pain. Taking advantage of the opening, Shantian moved in fast and struck the same leg again with a focused two-finger energy attack. As the old man writhed in agony on the floor, Shantian's allies celebrated the sudden turnaround. Looking down at his defeated opponent, the protagonist calmly explained that while he had spared his life, both of his legs would remain useless from now on, payment for old debts. Once the duel was over, Mr. Fan approached, curious about the young man's fighting style, and asked who had taught him Tai Chi. Shantian casually brushed it off, saying he had randomly picked up the moves from some old guy in a park. Mr. Fan smiled, clearly understanding the joke. The family techniques gave it away. That mysterious old man could only be the former mentor of Villa Lulin. An invitation to celebrate came right after, but Shantian turned it down, saying he had urgent matters to handle and would save the celebration for another time. The moment he left the venue, the scene shifted. A young police officer approached the front of the same building, calling out his name. She admitted she didn't expect to run into him there, while Shantian casually explained why he had been late. Smiling, she said being unpredictable was basically his trademark. Dressed in civilian clothes she had picked out herself for the occasion, the officer hurried to catch up with him, only for her high heel to snap halfway there. Shantian gave her a reality check, asking if she even knew how to walk in shoes like that, while offering to help. That was when the thief from the bar suddenly showed up again, laughing at how crazy the reunion was. Confused, the officer asked who the girl was. Without hesitation, Shantian exposed her on the spot, casually revealing that she was a thief. The second she heard that, the officer's instincts kicked in. Forgetting all about the pain in her foot, she took off after the girl, yelling for her to stop. Caught completely off guard, the thief bolted. Shantian could only watch with an amused smile, quietly admitting to himself that maybe he should have kept his mouth shut, realizing his talent for ending up in ridiculous situations had dragged him into yet another mess. The chase ended near the building entrance, where the owner of the place boldly stepped in, standing between the officer and the runaway to protect her. Shantian stepped forward and calmed the officer down, arguing that despite the girl's history, she technically hadn't committed any crime right then and there. When the officer questioned letting a criminal walk free, he defended the idea that everyone deserves a second chance, especially since the girl hadn't stolen anything this time. Taking advantage of the truce, the woman protecting the thief offered to smooth things over with drinks. The tension in the air was obvious, but the long-haired woman quickly broke the awkward mood by telling the protagonist to go grab some bandages. After patching things up, the group finally settled around the table. While everyone else drank and casually chatted, the police officer stayed quiet, arms crossed, simply watching everything unfold. The relaxed atmosphere and contagious laughter slowly chipped away at the officer's resistance. Stretching over, she grabbed the drink sitting right in front of Shantian, completely catching him off guard with the bold move. Without hesitation, Bin downed the entire drink in one shot. Never one to miss a chance to tease, Shantian smirked and joked that technically counted as an indirect kiss, earning a few mischievous grins from everyone watching. The bar owner took the opportunity to tease Shantian, saying he was making everyone else jealous. playing clueless. He shrugged it off, but the businesswoman insisted he was way too oblivious to notice how women acted around him, daring him to open his eyes. Not long after, Bin, already a little tipsy, grabbed him by the hand and pulled him away for a walk. Shantian joked about how terrible the officer's self-control was, asking how someone supposedly on duty could crash that fast. Watching the whole thing, the thief sighed dramatically, disappointed that the guy was already taken. The bar owner just warned the pair not to wreck the place. Right in the middle of the lounge, Bin grabbed the karaoke mic and admitted that this was the first time she had ever allowed herself to break the rules. Fueled by alcohol, she started singing a bittersweet song, quietly wishing for a future where the two of them could be together. Shantian clapped for the performance, joking that the pop music world had clearly missed out on a superstar. Bin laughed and admitted the singing was really just cover for her real mission, then asked if he was any closer to reaching his goals. Shantian assured her he was getting there, while quietly asking her to keep her voice down. Bin then revealed she had already secured the nicest room in the place for the two of them. Shantian looked at her, fully aware that their main target was already nearby, but this wasn't the right moment to move. Ruining a romantic vibe didn't bother him, but dragging this little game out with the officer would only make the night messier. Without wasting another second, the protagonist headed toward the exit, cutting through the mood entirely. His expression turned serious as he told the officer the fun was over and they needed to leave. Confused by the urgency, Bin complained that the karaoke song wasn't even finished yet. The warning came bluntly. Their target had just arrived. Bin froze, shocked and annoyed that he hadn't told her Jashi was already there. Shantian only smirked, saying surprises made the job more interesting, and judging by the vibe, the guy was definitely involved in something serious. Anxious, the officer tried moving in closer to spy on the group, but Shantian stopped her. Calmly, he explained they didn't even need to move, because he could figure out every word from where they stood. Surprised, she asked if he could actually read lips. He confirmed it and immediately laid out the situation. Jashi's partner was a foreigner, and they were discussing the smuggling of a valuable relic that would arrive in Hangai in 3 days. Their goal was to intercept it. Alarmed by the seriousness of the crime, Bin awkwardly joked, asking if he was messing with her. Shantian shut the joke down immediately, making it clear the situation was deadly serious. She gave in, admitting she trusted his instincts and would use the mission to prove what she was capable of. Before leaving, Shantian apologized for disappearing so suddenly, explaining that his cousin had called and demanded he come home immediately. Curious, Bin asked if they actually lived together. After hearing him confirm it, her protective instincts instantly kicked in, and she questioned how anyone thought that arrangement was okay when the girl wasn't even old enough to get married yet. Shantian burst out laughing and explained there was nothing weird going on. She was family, and besides, they weren't living alone since her best friend also stayed there. Bin's imagination instantly ran wild at the thought of one guy living with 2 girls, forcing Shantian to stop her and tell her to quit making up ridiculous stories. With everything settled, the two parted ways, agreeing to move when the timing was right. Outside, the night sky was perfectly clear and full of stars. The second Shantian opened the front door, he was greeted like a celebrity. The girls, who had been anxiously waiting for him to come back, immediately started clapping and celebrating, congratulating him on reaching the top and becoming the best of the best. The day after the entrance exam, the welcome home got even crazier. Some of the girls greeted him in bold, eye-catching outfits, clearly trying to get a reaction out of him. He did his best to stay composed as they kept getting way too close, turning the whole place into pure chaos. By the next morning, after things finally settled down, Shantian thought back on the night and realized that celebration had almost gotten way out of hand. The reason for the party was legit. He had absolutely crushed the exams with flawless scores. Determined to move forward and focus on what really mattered, he cleared his mind of distractions. His next stop was an important meeting with Cien's sister, who was already waiting for him at their agreed location. When he arrived, Shantian noticed a flashy bouquet of red roses sitting right in the middle of the table. Greeting the young woman, she complimented his punctuality before quickly asking for help. Curious, he asked where the flowers had come from. She showed him the cheesy note attached to the bouquet, and Shantian instantly roasted the gesture, saying it had absolutely zero creativity. Without hesitation, she grabbed the flowers and tossed them straight into the trash. Shantian asked Senru why she seemed so irritated. She finally opened up, explaining she had been constantly bothered by Hangai, a guy known as the city's fourth young knight. Shantian quickly connected the dots, remembering the reputation of that group. She explained they were basically four spoiled rich heirs who abused their family influence to get whatever they wanted. Shantian specifically remembered Wen Zhao, the second son of the powerful Jinan family, mentioning that the guy had already tried getting close to his cousin Zenu, and that crossing paths with people like them only ever led to trouble. The mention of the group didn't shake the protagonist at all, even knowing the heir was seen as Hangai's untouchable genius doctor, ruling the city without anyone daring to challenge him. Completely unfazed, Shantian made it clear he had no problem going head-to-head with people like that. Realizing how serious the situation was, Senru tried to backtrack and begged him to let it go. That was the exact moment the villain showed up knocking at the door, and the hero casually asked if she wanted him to deal with the problem right then and there. Terrified by the man's violent reputation and knowing the building's security would never interfere, she desperately begged him not to open the door. Ignoring her fear, Shantian walked straight over and flung the door open. The rich heir stood there holding another bouquet of flowers and nearly jumped when he saw a stranger standing in front of him. Shantian wasted no time mocking him, asking what kind of weird creature had just shown up. Annoyed by the disrespect, the man tried peeking over Shantian's shoulder and started demanding to know why Senru had been ignoring his calls, casually throwing around overly familiar nicknames. Senru immediately shut him down and demanded some respect. The spoiled heir tried to smooth things over by offering the flowers as an apology, but Shantian cut him off and told him to shut up. Offended, the intruder demanded to know who the kid thought he was. Senru calmly explained that the protagonist was now a special director in her family's company, making his authority official. The heir burst out laughing, mocking the situation, and daring them to try throwing him out. Big mistake. In the blink of an eye, Shantian moved, using overwhelming strength to pin the spoiled rich kid to the ground. Holding the helpless rival down, the hero mocked him, saying he had never seen someone practically beg to get humiliated like this. Completely crushed and shaking in fear, the playboy instantly lost all his swagger and started begging to be let go. Without breaking a sweat, Shantian picked the rich brat up and stuffed him headfirst into the hallway trash bin, joking that it was the perfect place to throw out garbage. Humiliated, the man screamed threats from inside the dumpster, swearing both of them would pay dearly for this humiliation. Shocked by the scene, Zenu nervously asked what exactly had happened to Wen Zhao. Shantian casually shrugged, saying he had followed her advice and simply taken out the trash. He reassured her that as long as she was under his protection, nobody from that level of trash would ever get near her. With the problem handled and a smile finally returning to the girl's face, Shantian changed the subject and suggested introducing her to his sworn brother. Surprised by the connection, she asked if they were really family. The hero explained that while they didn't share blood, their loyalty ran deeper than that. Excited, she happily accepted the invitation, clearly wanting to become part of that trusted circle, while Shantian had already begun seeing her as someone he could truly trust. Meanwhile, trouble was brewing elsewhere. Furious after getting humiliated, the spoiled heir immediately called his thugs, ordering Biao and his crew to move right away. Knowing the rival company was about to launch its new cosmetic product, Snow Lotus Water, the villain decided sabotage was the answer, swearing he would destroy the company's reputation with ruthless cruelty. The scene shifted as Zenu dragged the exhausted hero through a shopping mall. Tired of carrying endless shopping bags, Shantian listened as she explained that updating his wardrobe was mandatory before meeting the family. He had to look the part. Their next stop ended up being the grand opening of the Snow Lotus branch itself, but the second they arrived, Shantian noticed something was off. The massive crowd outside looked like customers at first glance, but he immediately realized it wasn't business, it was chaos. Angry women stood in the middle of the street yelling, showing fake skin damage and claiming the product was toxic and had ruined their faces. The crowd demanded outrageous compensation and immediate payment for medical bills, cornering the overwhelmed manager who was desperately trying to calm everyone down. As the chaos spiraled out of control, one employee urgently called headquarters to report how bad things had gotten. Influencers were already live streaming the situation online, spreading the fake contamination story to destroy the brand's reputation for good. Zenu panicked, unable to understand what was happening since she personally used the cosmetic every day without a single issue. Curious about the so-called side effects on those women, she was quickly calmed down by Shantian. The hero told her to call the authorities immediately while he personally handled the scam. Terrified that the scandal could destroy the brand, the store staff nervously questioned whether the product batch had somehow been contaminated. Shantian confidently reassured them everything was under control before marching straight toward the supposed victims, and demanding they stop causing a scene. Annoyed, the women questioned who he thought he was. He introduced himself as the person responsible for the product and stood firmly behind the formula. One of the scammers pointed at the marks on her face, claiming the damage happened immediately after using it and daring him to fix the problem. Moving with ridiculous speed, Shantian suddenly snatched the accuser's phone. The woman instantly started screaming, accusing him of theft and claiming looking through private files was illegal. Completely unfazed, the protagonist turned the phone screen toward the crowd. Her photo gallery exposed everything. She had been dealing with severe acne for at least 6 months, proving the supposed allergic reaction was fake makeup designed to stage the scam. Cornering her publicly, he gave her 2 choices: confess the setup or suffer public humiliation. That was when a supposed reporter from the morning paper stepped in, accusing the hero of intimidating a victim. Shantian fired back instantly, exposing the guy on the spot by revealing he didn't even have a legitimate press credential and that the entire crowd was nothing but scammers and accomplices. The fake journalist immediately tried flipping the situation, calling Shantian a liar, demanding proof, and threatening a defamation lawsuit. Laughing off the threat, Shantian said they'd have plenty of time to explain themselves at the police station. The police, already tipped off in advance, arrived at the scene and surrounded the group. The officers confirmed they had been tracking that fraud ring for a while and immediately ordered everyone arrested. The hero mocked the criminals, reminding them that their live stream was now solid proof of the scam. The officer leading the operation thanked Shantian for his help, explaining that the group consisted of professional blackmailers who profited from companies' fear of getting their reputations ruined, but that this brave report would finally put an end to the extortion scheme. Shantian's confidence in the brand never wavered, insisting that no cheap setup would ever bring the business down. Relieved, the young woman thanked him for the support, admitting that the hero believed in the company's potential far more than she ever had herself. Across the street, the mastermind behind the scheme watched his henchman being arrested. Grinding his teeth in rage, he crushed his phone in his hand and cursed the failures, swearing this wasn't over yet. Night fell, covering the city under a sky full of stars. The protagonist headed straight to the nightclub building for another appointment. As soon as he walked in, he spotted HN, his sworn sister, sitting with the thief he had met earlier. The girl waved excitedly the moment she saw him crossing the room. During a toast to break the ice, HN asked in a teasing but demanding tone why he always tried so hard to play the good guy. Shantian fired back sarcastically, warning her that her reflexes were getting a little slow and she'd better stay sharp. The businesswoman just laughed, joking that the two of them always threw sparks every time they met. The thief downed another drink and revealed the real reason for the gathering. The venue would soon host an underground competition. HN assured him the event would stay peaceful, but Shantian made it clear he planned to watch from a distance to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The girl reassured the hero, explaining that her fellow thieves were already on their way and that the competition would focus only on speed and pickpocketing techniques, with no room for fighting. The protagonist found it amusing, realizing that even criminals had their own organized tournaments. Things started picking up in the back of the venue when a new competitor named Taos Shin arrived, confirming she was ready for the challenge. What immediately caught Shantian's attention was a clearly visible circular mark on the woman's arm. Secretly activating his X-vision, he examined it closely. What first looked like a rare gem or a perfectly cut diamond hidden beneath her skin revealed something much darker. Blood was flowing through it normally, proving the object was actually a living and valuable implant. Tao's Shin bragged that she could pick anyone's pocket and walk away with the prize without ever being noticed. Shantian quickly shut down her attitude, warning that a trick like that would get her caught in no time. The thief shrugged, arguing that without bold tricks, nobody survived at the top of that underworld. Suddenly, the protagonist's partner entered the room, casually throwing an arm around the thief's shoulders, just as the countdown for the competition finally started ticking down. The tension explodes when one of the allies throws himself to the ground to search for the missing item. Taos immediately senses something is wrong. His left hand suddenly goes completely numb and becomes useless. He suspects foul play, but the girl pushes back, insisting that this sneaky trick is her sister's trademark move. Her brother jumps into the argument, demanding answers about their agreement. He points out that the girl's defeat means she has to withdraw and complains that he was ambushed by 2 opponents at once, completely against the rules. Totally confused, he stares at his own hands, having no clue where the item disappeared to. Far from the chaos, the protagonist watches everything from the sidelines. Holding a drink and wearing a smug grin, he looks like like he knows exactly what's going on. The pair decides to search the floor themselves to clear up the mystery. The brother pressures the girl, convinced she attacked Taos. She denies it, claiming the opponent dropped the item on his own, but then admits something troubling. Her own arms are paralyzed as well. Even in the middle of the confusion, her skill during the exchange is undeniable. With no other option, the brother decides to end the charade. He accepts responsibility for the team's failure, promises a rematch in the future, and turns to leave. Completely desperate, Taos begs him not to run away. Panic starts to set in. She has lost the treasure left behind by her master and can think of nothing except escaping, terrified of having to admit her failure. One of the allies tries to calm the situation, suggesting that she simply admit the relic is gone and get it over with. The confusion only grows when the green-eyed girl points the finger at Tao as the one responsible for its disappearance, leaving Sin completely stunned by the accusation. That is the moment the protagonist finally makes his move. Hiding his true intentions behind a fake apology, he walks forward with a full drink in hand. In one quick and calculated motion, he bumps into the man and spills the entire drink all over him, pretending the whole time that it was a harmless accident. Furious over his soaked jacket and cursing his bad luck, the man gives up on everything and heads for the exit, dragging the frustrated girl along with him. But the real trap had already been set. The protagonist silently seals his opponent's downfall. The moment the man steps onto the stairs to leave, his legs suddenly give out in the strangest way possible, and he collapses. The girl panics and rushes to help, but he immediately cuts her off. Terrified and unable to understand why his feet suddenly stopped working, the man demands only one thing: to get to a hospital immediately. Staring at his ally, Tao Sin declares that the rival got exactly the punishment she deserved, but the relief doesn't last long. Worry over the master's relic hits the group hard, and everyone is already convinced that the treasure is gone for good. Trying to break the mood of defeat, Shantian tells the girl to check her own clothes. She immediately falls into despair, convinced the suggestion is a complete waste of time. Despite the sister's nervous laughter, the search goes on. As the girl digs through her pockets to prove her innocence, she suddenly freezes. Shock spreads across her face the moment her fingers pull out the bead everyone thought had been lost. The entire group is left speechless, struggling to understand what kind of sorcery just happened. The mystery is finally solved when the sister spills the truth. The protagonist had quietly picked the enemy's pockets without anyone noticing. Tao is completely stunned by the sheer audacity of it. The girl can barely process how the leader managed to rob the opponent so effortlessly. With a teasing grin, the young man tells her not to make a scene, or he might have to return the loot to the police since they even ended up with the guy's receipts. The initial shock quickly turns into celebration. Smiling, Tao Xin gives the boy a friendly punch on the shoulder, acknowledging the brilliance of the move. The real grand prize, however, is revealed moments later. While flipping through one of the recovered notebooks, the group discovers an incredibly valuable heavenly scroll. The girl, a regular customer at the place, confirms that it belongs there and asks the young man what actually happened. Without wasting any time, Zhang Tian tells his sister that he has an urgent matter to take care of and starts heading for the exit. He makes sure Tao leaves first and takes the opportunity to question Hong about her sudden departure, since he still needed to ask her a few work-related questions. The next morning arrives with clear skies and not a single sign of trouble on the horizon. While studying a flyer, the protagonist notices some suspicious similarities to what he has been searching for, even though he knows the pieces are not exactly the same. Aware that the competition is also hunting for the remaining scrolls, he decides to launch his own investigation and fully immerse himself in the mystery. That's when his phone rings with an urgent request. He needs to show up at the Taekwondo club tomorrow and pretend to be the girl's boyfriend. Shantian finds the situation strange and asks his cousin why she insists on this act yet again. On the other end of the call, Vinin complains that he didn't even recognize her voice, but makes it clear that his presence is mandatory. The young man considers whether he should take the job as a fake boyfriend, especially with the generous payout that could help him make some money for the future. The following day, the academy is buzzing with students in training. The moment Vinin spots the protagonist, she immediately complains about how late he is. The young man explains that he got stuck in a massive traffic jam on the way there. Panicked, the girl tells him to hurry over because things on the mat have already spiraled completely out of control, with tensions rising between the fighters facing off against each other. A brutal kick lands squarely on a man's face, sending him crashing to the mat. The assault continues mercilessly even after he hits the ground, turning what should have been a training session into a savage beating. One of the girls immediately shouts for the abuse to stop, demanding that the academy's rules be enforced. The Taekwondo fighter mocks the situation, arguing that it is nothing more than a free fight and that nobody there is obligated to follow any rules. Watching the scene unfold, the protagonist is overwhelmed by a strong sense of disgust. A vague and familiar memory about the people who dragged him there flashes through his mind for just a moment. Determined to put an end to it, Zhang Tian steps forward and declares himself the next challenger. The arrogant fighter tries to show off by starting a formal introduction, but the protagonist gives him no chance to finish. A brutal low kick cuts him off mid-sentence and folds him in half instantly. The defeated man's allies immediately protest, accusing the protagonist of fighting dirty and intentionally injuring their teammate. Completely unfazed, the hero throws their own argument back at them, reminding everyone that if there are no rules in the building, then he has broken none. To top it off, he invites the entire group to come at him all at once. Humiliated and furious, the thugs finally lose their nerve and charge forward looking for payback. The protagonist tells his companions to stand back and takes the front line alone. A serious brawl breaks out, but the hero wipes the floor with every attacker, delivering such a one-sided beating that all of the villains end up completely defeated and unable to get back up. The beaten thugs crawl across the floor, desperately trying to escape in total panic. One of them questions the attack, terrified by the level of violence. Even though victory is already secured, Shantian warns them that their actions crossed the line and that a proper punishment is necessary to make sure they never repeat the mistake. What follows is a completely one-sided massacre. The screams become so intense that the girls are forced to cover both their eyes and ears to block out the brutal scene. Satisfied with the lesson he delivered, the young man leaves the building and finds the girl waiting for him on the sidewalk. When she approaches him, he asks what she wants. Without wasting time, she asks whether he knows anything about a strange illness that causes a person to freeze up during every full moon. The protagonist confirms that he does, explaining that it is a devastating hereditary disease and that most patients never live past the age of 30. The girl then reveals her family's tragedy. Her mother suffered from the same illness, and now the rest of the family faces the same deadly threat. He confidently states that he can save them all, but jokingly adds that the price would be for her to become his wife. To the hero's complete surprise, the girl's desperation is so overwhelming that she agrees on the spot. Realizing the joke has gone way too far, he immediately backs off and explains that he would never take advantage of someone in that situation. He tells her to calm down and promises to accompany her home to examine her sick relatives. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted when an annoying man comes running toward them, carrying a bouquet of flowers and celebrating their reunion. Startled, the girl hides behind the protagonist and demands that the newcomer disappear from her life and stop pursuing her. The man completely ignores the rejection and insists that she is destined to become his wife, using his father's name and influence to throw his weight around. The hero steps between them, shielding the girl from the arrogant rich kid. The man angrily claims that her father has practically already arranged the marriage and orders the protagonist to stay out of it, shouting that it is none of his business. Without hesitation, the protagonist raises the stakes and calmly declares that the girl is now his woman. Enraged by the audacity, the rival grabs the girl's arm and tries to drag her away by force, intending to take her directly to her father. The hero reacts instantly. He intercepts the movement and crushes the man's wrist, causing him to scream in pain before being thrown aside like garbage. Cutting through the drama, the young man tells the girl to ignore the loser, because their priority now is getting to her house. They arrive at the residence under clear skies and find a peaceful atmosphere inside. An elderly woman is waiting on the couch, and the girl quickly introduces her as her grandmother. To the hero's surprise, the old woman recognizes Shantian's name immediately, mentioning that he has carried a respectable reputation ever since childhood. The mystery deepens, making it obvious that the family knows far more than they are letting on. Without wasting a second, the protagonist pulls out an astonishing relic, the divine needle. The reaction is immediate. The elderly woman widens her eyes, recognizing the legendary instrument at once. Complementing her sharp eyesight, the young man begins the treatment without hesitation. With surgical precision, he inserts the first needle into the girl's back and continues the procedure, placing several needles at vital points, while carefully monitoring her response. The protagonist completes the treatment with flawless precision. The results are immediate. Smiling with pure relief, the young woman touches her savior's shoulder, amazed to discover that the unbearable cold tormenting her body has completely vanished, replaced by a sense of lightness she has never experienced before. The young man explains that completely eradicating the disease is a difficult task, but guarantees total suppression of the symptoms for the next 5 years. To the elderly woman, that alone is nothing short of a miracle after years of suffering. Just as the hero prepares to treat the grandmother, the girl's uncle storms into the room and disrupts everything, demanding answers. He looks down on the young man, questioning his qualifications and demanding credentials. The grandmother immediately scolds her son for treating someone who came to help for free like a criminal. The man responds with cynicism, insisting that extreme kindness always hides an ulterior motive. The hero answers the sarcasm with icy calm, while the elderly woman tries to smooth things over by apologizing. Determined to prove himself right, the man announces that he will bring in a famous specialist who charges a fortune of 100,000 coins for treatment. The niece finally loses her patience and throws his history of wasting money on fraudulent doctors back in his face, pointing out that the real improvement is standing right before his eyes. Consumed by anger after being challenged, the uncle raises his hand to strike the girl, but the attack never lands. With incredible reflexes, the protagonist intercepts the man's arm, disguising the move as a casual pulse check. The young man suddenly reveals the shocking truth about the severe hidden illness affecting the uncle himself. The impact is immediate. Cold sweat pours down the man's face as his worst secret is exposed, and he desperately shouts that every word of it is a lie. Shantian lays all the cards on the table and exposes the villain's twisted scheme. For years, the man had been siphoning money from the family under the excuse of paying for medical treatments, but his real goal was to let the women die so he could inherit the leadership position and the entire family fortune for himself. Connecting all the pieces, the grandmother finally sees the truth, remembering how her son always downplayed their suffering while demanding enormous sums for his so-called medical expenses. The young woman asks for permission to let the hero teach the scoundrel a lesson, and the elderly woman immediately agrees, demanding that her unbearable son be punished. Before taking action, Shantian explains how the genetic curse works. In women, the effects appear immediately, but in men it develops silently before striking with devastating force. The uncle panics when he realizes that his recent symptoms perfectly match the description. Terrified, the man begs to know whether it is true. The protagonist's verdict is merciless. He will not survive the year. Even after learning about her son's corruption, the grandmother's maternal instincts take over, and she pleads for his life. The hero agrees to treat him, but demands a steep price in return half of everything the scoundrel owns. The rival is left frozen with rage. Soon afterward, the girl thanks the protagonist for helping her family and tries to apologize for her uncle's behavior. Shantian reassures her that none of it is her fault and promises that her recovery remains guaranteed. However, he makes it very clear that 50% of the uncle's property is still non-negotiable. The scene shifts dramatically to a crowded nightclub, with loud music blasting and the dance floor packed with people. In the middle of the chaos, a stylish-haired man questions a young woman about Shantian's whereabouts and secrets. Looking directly into his eyes, she confidently claims that she knows absolutely everything about the protagonist. At the club, she is asked whether she is involved with the young man. Bitter and resentful, she declares herself his greatest enemy, blaming him for everything that went wrong in her life. Left without direction and forced to earn money to support someone else's expensive lifestyle, she ended up taking the job out of desperation, feeling as though she had hit rock bottom. The protagonist approaches and asks whether anyone is threatening her. The girl denies it, but offers a serious warning. After humiliating the wealthy local hotshot, he has become a dangerous target, and retaliation is already on its way. Their conversation is interrupted when a black-haired rich kid approaches with a bouquet of flowers, trying to speak with the young woman. He barely manages to say her name before a devastating punch crashes directly into his jaw. Shantian casually cracks his knuckles and offers a sarcastic apology, claiming that he mistook the man for an attacker in the dark. Rubbing his face, the rival fires back by claiming he knows every one of Shantian's secrets. The hero immediately becomes cautious, thinking about his unusual physical condition, the priceless heavenly scroll in his possession, and the mystery surrounding his parents. But the rival simply tries to humiliate him in public, mocking him as a poor nobody fresh out of school who struggles every day just to survive. He begs the girl to open her eyes and realize that the young man has absolutely nothing to his name. Completely ignoring the rival's tantrum, the girl turns toward the protagonist and invites him to dinner. Focused on other priorities, the young man declines, explaining that he has urgent matters to deal with. She asks why he is always busy, but eventually accepts his farewell. As he leaves and walks through a deserted alley, the hero notices that his former enemies never returned for a second round. The calm feels unnatural, and he knows another wave of serious trouble is already waiting for him. The hero scans his surroundings and asks whether the area is isolated enough for what is about to happen. One of the thugs, wearing a baseball cap, mocks him and says that dead men do not need explanations. Realizing he is surrounded and that talking is pointless, the the protagonist moves first. He pulls a razor-sharp dagger from a hidden compartment and launches himself at the enemy, intercepting the attack before it can even land. The man crashes to the ground wounded, unable to understand how he was defeated so quickly. Before he can react, the young man pins him down with the blade pressed against his neck, reminding him that people about to die do not get to make demands. Determined to find out who ordered the hit, he searches through the thug's pockets, takes the crucial documents he finds, and leaves the defeated criminal bleeding on the pavement. Far away in a large office, a subordinate reports to his boss and a young woman that the operation is moving forward. 36 elite specialists have already been deployed, including the feared Dragon team and reinforcements from FCN. The leader orders absolute caution regarding the mystery of the frozen sand, emphasizing that the opportunity is too important to risk failure. Overwhelmed by anxiety and a powerful feeling that something major is about to happen, the young woman calls her sister to the front lines. Her ally accepts immediately, declaring that this is their only chance and that failure is not an option. Finally, the subordinate bows before the supreme leader and confirms that all preparations have been completed. Their force has already been assembled: 3 elite executioners, 27 mid-level warriors, and 100 basic soldiers. The leader asks whether Fan Zhufen is involved, only to learn that Evan Kin himself, the director of special operations, helped organize the deployment. Irritated by the complication, the boss vows to eliminate his rival sooner or later, but stresses that their highest priority remains capturing the celestial balance shift. The man dressed in black with a hood demands a status report on the preparations and asks where the rest of the team has gone. One of the subordinates explains that Taxit was injured and that the operation has now become a matter of revenge as well. Unwilling to tolerate further delays, the commander orders an immediate advance, confident that the clues have already led them directly to the target location. Elsewhere in the city, in front of an impressive building with a coffee shop on the ground floor, a brother and sister finalize the details of a heist. The girl asks what the foreigners hired them to steal, and the young man explains that the target is a tiny manuscript. Even though he lost the reference image, he insists that he memorized the item's appearance. The young woman asks for confirmation regarding the $5 million payment, and her brother reveals that the payout could become even larger if they renegotiate the contract. The final warning is given. The decisive battle is scheduled for that very night. As night falls, a convoy of SUVs tears down the highway beneath a sky full of stars. Inside one of the vehicles, the sister tells the driver to step on it because the enemy group is already right behind them. The man in the cap laughs at the situation and tells her to sit back and enjoy the show as he accelerates. Suddenly, the driver spots figures standing in the darkness and immediately slows down, going on full alert when he notices 2 elderly people blocking the road completely. The girl grows suspicious of the elderly pair, standing in the middle of nowhere, and orders her men to take them out immediately. The moment the machine gun-wielding thugs step out of the vehicles, the supposed old couple exchange knowing looks, fully aware that their enemies have walked straight into the trap. Pretending to be weak and helpless, the old man starts complaining and begging for help as the soldiers approach. The act doesn't last long. In one swift motion, the pair raise their hands above their heads, rip off their disguises, and reveal their true identities. Realizing he has been fooled, the gunman's leader quickly regains control and orders his team to put an end to the nonsense so they can move on. Chaos spreads along the roadside. Noticing suspicious movement near the parked vehicles, the young woman immediately realizes the real danger and warns everyone that the true guests have arrived. She orders her people to disembark at once. Completely overwhelmed by the confusion, her sister asks her brother what is going on, unable to tell whether they are being robbed or used as bait in the middle of a firefight. As bullets begin flying, the girl screams for everyone to run. One of the soldiers maintains his aggressive stance and demands that the newcomers identify themselves, threatening to wipe out every member of the Flying Tigers of Janai City if they dare fire another shot. At that moment, the group led by the man in the cap slowly emerges from the forest, completing the encirclement. The invading leader immediately mocks Fan Zhuifeng, making fun of his age and asking whether he is afraid of dying right there. Completely unfazed, the veteran responds firmly, reminding his rival that he has never lost a single battle against him. Watching everything carefully, the young woman notices that the hooded faction is also advancing in a coordinated formation, bringing 2 mysterious girls with them as the final trap begins to close. The leader of the iron-masked warriors issues a direct threat, declaring that the horde of fools has no idea what kind of danger they are facing, and that anyone who attempts to steal the sacred manuscript will be killed on the spot. Tensions rise among the fighters, and the growing commotion sends flocks of birds scattering into the night sky. Watching comfortably through a window, the protagonist observes the all-out conflict unfolding outside, curious to see who will ultimately claim the relic. The battle between the factions becomes relentless, tearing apart the surrounding area as leaves swirl through the air. Amid the chaos, two female fighters surround a swordsman and launch a brutal coordinated assault from both sides. Meanwhile, the hooded leader repeats his vow to eliminate Fan Zui Feng before the day is over, but the veteran refuses to be intimidated and answers the threat with confidence. The situation becomes even more dangerous when one of the masked attackers charges directly toward the young woman. An ally immediately steps in front of her, using his own body as a shield and drawing the fight onto himself. The invader shouts that the scroll is hidden inside the vehicle and orders his men to loot it immediately. Alarmed by the assault, the girl commands her team to stop the enemy advance at all costs, triggering a fierce battle right beside the door to protect the treasure. Without wasting a second, one of the attackers smashes a window with his elbow and opens the cabin, leaving the driver frozen in fear. The moment the young woman outside realizes that the driver is actually holding the artifact, she clenches her fists in frustration and desperately searches for a way to stop disaster from striking. Concerned about their leader's condition, one of the men calls out to the young woman while the group dressed in black suits and hooded cloaks begins a hurried retreat. She notices that her ally has suffered a minor injury, but the focus of the battle has already shifted elsewhere. From the window, the protagonist carefully follows every strategic move during the retreat. Realizing that the fight on the road has finally produced a winner, he decides that the perfect moment to enter the game has arrived. Deep within the forest, the fleeing group runs desperately with clenched fists, feeling the relentless pressure of their pursuers. The danger escalates when an even more powerful threat suddenly appears and blocks their path, putting everyone on maximum alert. Pressured by the urgency of the situation, the infiltration specialist makes a quick decision. He hands the mysterious box to his partner and orders him to escape toward their designated meeting point, choosing to remain behind alone and hold off the armed pursuers. The villain's strategy seemed flawless, but the protagonist intercepts the artifact with astonishing ease. Opening the container to inspect his prize, Shantian discovers two small packages that fit together with perfect precision. The moment the pieces are united, they reveal a legendary secret, a forbidden path capable of challenging the gods themselves and opening the gates of heaven. The overwhelming revelation echoes through his mind over and over like a mantra until, in an instant, the hero suddenly jolts awake in bed, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. He quickly realizes that the entire brutal sequence was nothing more than a nightmare. The young man jumps out of bed and assumes the lotus position to begin meditating. A smile spreads across his face when he discovers that he has reached a new breakthrough, advancing to the third level of celestial awakening. As he stabilizes his energy with clenched fists, he marvels at the incredible power radiating from the fragment of the sacred scroll. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a young woman throws several documents onto a table and demands immediate action. She orders her subordinates to locate and eliminate every rival operating within the Hangai region. One subordinate attempts to slow the plan down, arguing that the Special Operations Division is staffed mostly by inexperienced recruits with little real combat experience. Losing patience, the leader orders them to recruit specialists from the Dragon Group and completely restructure control over Janai once and for all. Back with the hero, he finishes getting dressed when his phone suddenly buzzes with an urgent message. The warning is simple and direct. The girl has been captured, and if he wants to see her alive again, he must come alone to the Sui family warehouse on the east side of town. Annoyed that he has to deal with yet another street-level mess on a perfectly sunny day, he doesn't hesitate for a second and heads straight to the location. Upon arriving at the isolated warehouse, he finds exactly what he expected. A criminal is standing behind the young woman with a sharp blade pressed against her throat. The kidnapper celebrates the arrival of his target while the hostage cries out for help. Instead of panicking, Shantian simply sighs in boredom and mocks the situation, complaining that villains always use the exact same kidnapping script in abandoned warehouses without a shred of creativity. The young woman shouts for the hero to be careful, breaking the silence inside the warehouse. Shantian senses the danger instantly and freezes for a brief moment as he detects two thugs approaching from behind with sharpened sabers ready to strike. The kidnapper's leader laughs at the situation, promising to destroy him while mocking the hostage's vulnerability. Without showing the slightest trace of fear, the protagonist casually scratches his head and fires back, promising to teach them a real lesson about what it means to be completely crushed. The moment the gang closes in for the final attack, the hero's fury erupts. With a short but commanding order, he tells them all to get on their knees. The pressure from his energy is so overwhelming that the first attackers immediately collapse, their legs giving out beneath them. They fall to their knees, completely paralyzed, and unable to understand how their strength vanished out of nowhere. Realizing that their target is using some terrifying technique, the remaining criminals pull out their knives and rush him at full speed. Shantian moves like lightning. He dodges every strike flawlessly and knocks out each opponent one after another without suffering a single scratch. Consumed by an icy determination, he announces that he is about to clean out the entire place before advancing toward the mastermind behind the kidnapping. The criminal panics immediately, stumbling backward in horror and calling the protagonist a monster. Shantian closes the distance without giving him the slightest chance to escape, making it crystal clear through his rage that the man's greatest mistake was daring to lay a hand on his woman. The kidnapper desperately tries to use the hostage as a shield, pressing the blade tighter against her neck and threatening to kill her if the hero takes another step. Shantian doesn't even give him time to negotiate. In the blink of an eye, a precise strike severs the criminal's weapon hand, sending it crashing to the floor as desperate screams of agony echo throughout the warehouse. The protagonist pulls the young woman into safety and promises to get her out of there unharmed, but he explains that he still has one final gift to leave behind for his enemy. Stepping forward, he strikes several vital points on the man's body with his fingers. The technique stops the bleeding, but triggers something far worse. The criminal's body is consumed by unbearable itching and agonizing pain, leaving him unable to move or even speak. Leaving the trail of suffering behind, the young man makes it clear that the punishment is fully deserved. Once they are back outside, the girl asks whether the effect is permanent. Shantian explains that the paralysis will only last a few months, just long enough to ensure that the scoundrel never crosses their path again. The scene shifts to a major hospital, where an influential man pressures a doctor for answers about his injured son. The physician sadly explains that the situation is serious. Every thug admitted to the hospital suffered devastating fractures to their lower bodies, and there is very little that can be done. Consumed by rage, the father immediately realizes that Shantian is responsible for ruining his hair and swears that the matter is far from over. The following morning, beneath the blazing sun outside an abandoned skyscraper, a hooded subordinate reports urgent news to his master. He confirms that the ally left behind is dead and that all of the victim's belongings and clothing were stolen from the crime scene. Intrigued by the unexpected turn of events and the missing items, the leader demands to know the identity of the mysterious man who intervened in the battle and secured the target's escape. The subordinate quickly corrects him and reveals that the casualty was not Takeda after all, meaning their allies died for absolutely nothing. Consumed by fury after learning that their target is still alive, the leader slams his fist onto the table with such force that the wooden structure explodes into splinters. Intimidated by the enemy's overwhelming power, the remaining subordinates finally reveal the name of the man responsible for the massacre, Shantian. The master's rage reaches its peak. He orders his men to bring the young man to him immediately and makes it clear that he wants him alive. Without wasting another second, the organization begins its manhunt. Meanwhile, under the bright city sun, the atmosphere becomes much lighter. The young woman invites the protagonist out to dinner, and he immediately accepts. Wanting to surprise him, she lets him choose both the restaurant and the meal. When they meet at the agreed location, she asks where they are going for the evening. To her surprise, the hero simply points nearby and explains that they do not need to travel anywhere because the restaurant is right there. The moment she sees the elegant and luxurious establishment, she freezes at the entrance in embarrassment. She complains that he should have warned her beforehand about such an upscale place so she could have dressed appropriately. Completely relaxed, Shantian compliments her appearance and assures her that she already looks perfect exactly as she is. The young woman immediately lowers her gaze, completely flustered. Soon, the table is covered with an impressive selection of gourmet dishes and fine desserts. Shantian approves of the aroma and asks whether she likes the choices, but a suspicious noise instantly cuts through the pleasant atmosphere. Startled by the sudden shift in mood, the young woman asks what is happening. The protagonist calmly reveals that they have just been surrounded by trackers, leaving her wondering who they are and where they could possibly be hiding. The hero explains that the group consists of foreign mercenaries who changed clothes in a hurry to avoid attracting attention. He further explains that the Special Operations Department has launched an aggressive manhunt for ninja operatives throughout the region, forcing the intruders to blend in as ordinary civilians if they want to avoid capture. The young woman begins scanning the restaurant for signs of them, just as the trap is finally sprung. Several men emerge from the shadows and surround the table. One of the thugs mocks the situation, demanding that they come along quietly, while jokingly asking whether they plan to pay the bill before disappearing. The gang leader confronts the protagonist directly, accusing him of being responsible for Takeda's death and estimating that his physical strength is around the middle tier of the yellow stage. Brimming with arrogance, the man boasts that he commands 4 warriors of the same level and declares that the young man is completely trapped with no chance of survival. The hero reacts instantly. To shield his companion from any attack, Shantian pulls the girl close and launches into action. With a swift spin, he deflects the enemy's advance, grabs a heavy bottle from the table, and smashes the first attacker's head straight into the floor. The man struggles back to his feet, dizzy and furious from the brutal counterattack, while the young woman quickly dodges away to avoid being caught in the opening moments of the all-out fight. The girl attempts to calm things down by apologizing for the misunderstanding, but the gang leader arrogantly grabs her face and demands a date as the price for leaving her alone. Shantian immediately cuts him off and delivers a crystal-clear warning: touch her again and die. The thug responds by claiming he runs the area and that nobody refuses him, while his followers mock the protagonist for daring to challenge Baiao's brother. Unshaken, the hero points out that the man only talks tough because he is surrounded by lackeys. Pretending to be fearless, the criminals question whether the young man has enough money or influence to buy protection and try to intimidate him by warning that their superior will be merciless if they fail their mission. The thugs tell the pair not to try anything funny, believing they have won the confrontation when the two begin backing away. Shantian completely ignores their insults and casually remarks to his companion that the idiots are hopelessly incompetent. The girl panics when she realizes they have entered a dead-end alley, leaving them trapped against a wall. Remaining perfectly calm, the protagonist listens carefully to the sounds around them and asks whether she is ready to be a hero. Without giving her time to ask questions, he places a heavy steel pipe in her hands. Remembering how many times he has saved her, the young woman gathers her courage and prepares to fight. However, the protagonist gently stops her with a hand on her shoulder and tells her to wait for the perfect moment. With complete composure, Shantian makes a quick phone call to Brother Sue and demands that a vehicle be dispatched immediately for extraction. Meanwhile, the footsteps of the pursuing gang echo closer and closer to the building where they are hiding. Holding the girl's hand firmly, the hero patiently waits for the criminals to arrive. The thugs shout for him to stop hiding and show himself, but Shantian steps out with a confident smile and calmly informs them that they are the ones who have just walked into a trap. The gang leader orders an immediate charge toward the wall where the pair is hiding, furious at the hero's audacity. Spotting the opening, Shantian gives the girl the signal to move. Though hesitant for a moment, she gathers her courage after hearing the protagonist remind her that the gang is nothing but trash. Gripping the steel pipe with all her strength, she marches toward the attackers and begins knocking them out, one after another in a surprisingly effective sequence of strikes. The young man praises the performance of his new hero and tells her to relax, while he takes over to interrogate the survivors. Shantian corners the gang leader and demands information about the remaining members of the organization. The man tries to act tough and dares the protagonist to kill him, but the hero calmly explains that he has methods far worse than death. Without hesitation, he inserts a needle into an extremely sensitive pressure point on the man's neck. The results are immediate. In less than a minute, the criminal completely breaks down, writhing on the ground in unbearable agony and begging for the torment to stop. The speed of his surrender leaves the young woman completely stunned. Faced with the threat of suffering until death if he lies, the gang leader reveals everything. There are 3 more enemies still operating in the area: 2 special Chunin-level warriors hiding in a desert hotel, and a Jonin-level commander concealed inside an abandoned warehouse. The interrogation is interrupted by the arrival of old Mr. Su and his men, who have come to clean up the scene. One of the younger subordinates comments on how surprising it is to see the veteran personally handling the mess left behind by Shantian. The elderly man replies that he takes his responsibilities seriously. With chilling indifference, another subordinate asks whether the prisoners should be dismembered or simply thrown into the ocean to make the evidence disappear. Hearing the brutal options being discussed by the rescue team, the wounded criminals nearly collapse from terror, drenched in cold sweat as they stare at the protagonist with fear-filled eyes. The female director initially dismisses her colleagues' concerns, but the calm atmosphere does not last long. A subordinate suddenly bursts through the door to report a disaster outside. When she goes to inspect the scene, she discovers her own elite squad unconscious on the ground. Beside the fallen operatives lies a mocking note explaining that the requested ninjas would be delivered in installments. As the authorities secure the area and collect the remaining captives, she notices two men under the supervision of a Chunin operative, one of whom is carrying a special delivery card. After examining the surgical precision of the attacks, the director remarks that the tactical style is identical to that of the legendary BRL, despite the fact that the veteran supposedly died years ago. As night falls, the protagonist's vehicle arrives in front of a massive building. He steps out and gives strict orders for his men to lock down every entrance and forbid anyone from entering, ensuring complete privacy for what he plans to do next. He also reminds Xiao Fei of his responsibility to protect their allies. The young man immediately vows to give his life for the mission. Elsewhere in the city, the director returns to her office, unable to fully comprehend the scale of the damage. She is shocked by the conclusion that Shantian is responsible for everything, especially considering that he achieved such terrifying strength after only 2 weeks of training under Yin's guidance. Since the captured ninjas refuse to talk, she decides to contact the hero directly. However, his phone is completely unreachable, which surprises her greatly because he is normally never separated from it. Unaware of the attempts to contact him, the protagonist has already infiltrated the complex and is making his way deep into the underground levels. Breaking the silence, he challenges the hidden enemies, asking whether they are waiting for a formal invitation before showing themselves. The answer comes instantly. A sharp dagger shoots toward his chest at blinding speed. The hero barely dodges at the last possible second and immediately locks eyes on the hooded assassin who steps out of the shadows to face him. The elite killer admits that he is surprised by Shantian's incredible strength for someone so young and finally understands how he managed to eliminate the other operatives. The hero responds with a confident grin, assuring him that he will be the next one kissing the floor. Accepting the challenge, the commander proposes a duel of blades and charges forward. However, he hesitates for a brief moment when he notices the mystical weapon Shantian draws, a gleaming dagger decorated with swirling green cloud patterns. The close-range battle begins with brutal intensity. Shantian skillfully dodges the enemy's powerful strikes, keeping his guard up while carefully studying every precise movement of his opponent. The hero warns that every plan of their organization will be crushed right there, and then. The villain remains unfazed and throws several smoke bombs, covering the battlefield in a dense fog that immediately shifts the advantage in his favor. Hidden within the smoke, a treacherous strike slips through Shantian's defense, shattering his dagger and seemingly leaving him unarmed. Concealed by the darkness, the assassin mocks the young man's blind attempts to locate him. He demands the immediate surrender of the Celestial Scroll and threatens to brutally exterminate every one of the protagonist's friends and family if he refuses. Threatening the people he loves is the worst mistake the criminal could possibly make. Consumed by a merciless fury, Shantian warns that the price for such arrogance will be 1,000 times worse. The villain assumes the hero is bluffing. Completely confident in the invisibility granted by the smoke, he believes himself untouchable and impossible to detect. Then, in the blink of an eye, the protagonist appears directly behind him. Instead of relying on his eyes, Shantian used his extraordinary hearing to track every breath and every footstep through the smoke. Before the commander can even process what happened, a devastating punch crashes into him. Too late, he realizes that his secret technique is nothing more than a joke in front of the hero. Through the fog, Shantian reveals that he tracks his targets by sound and scent alone before violently slamming the commander into the ground. Completely immobilized, the villain panics as he discovers that his limbs no longer respond. Shantian calmly explains the trap. He deliberately sacrificed his own weapon to create an opening and drive an acupuncture needle directly into the man's vital pressure points. Because he dared to threaten the most important people in his life, the punishment would be merciless. The protagonist unleashes his fury, systematically shattering the enemy's skeletal structure through precise strikes aimed at critical balance points, eliminating any possibility of resistance. Outside, a rescue vehicle arrives near the location where the young woman anxiously waits for the hero's return. A loud crash breaks the silence. Shantian emerges from the building, dragging the hooded assassin's body across the pavement before throwing him into the vehicle's back seat. Concerned, the girl rushes to him, touches his face, and asks about his injuries. Completely relaxed, he downplays the damage and assures her that he will recover soon. The protagonist then hands the sacred artifact over to Elder Su and orders him to make copies and hire dozens of experts to translate its contents as quickly as possible. The veteran accepts the mission without hesitation while the hero explains that there is still one more problem that needs to be dealt with. Not long afterward, rival leaders discover the commander and his allies lying broken and defeated on the pavement, stunned by the level of destruction inflicted upon their elite team. Later, back in the comfort of his home, the hero relaxes on the couch while reflecting on recent events. The silence is suddenly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. It is an urgent call from his aunt. She invites Shantian to join a special task force, but he immediately refuses and hangs up. Moments later, the phone rings again. When he answers to reject the offer a second time, he realizes that the rival's father has taken over the call. The furious man accuses the protagonist of murdering his son. Shantian immediately argues back, insisting that his attack was never meant to be fatal and would only leave the man immobilized for a few months as a lesson. That is when the villain's twisted mind is fully revealed. He calmly admits that he killed his own son and framed the hero for it. The confession leaves Shantian stunned and instantly worried about Bai's safety. The young woman's situation is desperate. Trapped inside a car, gagged, and bound hand and foot, Bai struggles to understand the nightmare she has been thrown into. When she glances toward the driver's seat, her terror deepens. The motionless figure behind the wheel is the villain's dead son. Frantically, she reaches for the door handle while staring out at the open fields beyond the window, searching for any possible chance of escape. High atop a cliff, the murderer laughs into the phone and informs Shantian that the plan has already been carried out and that it is far too late to stop it. Holding a remote control in his hand, he activates the vehicle from a distance. The car slowly begins moving toward the edge of the cliff with both the hostage and the corpse inside. The criminal mocks the hero, claiming that he has sent the girl to keep his son company in the afterlife and that only a few seconds remain before the vehicle plunges into the abyss. The moment the call ends, Shantian explodes through the door and activates his divine movement technique. His speed is so absurd that he becomes nothing more than a blur racing through the streets, creating a violent gust of wind that leaves two pedestrians staring in disbelief, convinced they just witnessed a superhero sprint past them. Meanwhile, the vehicle carrying the hostage reaches the very edge of the cliff. Bai closes her eyes and calls out for him, resigned to what she believes is her inevitable fate. In the final fraction of a second, the protagonist appears at the edge of the precipice. He attempts to stop the vehicle with sheer strength, but the momentum of its descent is far too powerful to halt through brute force alone. Without wasting a moment, Shantian channels his energy and unleashes a devastating punch directly into the hood. The impact destroys the engine and locks the wheels at the edge of the cliff. Rushing forward, he tears the young woman out of the cabin and assures her that the worst is finally over. A moment of calm doesn't last long. The psychotic father suddenly appears out of nowhere, blocking their escape route with a gun in hand and pure hatred dripping from his face. The madman points the barrel at the pair and swears he'll send the hero straight to hell to be buried alongside his dead son. The criminal pulls the trigger, but Shantian displays supernatural reflexes, effortlessly dodging every shot and completely mocking the attack. Drenched in cold sweat and frozen in shock, the gunman realizes far too late that he challenged a ruthless monster. The hero warns him that since the old man chose madness, he's about to receive the ultimate mental punishment. Shantian pulls out his long acupuncture needles and rushes forward, driving the metal tips into the villain's nerve centers to destroy his sanity once and for all. Sometime later, under a bright and clear morning sky, the nightmare is finally behind them. The protagonist calmly stands on the sidewalk, watching Bai from across the street. Shantian reassures the young woman and tells her to go back home, explaining that the lunatic has completely lost his mind and no longer poses any threat. Curious, she insists on knowing what really happened to the attacker, but the hero brushes the question aside, simply telling her to relax and erase the nightmare from her memory before saying goodbye. Back to his own affairs, the protagonist receives another call from his aunt. She brings up the invitation to the special division once again, mentioning that the original plan was to place him on Lin Binbin's team, but says she was prepared to drop the matter because of his previous refusal. Shantian immediately changes his attitude and clears up the misunderstanding. He realizes that joining the organization is the perfect shortcut to investigating the string of bizarre events happening around him, giving him unrestricted access to confidential reports. His aunt then explains how the hierarchy works. The organization has 7 elite ranks, starting at the bottom and climbing all the way to the top. Knowing his abilities better than anyone, she skips the entry-level testing and officially places him directly into the first rank of the Special Operations Force. This category has only 100 members in the entire province, with 30 stationed in Hongai. Surprised by how quickly he was recruited, the hero learns that promotions are earned according to the difficulty of the missions completed. Shantian asks what the actual rewards of this professional advancement are. The leader assures him that he'll discover the benefits firsthand, but leaves him with a grim warning. The death rate on high-level missions is extremely high, and a single mistake can be fatal. When asked whether he has any other questions, the young man decides to seize the opportunity to seek answers about the greatest mystery of his life, the secret behind his parents. The full truth, however, would only be revealed once he reached the same level of power as his own father. Faced with that condition, he doesn't hesitate and decides to move forward immediately. Alone afterward, his aunt quietly acknowledges the boy's strength, convinced that her brother Lon's blood runs strongly through his veins. Soon after, his young partner meets with him to officially seal their partnership within the Special Forces. She makes it clear to Instructor Lin that she already understands the reality of the situation and reveals her primary goal, joining the legendary Dragon Squad. To reach that elite unit, she would need to climb all the way to 7th rank through brutal missions. The protagonist tells her not to worry, assuring her that their teamwork will be unstoppable and that she only needs to sit back and focus. To access the ultra-secret system that requires identity verification, they search for a secure and isolated location. Shantian explains that using a private terminal is necessary because a public network would compromise secrecy. The girl adds that the facility offers complete protection and top-tier encryption against intrusions without leaving any trace. The challenge ahead is enormous. Operations are divided into 7 categories, and their current rank is the lowest, making even an F-class mission an extreme risk. Even so, the young man proposes rescuing 10 targets at once. Lin considers the idea completely insane because of the time limit and limited rescue capacity. Unfazed, Shantian takes control of the monitor and narrows the options down to the only 2 viable paths: capturing a fugitive or carrying out a high-priority retrieval mission. Instructor Lin sternly warns him that the clock is working against them, with only 3 days left before total failure becomes unavoidable. With just 3 days to complete both objectives, his partner tries to grasp the seriousness of the situation, but the young man simply orders her to follow him. Their destination is the imposing Zeta Club building. At the counter, the influential HN is enjoying a glass of wine when the protagonist approaches to trace the target's whereabouts. After accepting payment, she confirms that the man will be returning shortly. Eager for a strategy, Lin presses for answers, but the boy merely tells her to get behind the wheel and drive to their next stop. Once they arrive, Shantian points toward the apartment building where the corrupt employee's secretary lives. Normal access is protected by bureaucracy and identification cards, but he quickly spots an opening, a window left completely open. Lin finds the conclusion impossible, considering the apartment is on the 4th floor, but he cuts off the discussion and orders her to watch the perimeter. Taking advantage of the empty residence, Shantian slips into the apartment through the open window. Using his X-ray vision ability, he methodically searches the place for dirt and evidence. The operation goes so smoothly it feels straight out of a movie. Meanwhile, outside, Lin paces nervously near the fence, biting her nails with worry. The suspense ends when the young man appears on the street shortly afterward. He approaches his partner and calms her down, revealing that the first mission is complete after photographing the accounting ledger and gathering a mountain of evidence against the entire scheme. The same pattern repeats itself at the Star Club. The moment they step inside, the protagonist heads straight to the counter, where the informant hands him an envelope packed with valuable information. In exchange for the service, he guarantees payment by leaving behind a bank card loaded with funds and even reveals the password on the spot. His partner is stunned by the sheer boldness of the move, but he justifies it by saying danger is already on their trail and that this source is completely trustworthy. They moved on to the next target under the bright glow of the streetlights. Near the entrance to the hideout, Lin quickly coordinated a countdown for the breach. The moment they kicked the door open, the girl drew her weapon and announced the arrest. But the situation escalated instantly. A thug appeared behind her, swinging a baseball bat with full force. Before the blow could connect, the young man delivered a brutal punch straight to the attacker's face, disarming him and sending him crashing to the floor. There was no time to catch their breath. Another criminal charged forward wielding a sharp blade. The protagonist warned his partner about the new threat. With incredible agility, Lin launched a perfectly aimed needle toward the man's face and followed up with a devastating sweep kick, knocking him out within seconds. Impressed by how easily the takedown went, the young woman celebrated the successful ambush. Shantian praised her ruthless speed, while the girl admitted that teamwork had been the real key to crushing the criminals before they had any chance to react. Determined to finish the job, the duo headed straight to the mission delivery counter. The receptionist was completely stunned, unable to believe that just the two of them had handled such a massive workload. Without wasting time on small talk, Shantian demanded immediate verification and submitted the mission records. Since he operated at a special forces level, the standard experience gain was meaningless to him, so he transferred all the points to his partner. The employee announced that they had shattered the organization's speed record, earning an additional bonus worth half the normal experience reward, although the base payout remained unchanged. Grateful for the gesture, the young woman thanked her ally. Before leaving, Shantian encouraged her to stay fully focused on future contracts. The attendant could barely process what he had witnessed that night. The pair had completed 18 missions in a row, an absurd accomplishment that left the record system practically speechless. It didn't take long for Lin Binbin's name to echo throughout the academy's halls. While most people burned with jealousy over her meteoric rise, the former undisputed leader of the G-class rankings was furious to see her dominance threatened by a newcomer. News of the record quickly reached the conference room of the organization's leadership. Directors and officers reviewed the official reports in disbelief, flipping through page after page confirming the girl's relentless streak of completed missions. While the veterans were eager to meet the new prodigy, one of the rivals present exploded in anger and slammed her fist onto the table. It was in this atmosphere of intense tension that Lin Binbin herself walked through the door, instantly disrupting the hostile mood as she formally introduced herself with a confident smile. Just as the newcomer was preparing to leave, the rival who had been sitting at the table stood up and cornered her near a cart. Pretending to be innocent, she asked if there was a problem and fake apologized for supposedly bumping into her. Lin wasn't fooled for a second and immediately fired back, accusing her of intentionally trying to trip her. The argument was cut short when the captain arrived and demanded an end to the nonsense, ordering everyone to focus on missions instead of internal conflicts. The rival challenged the captain, complaining that he was favoring rookies and claiming she could defeat anyone present. The captain immediately shut her down by revealing Lin Binbin's unbelievable accomplishment: 18 completed missions in a single night, nearly reaching the organization's weekly cap of 30. Swallowing her pride, the aggressor crossed her arms and closed her eyes in pure frustration. That was when Shantian stepped in without mercy. With a quick and subtle movement, he struck her leg, sending her flying and crashing directly onto the floor. Humiliated, she demanded an explanation, but the protagonist looked down at her with complete contempt and remarked that a purebred dog doesn't block the path of those simply passing through. Blinded by rage, the rival pulled a sharp dagger from its sheath and launched a deadly strike toward Shantian's head. The captain shouted for her to stop, and Lin tried to warn her partner, but the young man didn't even blink. The tables turned instantly. The attacker suddenly froze in mid-motion, unable to move a single muscle in her hand after his precise counterattack. The captain intervened with an iron fist, suspending the girl for 3 days and cutting her advancement bonuses in half. Shantian didn't escape punishment for the kick either. He received the same suspension and lost the right to earn experience from his next 30 missions. Completely unconcerned, the protagonist brushed off the discipline, assuring the leader that everything was under control and that he would soon bring in plans for the following week. With the matter settled, Lin suggested that they start pursuing contracts at much more dangerous levels now that they had access. Shantian accepted the challenge immediately, while the humiliated rival silently swore revenge, promising to crush them once she ranked up. Completely indifferent, the young man simply dismissed her and moved on. Shantian needed to stop by home quickly to pick up some clothes, while Lin insisted they hurry. Before heading upstairs, the protagonist instructed his ally to monitor the area and only return once the man known as Bannon was no longer lurking around below. Shantian assured him that he would personally take care of the trash hanging around the location. Ignoring the danger entirely, the young man walked through a wide alley with his hands in his pockets when he was suddenly surrounded by an armed gang. One of the brutes carried a heavy piece of lumber, while a slick-haired criminal leaped forward to throw an overhead punch. With absurd reflexes, the protagonist dodged effortlessly and used the attacker's own momentum against him, hurling the giant into another thug and breaking the enemy formation. What they didn't know was that the entire confrontation was being filmed from a rooftop by a spy. The lookout, who had been tracking the hero's movements for quite some time, celebrated what he believed was the perfect recording. His plan was to edit the footage and send it to a local newspaper, framing the protagonist for assaulting innocent citizens, but the scheme vanished in an instant. Out of nowhere, the protagonist appeared beside him, ripped the phone from his hand, crushed the device with a single squeeze, and tossed the shattered pieces onto the ground. Terrified by the speed on display, the slick-haired thug backed away and ordered the young man to stay back. Shantian locked eyes with him and demanded to know the reason behind the ambush. The protagonist's warning was short and ruthless. If the gang continued using cowardly tactics or crossed paths with Zin Shui again, they would face devastating consequences. The thug tried to mutter out an arrogant response, but collapsed after taking a brutal blow. Far from the scene, news of the confrontation reached the masterminds behind the operation. Standing before the battered heir, the father asked the patriarch what their strategy would be to save him. Furious, the old man declared that he would protect his grandson, as if his own life depended on it. He demanded to know immediately who had dared challenge the clan, swearing to crush whoever had laid a hand on his family. In a secluded room, the rival seethed with jealousy while talking on the phone, swearing to wage a personal war against Lin Binbin. The real storm was brewing inside the mansion of the influential Mr. Yu, an elite fighter, enraged because Shantian had neutralized Bannon and humiliated the four knights, demanded the protagonist's elimination. The plan was cruel. Use Senru, the woman closest to the hero, as bait to lure him into a final ambush and eliminate them both at once. When his partner questioned the severity of the crime, the executioner brushed aside the concern, insisting that their strength was more than enough for the job. With the mastermind's final approval, the death pact was sealed. The following morning, the protagonist woke up at home beneath a bright sun, convinced that the Shifting Sands clan would take a break from attacking him. That sense of relief vanished instantly when an alarming message appeared on his phone. Senru was in mortal danger. Driven by urgency, he immediately called the young woman. She answered in a panic, more worried about Shantian's safety than her own. Without wasting time on explanations, the young man ordered her to stay where she was and wait for his rescue. Distressed and unaware of the true scale of the threat, she had barely ended the call when her phone rang again. This time, the cold voice of a complete stranger demanded that she come down to the courtyard immediately, setting the trap into motion. The grim warning suggested that her ally's life was in serious danger underground. Shaken, the young woman ignored the receptionist's questions about the mysterious call and rushed toward the exit, desperately hoping the worst wouldn't happen. She raced against time to the underground parking garage, weaving through rows of vehicles while repeatedly trying and failing to contact the protagonist. Elsewhere, the hero's partner was also moving through the underground garage and spotted the target vehicle. What neither woman realized was that enemy eyes were tracking their every move from inside a dark car. The moment the young woman was cornered and forced into the kidnapper's vehicle, the operations leader gave the departure order over the radio. But Shantian's counterattack came immediately and with overwhelming force. The headlights of a vehicle sliced through the darkness just seconds before a massive explosion shook the parking structure, filling the area with a thick curtain of smoke. Amid the chaos, doors flew open as the thugs attempted to scatter. Meanwhile, the gang leader smashed through his own rear window, preparing to escape while celebrating what he thought was a successful operation. His escape was stopped instantly. Appearing beside the vehicle like a ghost, the protagonist confronted the mastermind without mercy. Using nothing but raw strength, he ripped the car door completely off its hinges, spreading terror among the cornered criminals. Trembling uncontrollably and completely out of options, the executioner pointed at the young man and begged for mercy, claiming that his luck would eventually run out. Ignoring the empty threats, Shantian pulled out his metal needles and declared that the gang had reached the end of the road. With surgical speed and precision, he drove the needles into the attacker's vital points. Pulling the young woman away from danger, the hero turned his back and delivered a chilling warning. The damage to the rivals' nervous systems was permanent, and they would spend the rest of their lives deprived of their senses. On the ground, the neutralized criminals lay completely motionless under the effects of the attack. The injured man, who deeply admired the protagonist, briefly regained consciousness and asked whether the danger had passed. Shantian nodded and gave his partner a firm warning, reminding her of the risks of violating the organization's protocol. Hiding her relief behind a teasing expression, the young woman admitted that she had only acted that way because she was genuinely worried about him. To ease the tension, the young man placed a hand on her shoulder and assured her that from that moment forward, nobody would catch them off guard again. Meanwhile, An official police vehicle pulled up to the entrance of a luxury complex under the watchful eyes of the guards. Lin Binbin informed her subordinate that she would stop by headquarters first to report the incident, only to be told that there was no need to rush. The agent stepped into the elevator to head down to the ground floor, but the moment the doors opened for her exit, a sudden collapse caused her to fall to the floor, terrifying the employees nearby. Far away and unaware of what had happened, the protagonist raced through the streets at high speed toward the medical center. Bursting into the emergency wing in a state of alarm, he confronted the officer on duty and demanded to know what had happened to his partner. Aware of the strong bond between the young man and Captain Lin, the officer directed him to her room. A veteran doctor named Kanan, who had been monitoring the case out of personal concern, explained how serious the situation was. Anxious, Shantian approached the unconscious woman and took her pulse to examine her life energy. The condition was completely mysterious and unlike anything ordinary. Pressing the officer for details about what might have triggered the collapse, he learned that Lin had been leading an investigation into a series of unexplained murders and had suddenly blacked out the moment she left the latest crime scene. Concentrating deeply, the protagonist closed his eyes and placed his hands on the patient's head, beginning an intense mental search to uncover the source of the anomaly. Shantian's analysis revealed the exact nature of the problem. As he focused his energy, he detected a dark and sinister mist emanating directly from Lin Binbin's head. Acting with surgical precision, the protagonist pulled out his metal needles and launched them toward strategic points on the patient's body. The effect was immediate. The dark mist dispersed, and the young woman regained consciousness on the spot, complaining only of a mild headache. The officer on duty watched in complete disbelief, unable to comprehend such an instant recovery. Sitting up in bed, still confused, Lin asked how she had ended up there. Shantian explained bluntly that she had been infected by a kind of energy parasite an artificially created spectral essence, almost like a technological haunting. Horrified by the explanation, the agent asked him to stop joking about something so disturbing, but the young man insisted that the attack was real and that the entity had drained nearly all of her life energy. He ordered her to rest and assured her that he would handle everything else. After leaving the infirmary, Shantian called the officer over and suggested going straight to the root of the problem. The man immediately agreed. Together they entered the elevator and headed for the 18th floor, where the latest victim's body was being held. Halfway up, a violent explosion-like impact shook the elevator shaft, causing the entire structure to tremble. While the officer panicked, the protagonist remained completely calm. Stretching a hand into the empty air, he ordered the invisible enemy to stop relying on cheap tricks. The moment the elevator doors opened, Shantian instructed his frightened ally to remain inside the cabin. The young man advanced down the hallway, guided by directions from the officer, who pointed toward a neighboring apartment from a distance. Aware that the spiritual killer was operating from that exact area, the hero knocked on the door. Without hesitation, he forced his way inside, swept the room with his eyes, and stormed into the master bedroom, inspecting every dark corner in search of the murderer. There was no visible trace of any human presence. Shantian turned around and examined the darkest corner of the apartment, but the emptiness was absolute. Suddenly, the same sinister mist condensed around him, and a deep, cavernous voice echoed through the air, demanding to know his identity after he had dared ruin the organization's plans and save the agent. With complete mockery, the protagonist replied that he had plenty of enemies, but this was the first time he had dealt with something this bizarre. Without even looking behind him, he told the entity to stop wasting time and get straight to the fight. At that moment, the evil energy materialized, revealing the specter of a hooded corpse. The monster sneered at its opponent, claiming he had no idea what he was getting himself into. Shantian activated his advanced spiritual perception, turned around, and mapped every weakness in the creature's body. Fascinated by the young man's power, the ghost extended its claws and declared that such pure energy would be the perfect fuel for strengthening its sinister techniques. The hero drew his metal needles and informed the creature that it was nothing more than a mutated abomination. The specter unleashed a blast of black smoke meant to kill him instantly. Shantian hurled his needles into the attack, but the weapons dissolved upon impact with the dark barrier. Seeing the defense, the protagonist switched strategies immediately. He gathered momentum, leaped high into the air, and unleashed a devastating punch with all his strength directly into the monster's shadowy arm. The brutal impact knocked the demon's limb violently to the side. Confident, the young man mocked his opponent's weakness and demanded that he take him to the true mastermind behind the sorcery. Cornered and enraged, the spiritual executioner unleashed the full extent of his stored energy in an attempt to annihilate the young man. The temperature in the room plummeted, and a horde of lesser specters surrounded the hero from every direction. But Shantian responded instantly, bringing his hands together and creating a circle of mystical fire between his palms. The wall of flames expanded outward and obliterated the dark formation within seconds. Terrified by the overwhelming power of the fire, the ghost staggered backward, screaming as it called the protagonist a monster and begged him not to take another step forward. The specter attempted a desperate escape, but the protagonist moved like lightning and slammed it into the ground with a decisive blow. Outside, the police officer stood nervously near the entrance, practically biting his nails, when a violent crash from inside the apartment made him jump in shock. The door burst open, and Shantian stepped through carrying what remained of the evil entity. Trembling, the officer asked what that strange gray thing lying on the floor was. With a faint grin, the hero explained that he had captured the true murderer behind the killings and intended to conduct a very thorough interrogation. With the mystery solved, the young man immediately returned to the hospital. Upon entering the room, Shantian admitted to Lin Binbin that he had only gotten involved in the hunt because of her. Still weak, the agent acknowledged his sacrifice, saying that the debt she owed him for saving her life had only grown larger. With a teasing smile, the protagonist replied that she could settle everything at once if she agreed to marry him. Their light-hearted conversation was interrupted by a phone call. On the other end, the influential patriarch of the enemy clan demanded that the young man appear immediately and answer for his actions. Showing absolutely no respect, Shantian replied that he didn't know any senile old man before hanging up in his face. Back at the mansion, the rival leader exploded with rage, crushing the phone in his hand while swearing to destroy the young man. Beside him, his cunning daughter-in-law smirked and claimed she had already identified the hero's greatest weakness. Back in the hospital room, Shantian calmly peeled an apple for his partner. Lin joked that he didn't need to go through all that effort because she would eat it anyway, but the young man insisted on being the perfect visitor. The peaceful atmosphere vanished an instant later when another phone call came through. A desperate female voice, drowning in tears, delivered the worst possible news. Shinhai had been kidnapped by the clan. The news hit like a hammer. The protagonist immediately dropped both the knife and the apple. Driven by pure combat instinct, he rushed toward the hospital exit, shouting for Lin not to contact the authorities under any circumstances. Panicked and unable to grasp the full seriousness of the situation, the agent could only yell after him, begging for answers as he disappeared down the hallway. A little girl burst excitedly into the room, attempting to lighten the mood with a random comment about a friend who was quietly reading in an armchair, but Lin immediately cut off the distraction, having no patience for jokes. Everyone's attention returned to the kidnapping crisis. A frightened witness, eyes wide with panic, confessed to Shantian that fear had made her forget even the license plate number of the kidnapper's vehicle, leaving her feeling completely useless. Remaining calm, the protagonist assured Lin that he would bring Jinhai back safe and sound. Without hesitation, he dialed the kidnappers directly. The man on the other end answered with arrogance, claiming he was busy, but the hero immediately shut him down with a brutal ultimatum. If even a single hair on his cousin's head was harmed, he would wipe out the entire bloodline of the family responsible. Desperate, his partner grabbed Shantian's arm with tears in her eyes and begged to accompany him on the rescue mission. Since the victim was her best friend, she refused to stay behind. Giving in to her plea, the young man wrapped an arm around her shoulders and promised that they would rescue the girl together. 2 scouts from the enemy organization watched the pair from a distance. Uneasy, one of the agents commented on the overwhelming pressure radiating from the protagonist. She explained to her partner that there were 2 forms of killing intent, the kind born from repeated executions and the kind forged from pure rage. Shantian's anger, she said, was so intense that it felt capable of tearing the very atmosphere apart. Meanwhile, inside the enemy clan's stronghold, the lead enforcer reported the success of the trap to the patriarch. He confidently declared that the plan had worked perfectly and that the hero was walking straight into a slaughterhouse. Seated upon his throne, the leader asked whether the sect's spiritual master was already in position. After receiving confirmation that the ally was waiting in the courtyard, he smiled cruelly and announced that he would first shatter the protagonist's limbs before leaving the rest of the torture as a gift for his son's personal entertainment. Under the shadow of this planned execution, Shantian and his partner finally arrived at the gates of the compound. Shantian asked his partner where they should begin the attack. She suggested starting by destroying the clan's image, specifically the main sign hanging over the mansion entrance. The protagonist immediately agreed. Leaping forward with explosive force, he struck the identification plaque and shattered it into pieces at the front gate. The thunderous crash served as a declaration of war to everyone inside the compound. The entire property was about to be reduced to rubble. One servant sprinted inside and informed his master that the intruder had just destroyed the symbol of the family's lineage. Enraged by the desecration of an object left behind by his father, the patriarch demanded an immediate response. With a deafening kick, Shantian blasted open the main gate and stepped inside. From the top of a nearby tree, two observers watched the scene unfold. One commented sarcastically on the protagonist's abilities, while the other warned about the seriousness of the invasion, predicting that the young man would not leave the compound unharmed. The younger observer simply smiled, making it clear that she had come to watch the destruction unfold firsthand. Ignoring the whispers around him, Shantian walked through the shattered remains of the gate and entered the central courtyard. In a fit of rage, the faction leader ordered his fighters to annihilate the intruder. A horde of armed mercenaries surrounded the young man, but he never hesitated. When one attacker swung a staff at him, the protagonist dodged effortlessly and responded with a barrage of brutal punches, sending the first wave of enemies crashing to the ground. The rest of the gang instinctively stepped back, frozen with fear. Shantian simply stared at them and delivered a cold verdict. Their chance to run had already passed. The battle escalated quickly. Within just a few moves, the protagonist neutralized every defender, clearing a direct path to the clan leader and his spiritual protector. Cornered, the patriarch pointed a trembling finger at the intruder, trying to intimidate him. The master, however, remained completely calm, ordering the head of the household to settle down and leave the execution to him. The master attempted to justify his involvement, claiming that as the guardian of the Van bloodline, it was his duty to prevent anyone from violating the family's legacy. Shantian cut him off with open disdain, firing back that the man lacked both the stature and honor to question the source of his power. Furious at the insult, the fighter dropped into a combat stance and charged with a battle cry, dismissing the young man as someone trying to smash a boulder with an egg. Shantian answered the attack with a simple yet deadly technique. Extending two fingers like steel spikes, he struck directly toward his opponent. The impact was devastating. The master's hand bones cracked instantly upon colliding with the protagonist's iron-like defense. Without giving him a moment to recover, the hero advanced toward the patriarch and promised that he would be the next to have his bones reduced to dust. Terrified, the head of the household attempted to issue a desperate command, only to be silenced when Shantian brutally twisted his wrist, forcing him to drop his weapon and retreat. As the homeowner continued to mumble useless threats about future regret, the protagonist merely laughed and pointed toward the master, who was now defeated and kneeling on the ground. Taking advantage of the opening, Shantian unleashed a crushing downward kick, launching the master through the air and directly into his employer. A gigantic bodyguard managed to catch the master before he hit the ground and muttered through gritted teeth that he had never seen such refined cruelty from someone so young. Shantian remained calm and suggested that they find an opponent who could actually provide a challenge. While two subordinates dragged the humiliated master away, the hero looked at the owner of the estate one final time and declared that the fight was over. Without asking permission, he walked toward the front gate, offered a cold farewell wave, and simply started leaving. Then he stopped. Turning around, he locked eyes with the mansion owner and the bodyguard, openly daring them to try and stop him. The patriarch shouted from a window, ordering everyone to stand down, but Shantian ignored him with a cruel smile. The security chief stepped forward, reminding him that the Van bloodline would never tolerate such disrespect, and that even the fighters of Zuffenhausen trembled before their name. Shantian couldn't have cared less. Moving at a speed that challenged perception itself, he lunged forward, grabbed the clan leader, and hurled him away with brutal force. The bodyguard roared with rage at the humiliation and charged straight at the protagonist. Shantian blocked the attack, but immediately felt the impact. This opponent possessed monstrous physical strength. The guard tore off his jacket, revealing a massive physique, and swore that he would no longer hold back. The fight evolved into a violent duel. The bodyguard threw a punch carrying so much force that when it missed and struck the concrete wall instead, the entire structure shattered, sending debris flying toward the hidden observers nearby. Excited by the display, the younger spectator commented on the protagonist's apparent disadvantage against a Suan-level specialist. Her older companion immediately corrected the assessment. The guard's strength was unquestionable, but his lack of agility and technical skill would become his downfall. In her eyes, the outcome was already decided. The hero would eventually find the fatal opening. Meanwhile, shock spread throughout the courtyard. Everyone present realized that although the protagonist was supposedly operating at only the advanced yellow rank, his ability to survive against a Suan-level powerhouse defied all logic. One of the observers continued watching the duel closely, telling her companion that the outcome was still impossible to predict. In the courtyard, the protagonist weaved effortlessly around the master's heavy attacks. Furious, the larger fighter shouted insults, accusing the young man of cowardice for doing nothing but dodging. Gathering momentum, the guard launched a powerful flying kick that forced Shantian to retreat. Annoyed by the constant pressure, the hero finally decided to close the distance. He rushed forward with a barrage of rapid strikes, but the master narrowly escaped the combination. Regaining his footing, the bodyguard planted himself firmly and, in a desperate move, equipped a pair of metal combat bracers. The master stared at the young man coldly and declared that his arrogance had forced him to use this level of power. Recognizing his intentions, Shantian immediately threw his metal needles. The opponent shattered them in midair, the steel bracers smashing the projectiles to pieces before they could connect. Frustrated, the protagonist admitted to himself that he would not be able to conceal his true strength for much longer. Just as another clash was about to begin, an authoritative voice echoed throughout the courtyard, demanding the immediate end of all hostilities. A woman escorted by guards stepped between the combatants and cast a look of pure contempt toward the protagonist. The elderly patriarch quickly attempted to downplay the situation, describing the kidnapping as nothing more than a misunderstanding. Shantian refused to be fooled and demanded the girl's immediate release. The atmosphere grew tense when a young girl suddenly appeared in the courtyard and ran straight into the arms of the newly arrived woman. The mother embraced her tightly and assured her that the nightmare was finally over. The old man tried to smooth things over, claiming that although his son had kidnapped the child, she had not been harmed. Outraged, the woman responded with an icy threat. If the clan ever laid a hand on another member of her family, the price would be paid in blood. In the background, Shantian noticed a strange reaction. His cousin, while observing the newcomer, revealed her identity to the guard. The woman was Sia Ofen, the undisputed former champion of Hangai. Fan's final remark came as a grim warning. Since the last time they had crossed paths, Sia Ofen's strength had risen to a truly monstrous level. The challenger mocked Shantian, questioning whether he truly had the courage to enter a direct confrontation. With a scornful grin, the hero replied that nobody there had what it took to bring him down. From the shadows, the observers perched in the tree climbed down, stunned by the sudden shift in atmosphere. The pressure radiating from the protagonist was unlike anything they had ever felt before. Shantian remained silent, studying every movement of the master, while an oppressive aura of darkness began to surround his body. Protecting her daughter, Sia Ofen watched the phenomenon cautiously. She could tell that the young man had reached the Swan level, but what she sensed was far beyond an ordinary advancement. It felt like a source of raw, terrifying power. Maintaining his psychological warfare, Shantian launched a barrage of metal needles at the master, who retreated in fear. The spectators looked on in shock, unable to comprehend how an unknown young man had managed to humiliate a veteran fighter so thoroughly. Shantian's gaze swept across the courtyard before settling on the patriarch and the master. A dark mist pulsed around him, and even Sia Ofen, recognized as Hangai's Hytherity, felt a chill run down her spine. She mistakenly concluded that the young man had already reached the final stage of Suan. Internally, however, Shantian was laughing. It was nothing more than a strategic bluff, an illusion of overwhelming power designed to force a surrender without wasting any more energy. Realizing that fear had completely paralyzed his enemies, the protagonist slowly walked toward a colossal boulder in the center of the courtyard. The elderly patriarch, visibly trembling, tried to ask a question, but the weight of Shantian's aura left him speechless as he anticipated the coming display of power. The woman called out to him, but Shantian ignored her, focused entirely on his demonstration. He lifted the massive boulder above his head with frightening ease and aimed it toward the mansion's main building. Panic overtook the patriarch, who desperately ordered his subordinates to attack before the hero destroyed everything. Yet before any command could be carried out, the clan's own lackeys began to crumble under the pressure of pure terror. Chaos erupted as they stumbled over each other, causing destruction throughout the property. Seeing that the breaking point had been reached, Shantian released the boulder. It crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, signaling the end of all resistance. Standing beside him, Fan smiled in satisfaction and extended an invitation. A tea gathering at Lulin village would be waiting whenever he had the time. The woman, now resigned to the outcome, confirmed that she would be there as well. Behind them, the elderly patriarch collapsed unconscious, forcing the servants into an emergency response while the protagonist walked away without ever looking back. A short time later, Inside a private mansion, Shantian sat across from his hostess for a serious conversation. The atmosphere was filled with tension and curiosity. She questioned him directly about the source of his incredible strength. Shantian brushed the question aside, attributing everything to rigorous training. The truth about the heavenly scroll he had obtained was a burden far too dangerous to share. Respecting his silence, the woman handed him an official document confirming that he was already operating at the advanced Xuan level. With his first-class status revoked and a new reality ahead of him, his future path had been decided. Meanwhile, within the security division, Lin Binbin received her own promotion, officially advancing to the rank of second lieutenant. The woman then surprised the young man with a bold proposal. He would become an instructor for the Special Operations Division. The offer would require him to replace a highly respected veteran, and Shantian immediately declined with an amused smile. Acting with the authority of someone fully in control, the woman ignored his refusal and finalized the appointment anyway by pressing his fingerprint onto the official document. She made it clear that the next step would be formally introducing the new leader to the 7 squad commanders. At the training center, speculation filled the air. When the hostess arrived in the courtyard accompanied by Shantian, the fighters who had expected a famous name like Fanzin exchanged looks of disbelief and contempt. One veteran recognized the young man as a former recruit and openly questioned the sanity of the decision. Completely unfazed, his aunt officially announced the appointment. Shantian would assume command of Special Operations Unit 7 and would set the pace of training from that moment forward. An uneasy silence settled over the soldiers. Maintaining a relaxed posture, Shantian sat down in a chair at the center of the courtyard and issued a challenge. If they wanted to earn the right to question his authority, they would have to knock him out of that chair. The sheer audacity of the challenge left the fighters confused, but the hostess remained completely still, validating the test. With a calm smile, Shantian raised the stakes even higher. Any soldier who could either inflict real damage on him or force him out of the chair would immediately be promoted to chief instructor. The atmosphere in the courtyard changed instantly. Now driven by absolute seriousness, the soldiers attacked together, relying on overwhelming numbers and brute force to crush the new instructor. The first man to reach him threw a devastating punch, but Shantian never even stood up. He simply extended 2 fingers and intercepted the strike with surgical precision. Pain exploded through the attacker's hand. In one fluid motion, Shantian grabbed the man's wrist and immobilized him instantly, sending yet another fighter crashing to the ground. As his aunt watched the technical dismantling with an approving smile, recognizing the ruthless nature of their ancestors flowing through the boy's veins, the courtyard soon became littered with defeated soldiers. Maintaining complete control of the situation, Shantian looked at the exhausted fighters and asked whether they had finally accepted their defeat. The punishment came immediately. Each of them was ordered to run 10 exhausting laps around the training field. Watching the entire unit get subdued so effortlessly, the woman commented on the effectiveness of his methods. The protagonist, however, pointed out that true leadership requires adaptability. Different opponents demand different approaches, and a leader must adjust according to the mindset of the people standing in front of them. After wrapping up the first phase of training, Shantian said his goodbyes, leaving his aunt with a teasing remark about how hard she was pushing his limits. He then made his way through the city streets to a familiar antique shop. The elderly shop owner, who had already profited from the young man's previous ventures, welcomed him enthusiastically. Shantian wasted no time. He handed over a bank card loaded with a substantial amount of money and proposed a partnership in future business ventures. The shop owner suggested focusing on hotels and restaurants, questioning whether the young man actually had enough capital to invest. When Shantian casually mentioned that he had roughly 40 million available, the old man nearly dropped the teacup in his hand, stunned by the figure. To the protagonist, it was only the beginning. To the shop owner, it was more than enough to dominate the local market. Shantian's phone suddenly vibrated. On the other end, Officer K spoke with panic in his voice, reporting that the suspect of the evil entity the hero had previously captured had escaped from custody. Shantian immediately headed to the scene, where he met with Key and reviewed the security footage. The video showed the detention room. Without warning, a shadowy figure materialized above the prisoner's bed, grabbed him by the shoulders, and then both figures gradually dissolved into a ghostly haze before vanishing into thin air. He confirmed the obvious. There had been no break-in, no signs of forced entry, and no evidence of a struggle. The protagonist demanded to inspect the room personally. After stepping through the doorway, Shantian found nothing unusual. The walls, the lock, and the floor were completely intact. While the officer remained baffled, the hero focused on every detail, concluding that the intruder possessed an extremely refined movement technique that left almost no trace of energy or physical evidence behind. Shantian then asked whether the ceiling and the maintenance areas above the room had been inspected. Kay stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how anyone could reach the roof without climbing equipment or damaging the structure. The protagonist remained serious. He knew the entity had not simply escaped it, would eventually return to settle the score. His thoughts drifted toward Lin Binbin, who was still hospitalized. He could feel the walls closing in around them. Elsewhere, inside a luxurious estate, the atmosphere was tense. A woman was openly criticizing her brother, Kan, over the failed mission. She held nothing back, accusing him of carelessness and incompetence for allowing himself to be captured and humiliated by the intruder. The family patriarch watched the exchange in complete silence while the weight of failure hung over everyone present. The patriarch admitted to his ally that the invader had appeared out of nowhere and effortlessly defeated his two strongest guards. When asked whether the attack could have been carried out by the rival Maozen faction, he rejected the idea, emphasizing that the young man's fighting style was completely unfamiliar. The woman was shocked by the report. The idea of an independent fighter possessing that level of power seemed absurd. As she analyzed the situation, she realized that the young man radiated an enormous amount of yang energy, a resource valuable enough to restore someone to the peak of their strength. She proposed a new plan. If they captured the boy, they could extract and divide that energy among the 6 surviving members of their sect, ensuring the group's survival before continuing their search for the ancestral artifacts. The patriarch immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Shantian returned to the hospital and informed Lin Binbin about the suspect's spectacular escape through the maintenance routes. Clearly annoyed, the agent questioned why he was spending time at the hospital instead of personally leading the pursuit. Shantian admitted that her safety remained his highest priority. He trusted that the police already had the resources necessary to track down the fugitives. Just as their conversation was ending, an unfamiliar figure entered the room carrying a basket of fruit. The visitor, displaying an overly polite demeanor, asked for Lin Binbin. Feeling immediate distrust, the patient responded cautiously. Ignoring the tension, the stranger smiled and extended the fruit basket as a gesture of apology for the trouble her clan had caused. Lin Binbin had no interest in pleasantries. She immediately asked the question that had been hanging in the air all along. She wanted to know exactly who that woman's brother was. The visitor responded with a cynical smile, claiming that her brother had acted in self-defense when he injured a police officer, and that Shantian had supposedly broken his leg as a result. Stunned by the audacity of the statement, Lin Binbin dumped the fruit basket onto the floor and pressed her directly. Was she the shadowy figure seen rescuing the suspect on the security footage? Without the slightest shame, the visitor admitted that she had removed her brother from custody because he had been too weakened to survive jail. Lin immediately pushed back, reminding her that her duty was to arrest criminals, regardless of who they were. Maintaining his guard, Shantian finally stepped in. What exactly did she want? The woman attempted a diplomatic approach, offering a truce and promising that her brother would never cross paths with them again if they agreed to forget the past. Lin rejected any form of cooperation between law enforcement and criminals without hesitation. Shantian went even further. He ordered the woman out of the room and delivered a chilling warning. If she or her clan ever laid a hand on anyone close to him again, their next encounter would not end with negotiations, it would end with an execution. The woman turned pale, visibly shaken by the threat. She nodded her understanding and hurried out of the room, disappearing down the hallway. Lin questioned the woman's erratic behavior, and Shantian admitted that the level of danger surrounding the situation was impossible to measure. Back at the hideout, the woman met with the patriarch, who greeted her with open disdain for returning so quickly. She could barely speak. Trembling with fear, she described the encounter, explaining that she had sensed a distinct aura of death lingering around Shantian. The revelation cast a heavy shadow over the room. At last, Kan broke the silence with a ruthless grin, asking whether the remaining 4 members of the sect were willing to fight to the very end for the ancestral treasures, even if it meant bathing everything in blood. The woman then revealed the events that had led to the tension. The protagonist had been at a nightclub with his girlfriend when he received a threatening phone call. The caller demanded a meeting with young Master Hyan. After the call ended, the young woman immediately panicked. She recognized the name as one of the 4 Knights of Hangai and begged him to avoid the confrontation at all costs. Keeping his trademark mocking smile, Shantian reminded her that he had already dealt with the other 3 members of that group without much trouble. When asked how Hyan's strength compared to his previous opponents, Shantian simply tightened his grip on his glass while considering the information. For a brief moment, he thought about contacting the man directly, but quickly decided that the knight's ego wasn't worth his time. There were more pressing matters. He put away his phone and continued walking through the busy streets, reflecting on the inevitable clash ahead. Along the way, he received an unexpected invitation from Rue to attend a formal dinner. Upon arriving, he found himself standing before an extravagant venue celebrating Madame Zen's 90th birthday. Shantian met up with Rue at the entrance and, after exchanging greetings, asked about the condition of the elderly matriarch. Calmly, Rue assured him that everything was under control. Concerned about proper etiquette, the protagonist suggested preparing a worthy gift for the great-grandmother. Rue immediately reassured him, revealing that she had already taken care of everything on his behalf. Then she delivered a quick warning. Benza was also there. Sean immediately felt his blood boil. He was absolutely certain that his stupidity curses had left Binia and Yufan completely incapacitated, incapable of acting rationally. Yet the man approached with a challenging expression, openly admitting that the plan had failed and that he had come specifically to ruin Sean's plans. The disgust on the protagonist's face was impossible to hide. Ophir let out a bitter laugh filled with hatred and mocked the situation, revealing that Sean's sister was inside the venue accompanied by another young man. Moments later, Wen appeared and began making malicious comments about the girl's condition. Trying to maintain appearances, Ophir invited Sean inside to meet Xian, his sister. In reality, however, Ophir had a different objective altogether. He wanted to uncover the secret behind the mysterious doctor who had been helping the young people hidden within the family. The atmosphere inside the conference hall was tense. Sean entered alongside his girlfriend and immediately felt the heavy stares coming from Ophir and his companion. Remaining composed, Rue advised him to ignore them. Sean did his best to hold back. The last thing he wanted was to cause a scene during the young woman's family celebration. Soon, the master of ceremonies stepped onto the stage. Nearby sat 90-year-old Mrs. Zen in her wheelchair. A female guest approached, offered an exaggerated bow, and instructed everyone to ensure the event followed protocol perfectly. The announcer officially opened the celebration, honoring the matriarch's 90 years of life. The audience responded with applause and enthusiastic cheers. Then the parade of gifts began. A large man walked onto the stage carrying a jade bracelet and offered wishes for a long and prosperous life. Another guest followed with an expensive sapphire necklace. Luxury dominated the room as guests commented on every precious item presented. Then, suddenly, the focus shifted. With an amused smile, Mrs. Zen suggested that Sean reveal his gift. Every eye in the room turned toward Sean and Rue. The atmosphere of anticipation shattered when several guests mockingly revealed that Sean's contribution had been nothing more than a simple red envelope containing a relatively small amount of money. The audience immediately burst into laughter. They could hardly believe what they considered such a cheap and insignificant gift. The whispers quickly grew louder. Between laughter and ridicule, guests questioned whether the money even belonged to Sean or if it was merely another cheap stunt. As the atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, the protagonist remained completely calm. His girlfriend encouraged him, assuring him that he was doing exactly the right thing. Sean calmly walked to the center of the stage and silenced the speculation with a firm announcement. He had brought a special gift for the birthday celebrant. The contempt on the guests' faces was obvious. Mrs. Zen herself appeared irritated and questioned whether he was serious, treating his presence as little more than a waste of time. Ignoring the cold reception, Sean stepped forward, knelt beside the elderly woman, and carefully touched her legs. The entire ballroom fell silent. From a distance, Rue watched nervously, while the rest of the guests stared in disbelief. Sean was not offering jewelry. He was performing a healing technique designed to restore blood circulation to her limbs. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Cheyenne instructed her grandmother to cooperate with the treatment. With complete confidence, the protagonist explained that this was his true gift, the return of the mobility that age and illness had stolen from Mrs. Zen. After a brief moment of concentration, energy began flowing through his hands. The result was immediate. The elderly woman, who had been confined to a wheelchair for years, suddenly felt an unfamiliar strength spreading through her legs. With focused determination, she pushed herself upward. She staggered at first, but soon found her balance. A shocked cry escaped her lips, and the entire ballroom erupted in disbelief. Sean quickly steadied her to prevent a fall, while she struggled to process what had just happened. Her voice trembled with emotion as she stood on her own feet, witnessing what seemed like nothing short of a miracle in front of every guest in attendance. The protagonist wasted no time and asked Madame Zen directly if she approved of his gift. her voice trembling with emotion. She admitted that she had never received anything so extraordinary in her entire life. The crowd, once skeptical, now erupted into applause, praising what they saw as a genuine miracle. The celebration, however, didn't last long for everyone. Outraged, two men decided it was time to find the person responsible for that incredible feat. Accompanied by a young woman, they stormed onto the property, determined to confront the young man. A servant announced the pair's arrival to the young master, who was waiting calmly. The moment they stepped inside, the master, seated comfortably in his chair, showed no sign of intimidation. He had already healed those two before and coldly informed them that the family was preparing to leave. The atmosphere grew tense when he declared that there was an opening among the four young cavaliers, leaving the final decision in the hands of those present. Anaz watched everything from the shadows while the girl beside Hyan remarked with concern that the protagonist was becoming a serious headache for them. Hyan remained unfazed, studying every guest with a sharp, analytical gaze. Ella's boyfriend couldn't take his eyes off the young master. With an authoritative gesture, Hyun ordered the girl to come closer. Van tried to intervene by introducing his sister and easing the tension, but Hyun, visibly irritated by the hesitation, insisted that she obey. With no way out and under Uhu's pressure, the young woman slowly approached Hyun's chair. The young master wasted no time. He grabbed her hands with brutal force, leaving her visibly terrified. The tension reached its peak as Hyun kept her firmly under control and sternly ordered Wen to go directly to Sinew and create as much chaos as necessary. The guest tried to argue, warning that the plan would cause a major scandal, but Hyun wasn't interested in excuses. In a cold tone, the young master reminded everyone that the only reason they were still alive was because he had allowed Kapow to save them. Kan stood silently beside him, serving as a living reminder of the authority Hyun wielded. The teacher watched in shock. Yule, fearing the consequences, swore that past mistakes would never happen again, while the girl beside him could barely breathe from anxiety. Hyun had no patience for further apologies and ordered everyone to leave. Only Wen remained behind, desperately clinging to the belief that following the master's orders was the only way to achieve his goals. The pair headed straight for the administrative building. The assault was brutal. Within seconds, the office had descended into chaos, and injured employees were already scattered across the floor. The secretary, panicking, tried to contact Madame Zen and begged for help. When she finally managed to confront Wen, the situation exploded. Disc Ada, trying to maintain control, threatened to call the authorities. Wen let out a sinister laugh and made it clear that he had no fear of the law. Since Hyun's return, the protection the secretary relied on meant nothing. The moment Hyun's name came up during the argument, the protagonist's patience ran out. Moving with incredible speed, he crossed the room and delivered a devastating kick straight to the attacker's groin. The man collapsed, doubled over and screaming in pain. Ignoring his suffering, the protagonist advanced on the next target. Before the man could recover, he landed a crushing punch square in his face. The impact silenced any protest. Without missing a beat, he demanded to know how many men had been sent to target Rue, preparing for ruthless retaliation. Chaos consumed the office. After taking down a guard and two leaders, the protagonist imposed a merciless punishment: 10 strikes, counted one by one. Wen desperately begged for mercy, but the protagonist refused. With calculated brutality, he delivered the first blow, smashing his opponent's face into the floor with tremendous force. The scene was disturbing. Every strike echoed through the room, leaving the employees gathered near the entrances horrified. The victim, now barely recognizable, pleaded for mercy between impacts, but the protagonist only intensified the punishment. "Count the hits," he demanded, while the man collapsed repeatedly, too weak to keep resisting. The reason for his fury was simple. The family's honor had been stained by the intruder. Even in the middle of the violence, the protagonist remained composed, ordering the secretary to serve water to young Master Hyun. With one foot planted on Binya's fallen body, he forced the man to face his own defeat. Exhausted and irritated, he finally ended the beating. Rue handed a glass of water to her friend, while the surviving henchmen fled in terror, abandoning their master to his fate. Amid the wreckage, the conversation shifted. Still trembling, the young woman revealed the real reason behind the entire conflict: an invitation to an extravagant cruise ship party. After examining the invitation, the protagonist nearly tore it apart, wanting to stop her from attending the suspicious event. But her persistence won out. Realizing how important the occasion was to her, he relented, though he imposed one condition: he would stay by her side and personally drive her there. Minutes later, the group passed through the estate gates under the nervous watch of a servant and headed toward the uncertain destination awaiting them aboard the cruise. A servant fanning himself with a folding fan appeared before the young young master and brought news of Binia's death. Hyan responded with icy contempt, declaring that Binia's fate was a fitting punishment for failing his mission and ordering preparations for the banquet to continue without delay. The servant assured him that Shantian would attend the celebration, an opportunity Hyan intended to use to intimidate his rival. To complete the trap, the servant revealed that a special ingredient had been added to the dinner. The atmosphere shifted when Wen entered the room, accompanied by a dog and wearing a cynical smile. The atmosphere on the deck was still tense after the earlier confrontation. Despite being beaten just hours before, Wen thanked Hyan and Mr. Ipao, pretending everything was under control. Hyan simply watched with satisfaction and ordered the banquet to begin. The harbor was packed with luxury cars. Sean, dressed in a custom-made suit worth a fortune, walked alongside his girlfriend. As they stepped onto the cruise ship's deck, the impact was immediate. Young Master Hyan was already waiting for them, surrounded by his most trusted attendants. The servant with glasses, always alert, quickly informed his master of the protagonist's arrival. Hyan's girlfriend signaled for the guests to be entertained while Wen approached Shan with fake courtesy. Hyan wasn't fooled by the shock written across Wen's face. He knew the man should have been on the verge of death. The only logical explanation was that Ben had performed some kind of medical miracle to save him. Maintaining his mask of gratitude, Wen promised to repay Shan's mercy, but the protagonist merely clenched his fist, sensing the dangerous aura surrounding him. Noticing that Wen still struggled to move because of the injuries from their previous encounter, Shan knew his punishment had left lasting scars. Feeling the intensity of Shan's gaze, Wen instinctively stepped back, terrified without understanding the disaster that was about to unfold. The tension on the deck reached its breaking point. Tired of Wen's pleading, the protagonist grabbed him by the collar and unleashed his fury, hurling him onto the deck with overwhelming force. Wen, reduced to a pathetic wreck, was nothing more than an annoying distraction. Ignoring the miserable sight, the protagonist turned his attention to his girlfriend, dismissing any interest in Binia and inviting her to leave the area with him. From the upper deck, Hyan watched everything unfold. Holding a glass of wine and wearing a mocking smile, he commented on his subordinate's defeat and ordered his team to take action. Following Kan's instructions, the servants dragged Wen's nearly lifeless body to a chair, preparing for a desperate intervention. The scene shifted dramatically inside a private room. Kan, an elderly man, began channeling a powerful energy that flooded the room with blinding light. As the miraculous treatment worked on Wen's battered body, Kan inserted fine needles to drain toxins and issued a chilling warning. This would be the last time he saved the young man's life. Exhausted, Wen could only mumble a promise of obedience. Far from the medical drama, the protagonist enjoyed a dessert beside his girlfriend, who held a glass of wine. The peaceful moment didn't last. A sudden interruption forced the couple to turn around in irritation. A red-haired woman in a green dress came running toward them, calling out for Professor Sean. Wearing an expression of complete disdain, the protagonist didn't recognize the intruder, who proudly introduced herself as Jay Lacio. His girlfriend's confusion was obvious, while he prepared to deal with yet another nuisance. The tension climbed even higher. Through whispers and subtle provocations, a sharp voice mocked the girl's appearance. Eru, speaking with calculated cunning, tried to push the protagonist into an unwanted social interaction, suggesting he greet her friends and meet her grandfather. Sean made no effort to hide his contempt. He had never heard of this supposedly famous grandfather and had absolutely no interest in changing that. The protagonist remained standing on the deck until a stranger stumbled into him. The contact was invasive and deliberate. She grabbed his hand with surprising strength, refusing to let go. Sean's disgust was obvious. He had no idea why she was putting on this act, but the confusion spread quickly. A crowd soon gathered around the commotion. The woman's boyfriend came running over, shouting accusations and trying to paint the protagonist as the villain. Yule, dripping with sarcasm, questioned why Sean would commit such disgusting acts, while Wen added fuel to the fire by suggesting Sean simply couldn't resist a pretty face. The protagonist responded with a harsh dose of reality. He declared that his recovery was complete and demanded that she release him immediately, warning that he didn't want to be forced to defeat her as well. Furious, the woman began shouting that all the accusations of abuse were completely fabricated. Rias tried to intervene, but the situation spiraled out of control when the stranger, driven by blind hatred, landed a clean strike across the protagonist's face. The sound echoed across the deck. A man who appeared to be an ally rushed forward to restrain her, while the protagonist maintained his composure despite the attack, preparing to explain the truth before the chaos consumed the entire cruise. Violence seemed ready to erupt at any moment. The stranger, wearing a look that promised death to anyone who crossed her path, was confronted by Hiruzen, who mocked the situation and claimed that that only his friend could defeat such an opponent. When pressured to reveal who had sent her to create the disturbance, she simply looked away. One of the guests, terrified of getting involved, begged to be left out of the conflict and fled with his companions. Taking advantage of the distraction, the protagonist grabbed his girlfriend's hand and attempted to lead her away from the danger. But their path was blocked by a crowd gathered around an improvised arena. At its center, the atmosphere was that of an impending duel. An arrogant fighter was claiming the title of one of Shanghai's 4 young masters, insisting that the position would never belong to his rival, Zhu. The challenger prepared a deadly kick against his fallen opponent and demanded that Zolan appear to explain himself. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Zhu suddenly stepped forward and ordered everyone to stop. He barely had time to instruct people to take the injured fighters to the hospital before being confronted by the aggressive challenger, who demanded to know why he was interfering. Zhu's answer poured cold water on the situation. He stated that he had no interest whatsoever in the politics surrounding the 4 young masters and only wanted to enjoy the banquet. Feeling insulted by such indifference, the attacker prepared to strike. With complete calm, Zhu extended one hand and stopped the man's punch just inches from his body. He then attempted to walk away in peace, but his opponent's cowardice got the better of him. As Zhu turned his back, the fighter launched a sneaky kick directly into his back. That attack crossed the line. Zhu turned around, the calm expression gone from his face, replaced by pure fury as he prepared to fight back. The tension in the room escalated when a newcomer confronted Zhao Luna. Haiyan appeared right behind him and demanded a duel between Zhao and Lei Yuan. Without hesitation, Zhao rejected any claim to a position among the 4 young cavaliers, standing firm in his decision. Seated arrogantly in his chair, Haiyan refused to accept the answer. With a direct threat, he made it clear that Zhao's refusal would cost him his life. Silence fell over the area as the protagonist watched the scene unfold, measuring the weight of the brutality taking shape before him. Ignoring the tension, the protagonist turned to a waiter. He pointed at the seat where the young master was lounging and demanded one just like it. Faced with the employee's refusal and inability to help, the visibly annoyed protagonist decided to take matters into his own hands, walking away from the group under the worried gaze of his companion. Trying to maintain control of the situation, Haiyan offered a position among the 4 cavaliers if the young man accepted the challenge. Lei Yuan immediately vowed to claim that spot for himself. Without wasting a second, the protagonist returned to the center of the hall and, with absurd strength, lifted the massive green couch over his head, leaving everyone present in complete shock. He settled into the newly claimed seat and invited the girl to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Furious at the disrespect, Wen pointed a finger and threatened the protagonist for his audacity. The atmosphere was thick with provocation. Still seated and watching the spectacle, Haiyan wore a smile that left the guests confused. In a mocking tone, he declared that the real game was finally about to begin. The confrontation became unavoidable when the young man was pressured to obey, resulting in one of his opponents launching a violent kick straight at him. The threat of death hung in the air, but Zhao reacted instantly, taking a defensive stance. Li, radiating dangerous excitement, taunted his opponent and pushed the fight forward. When the attacker charged, Zhao evaded with impressive agility, creating the space he needed. Contrary to expectations, he abandoned his defensive posture and launched a full offensive. With ruthless determination, Zhao delivered a devastating strike that shattered his opponent's resistance. The follow-up attack was precise and brutal. A direct blow to the face ended the exchange. Thrilled by the sudden turnaround, Li ripped off his bow tie and announced that he would personally take control of the fight from that point forward. As the battle intensified, Haiyan remained a cynical spectator. He called over Vine, one of his most trusted fighters, and asked him to evaluate the situation. When Haiyan questioned how many moves it would take to defeat Zhao and Li, his subordinate confidently replied that a single strike would be enough. Smirking, Haiyan then pointed toward the protagonist and asked what it would cost to crush him as well. Vine hesitated, studying the absolute calm with which the protagonist remained seated beside his companion, completely indifferent to the chaos around him. In a mocking tone, Haiyan admitted he wasn't in any hurry to see the outcome and refused to make any predictions. The tension reached a critical level. Zhao's companion warned him about the danger of remaining passive, revealing that the young master was actively trying to ruin Ru. Fear overtook the girl as she realized Zhao's earlier refusal to accept Haiyan's invitation had triggered this relentless persecution. Surrounded on all sides, she stepped forward as a shield between her friends and their attackers. The conflict escalated into a savage struggle where survival became the only objective. Amid the exchange of attacks, Someone asked how many moves it would take to defeat their opponents, but Zhao's answer was short and cold: none. Zhao needed no elaborate strategy. One perfectly placed strike sent his opponent crashing into a table. In the middle of the chaos, Li seized the opening and hurled a plate at his rival. With a reflex born of pure skill, Zhao raised his leg and kicked the plate midair, adding even more speed to its flight. The ceramic disc sliced through the air toward young Master Li, putting everyone on high alert. Before impact, Vine appeared like a blur and caught the plate with his bare hands. The raw strength required to stop that momentum revealed exactly how dangerous the guard truly was. Enraged by the challenge, Vine escalated the situation. He grabbed another plate and hurled it with brutal force toward the couch where the protagonist and the girl were sitting. The protagonist didn't move. He calmly watched the plate cut through the air. The moment he focused his gaze, the ceramic shattered into countless fragments before reaching its target. The audience watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the object had been destroyed without any visible contact. Recognizing the threat, one of the servants remarked that the guard had finally found a worthy opponent. Haiyan, however, remained completely unfazed. The fight resumed in the blink of an eye. Zhao surged forward, closing the distance with relentless speed and delivering a sharp slap that made his opponent stagger. "You lost," Zhao declared, ending the duel on his own terms. But his opponent refused to accept defeat. In a desperate outburst, he jumped to his feet holding the jagged neck of a broken bottle. Zhao kept his guard up and blocked the frenzied assault. While the attacker charged blindly in rage, the protagonist shouted out, reaffirming his dominance over the entire situation. The protagonist's intervention came as a quick and precise strike that sent the attacker flying. With fury and contempt burning in his eyes, he asserted his authority and ordered the immediate end of the farce. Stunned by the audacity, Wen demanded to know how he dared interrupt the fight. The protagonist's answer was sharp and unforgiving. "This isn't a real fight, it's just a pathetic performance." Maintaining his composure, Zhao acknowledged the help he had received, while the defeated opponent bowed his head in surrender. The atmosphere grew even heavier when an execution order against Zhao Luna echoed through the room, issued by one of the 4 young cavaliers. Fear spread among the crowd, but Zhao merely offered a cold expression of gratitude to the young master. Haiyan, wearing a mocking grin, challenged anyone present to step forward and try to kill him. The audience watched the chaos unfold in terror when Xiaoma, an acquaintance of the protagonist, appeared and demanded a humiliating apology. Tension reached its peak when Xiao, ignoring the danger, insisted on a formal act of submission. The protagonist immediately intervened, gripping his friend's shoulder and firmly rejecting the demand. He issued a challenge of his own. He would tolerate no more abuse. Instead, he proposed a fight to the death, a battle where only one man would leave standing. Haiyan accepted without hesitation, fully prepared to grant the death his opponent seemed to be seeking. That was when an old, seasoned laugh cut through the air, bringing a veteran onto the scene. He remarked that he never expected to live long enough to witness such recklessness. Accompanied by his granddaughter, the elderly man warned everyone about the danger of that climb. The young woman explained the situation, revealing that she had turned down his invitations many times before. Standing before the patriarch, the protagonist stepped in. He declared that there would be no bloodshed that day and suggested putting an end to the hostilities, reminding everyone that the main event was still ahead. Weighing the risks and the presence of the influential elder, Haiyan hesitated for a long moment before backing down and choosing to postpone the conflict. The old man, dripping with disdain, signaled to his subordinates to ignore any retaliation against the protagonist unless they wanted to lose everything. Haiyan, his voice full of arrogance, shouted one final warning. The young man had only 2 more days to live. The protagonist gathered his friends, excited to explore new places. He tried to greet Sean, but the old man, clearly disgusted, grumbled that the young man was a walking disaster despite having just saved his life. The granddaughter quickly advised her grandfather to watch his manners. After their mentor left, the old man questioned why she seemed to be in such a hurry. The gaming hall was packed. They found their seats, and while the young woman looked for a place to relax, the protagonist studied the surroundings with curiosity. Eru assured everyone that he would not interfere with the games and left to accompany President Zen. The protagonist eagerly focused on the tables while Ho rushed off to join the fun. The atmosphere shifted when the old man reappeared, criticizing his granddaughter for being in such an inappropriate place. Unconcerned with their family tension, the protagonist approached a table and asked to place a minimum bet of 10 yen. The attendant smiled sarcastically and informed him that the minimum was actually 100 yen. Wen openly mocked him for being short on money. When questioned about his meager 10 yen, the protagonist remained calm. In a deliberate act of humiliation, Wen tossed a 100 yen bill onto the floor and pretended to be startled, demanding that he pick it up himself. The message was obvious. The protagonist was expected to bow before him to get the money. The protagonist refused to bend. Activating his magic, he kept his eyes fixed on the target. Right before everyone's eyes, the bill rose from the floor and floated through the air. With a swift motion, he caught it and pocketed it as his own. The fury on Wen's face was the only response he could manage after that display of superiority. With a savage glare, Wen marched to the cashier and exchanged the bill for a 100 yen chip. When he threw 2 chips onto the table, the protagonist's companion immediately noticed the difference. Those chips were worth 100 times more than the director's. As soon as she picked one up, she realized it was worth an astonishing 100,000 yen. Annoyed by the protagonist's attention toward the girl, Wen began making malicious comments about her character, suggesting she would do anything for money. The protagonist stepped in and asked for the employee's name. Introduced as Din Min Zan, the worker received an enticing offer: quit the job and follow him in exchange for much greater profits. Din hesitated, but after a brief moment of thought, returned the chip to Wen and decided to side with the protagonist. Filled with contempt, Wen sneered and called the former attendant a washed-up star. The game continued under Zhao's direction. He handed the chip to Din and instructed her to place bets only where he indicated. Confidently, she followed his advice. The result was immediate, a massive win. The growing stack of chips shocked everyone present and prompted Wen to accuse the protagonist of cheating. Zhao remained calm, explaining that his victory had nothing to do with touching the cards and everything to do with a strategy Wen could never understand. Confident as ever, Zhao instructed Din to place the next bet on a tie. Excited, she pointed out that the odds were 1 in 100, but followed his instructions anyway. Wen attempted to intimidate her by warning that she could lose 800,000 yen, but Din stood her ground. The challenge had been set. If they won, Wen would have to pay the humiliating price of defeat. Wen turned pale as the scoreboard confirmed the tie. The protagonist wasted no time. Wearing an icy smile, he ordered the staff to bring seasonings for the young master, who now had to keep his promise and eat the deck of cards. The chaos escalated. Cornered and embarrassed, Wen tried to intimidate the waitress, yelling that she had been hired to serve customers, not to make money. Din refused to stay silent and exposed the lies and disrespect she had endured from her former boss. The protagonist then acted with supreme contempt. He tossed a massive pile of chips at the director and mockingly asked how much it would cost to buy his dignity, offering even more money if necessary. Defeated and humiliated in front of everyone, Wen stormed out. Before leaving, the protagonist handed all of the chips to Din as a final gesture, putting an end to that oppressive relationship. Surprised and grateful, Din invited her new ally to dinner. He gladly accepted, admitting that the confrontation had worked up quite an appetite. When they arrived at the restaurant, the tension remained. A female employee rushed toward Din and behaved strangely, almost as if she were chasing her. Ever alert, the protagonist grabbed the woman's hand before she lost her balance because of her high heels. Her immediate response was outrage, accusing him of having improper intentions. Din quickly stepped in, trying to calm things down and explaining that the protagonist was her honored guest, the man who had completely turned things around for her. The 100,000 Duan chip was presented, leaving the waitress frozen in shock. Pointing at the young man, Din proudly stated that he had made a fortune. Completely unconcerned with the tension around him, the protagonist continued devouring everything in sight with an overwhelming hunger. The restaurant staff stared at the dish in disbelief. Ya looked at the young man and made a mocking remark about how he looked like a homeless drifter. Remaining calm, Din smiled at her friend and pointed out that judging people by appearances is often a huge mistake. To reassure her, she promised to take care of the drinks and settled into her seat. A stranger suddenly appeared and tried to flirt with Yao using a cheap pickup line. The protagonist, who had been watching the scene closely, fired back with a sharp comment that instantly killed the mood. The guest, furious, tried to intimidate him, but was completely ignored. The protagonist simply sat down and treated the man with absolute indifference. The man stepped forward but froze when he noticed that the seat the young man had occupied was suddenly empty. In one swift motion, the protagonist slipped a lobster inside the stranger's clothes. The man jumped in panic, tearing the creature out from under his jacket while shouting at the top of his lungs. The protagonist remained calm and suggested that the man check his expensive coat before the mess spread any further. Bursting into laughter, Din commented to her companion about the speed of the young man's movements as he continued eating with wild enthusiasm. While the protagonist kept devouring food without the slightest concern for manners, Din ordered more drinks and dishes, insisting that she would pay for everything. The waitress returned with additional orders, shocked by the pace of the meal. The protagonist responded with a genuine smile of gratitude. The peace didn't last long. Another man arrived, a accompanied by a guard named Lin, and approached the women with obvious ulterior motives. Ya quickly made it clear that there was no friendship between them. The man tried to establish dominance, arrogantly declaring that they would get to know him very well from now on. Lin stood behind him with a threatening posture. The women mocked the offer of publicity and television connections, but Din immediately shut the conversation down with complete disdain. She wasn't interested. Lin persisted, trying to lure them with promises of fame. That was when a knife sliced through the air and embedded itself into the table just inches in front of him. Without even looking away from his food, the protagonist delivered the message. The ladies wanted them gone. The tension rose instantly. Furious, the intruder demanded to know if the young man had any idea who he was dealing with. With icy calm, the protagonist replied that he was simply taking out unwanted trash. Enraged by the disrespect, the gold chain-wearing man tried to intimidate him. Holding a fork, the protagonist casually called him garbage. Slamming a hand on the table, Lin smugly revealed that his cousin was young Master Janti. The revelation shocked the waitresses, who expected the protagonist to tremble in fear. Instead, he remained completely unfazed. Lin lost his patience and attempted to turn the confrontation physical, but his companion stopped him, reminding him how important that night was for young Master Hyan. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist proposed a wager involving the girls. Yao immediately became furious, but the waitress, placing complete trust in him, merely smiled. The protagonist challenged them, asking how much they were willing to pay to satisfy their wounded pride. After suffering a humiliating defeat, the man stormed off screaming, while the protagonist finished the confrontation by calling Wen Zabawa an idiot, ending the dispute with overwhelming superiority. Lin, furious beyond reason, confronted the man and demanded that he honor the agreement. Arrogantly, he pointed at the girl and forced him to choose the subject of the bet. Yo bluntly reminded everyone that the target was Min's sister. The proposal came as a low insult. The challenge was to guess the color of the underwear the young woman was wearing. Shan, completely stunned, demanded that he change such a disgusting condition, but Yao remained silent, watching the protagonist. To everyone's shock, the young man suddenly started laughing. The waitresses exchanged nervous glances, unable to understand his reaction, while Din remained confident, insisting that he had everything under control. Overflowing with confidence, the man offered 3 chances to guess correctly. Still laughing, the protagonist finally answered. The man wasn't wearing anything underneath his pants. The accusation struck with surgical precision. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. His companion, trembling, spun around and demanded an explanation from Lin, while Lin desperately tried to silence him. The humiliation was complete. Keeping the pressure on, the protagonist threatened to expose the truth right there in front of everyone unless they admitted the scam. Yu covered her eyes in mock disgust, while the other women shrank back in shock. Cornered and ridiculed, the pair panicked. The protagonist turned around and calmly walked toward the exit, followed by the oppressive silence of the entire restaurant. Lin, losing all composure, started screaming that Wenza was an idiot. Chaos erupted as shouting, running, and complete embarrassment consumed the 2 troublemakers who had dominated the room only moments earlier. The atmosphere remained tense even after the dust settled and the instigators retreated. Yao, still processing everything, realized the scale of Lin's lie. He had fabricated a non-existent connection to Janai Shan, one of the 4 young cavaliers. Wanting nothing more to do with the situation, the group began moving toward the exit, ignoring the desperate calls of the local employees. In the middle of the rush, Din accidentally stepped on a woman's shoe. Furious, the woman immediately caused a scene. The tension escalated when she recognized one of the waitresses and launched into a verbal attack, hurling insults while demanding respect for her expensive dress, which she claimed had cost 32,000. The protagonist watched the performance with open disdain before deciding to step in. In a swift motion, he grabbed the edge of the luxurious dress. When the woman turned to confront him, he yanked the fabric with brute force, tearing it apart without hesitation. Holding the ripped piece of cloth in his hand, he declared that from that moment on, nobody would bow to her arrogance anymore. The woman stood frozen, clutching the remains of her outfit in absolute shock. Ignoring her empty threats, the protagonist led the waitresses out of the establishment. Relieved and grateful, Din thanked him for his support, while the protagonist simply smiled, maintaining his unshakable confidence. Outside, the chaos hadn't stopped. Lin kept running around, shouting at the top of his lungs that Wenza was an idiot. Inside the cabin, where the group had taken shelter, the commotion outside reached Wenza's ears. The young master, trembling with anger and humiliation, exploded in rage, convinced that someone out there was trying to ruin his reputation. Wenza's rant about having heard enough echoed through the cabin before he stormed toward the deck in search of whoever was insulting him. Outside, Lin was still putting on his desperate performance, yelling for everyone to hear that Wenza was an idiot. The young master's subordinate tried to fix the situation, promising to gather some men and beat up the culprit, but he was rewarded with a slap across the face for his incompetence. Holding back his temper, Wenza explained that Lin was a cousin of the feared Lord Haiyan, and that laying a hand on him would be a fatal mistake. However, finding the protagonist had now become an absolute priority. As a massive ship sliced through the sea under powerful spotlights, the protagonist was focused on the casino, stacking chips and preparing to get to work. You arrived furious, pointing her finger at Director Van and the protagonist. Taking on an authoritative tone, Van confronted the young man, warning him that insulting his people would have serious consequences. The protagonist showed no reaction whatsoever. He simply turned around and asked with complete disdain who Van thought he was. You introduced the man with great fanfare, listing his long filmography and countless awards, insisting that everyone knew who he was. The protagonist's response struck directly at the director's ego. He didn't waste time watching movies, so he had no idea who the man was. Van quickly switched tactics and invited him to join his company, claiming that Din could open doors for him in the industry. The protagonist, however, looked at Yu and immediately saw the truth. She was a discarded actress, pushed into obscurity and forced to work for the wrong people. Van wrapped up the conversation by trying to impress him with the influence of his supposed big boss, Benza, completely unaware that he had already lost the game. The chaos kept growing as Lin rushed by like a hurricane, still yelling that the director was an idiot. Yu, shocked but stubborn, continued trying to manipulate the situation, targeting Min and attempting to block her social advancement. Din finally lost her patience and confronted the woman with a look of pure hatred, cutting through her cheap provocations. The tension exploded when Din landed a perfectly aimed slap, leaving Yu frozen in disbelief at her rival's audacity. Director Van immediately stepped in, shouting threats and promising to destroy Din's career by banning her from his films. He also tried to use her contract against her, reminding her that she was still bound to the company. The protagonist remained as calm as ever and simply asked how much the termination fee would be. When told that their chips weren't enough to cover it, he still didn't back down. With a bold plan in mind, the protagonist convinced Din to risk her 800,000 on a gambling table in hopes of turning it into 20 million. Yao, completely desperate, accused everyone of being insane, while Van watched eagerly, hoping for the young man's defeat. When the decisive moment arrived, the cards were revealed. To Van's horror and everyone else's astonishment, the victory was absolute. The triumphant atmosphere was interrupted by Benza's arrival. He entered the casino surrounded by his subordinates, instantly silencing the room. Van hurried over to greet the young master, hoping to gain his support, while a mysterious chest was carried into the center of the hall, signaling that the conflict was far from over. While trying to contact Binia, the protagonist was surprised by the arrival of Director Juan. The director greeted Binia with forced politeness, pretending not to remember previous dinners, which immediately earned him a look of contempt from Wenza. The tension grew when Wenza noticed how casually the protagonist treated influential figures, confirming that the two already had a history together. Wasting no time, Wenza proposed a new bet. The loser would leave completely naked. The protagonist accepted without hesitation. Furious, Wenza sought support for the confrontation, pointing at the protagonist and boasting that he could knock him out with ease. Before his words had even settled, the protagonist spun around and drove a punch straight into his face. Director Juan attempted to intervene, dissatisfied with what happened, but Wenza demanded that the mess be cleaned up, finally losing all patience with the situation. As the director and Yu walked away, the women in the audience laughed, finding the entire scene pathetic and hilarious. Ryan's arrival, accompanied by several subordinates, completely changed the atmosphere. The protagonist noticed that the man looked physically recovered, showing no signs of any special medical treatment. Servants quickly set up a luxurious armchair for the young master, and after sitting down, he arrogantly ordered another seat to be brought for the protagonist. Sitting face to face, the tension between them was impossible to ignore. Remaining calm, the protagonist asked whether the game would finally begin. Ignoring the question, Hyun pointed at the girl and announced that she would be the prize. The strange man beside him simply introduced himself as Mimo S. Magaba, officially marking the beginning of the showdown. The protagonist stared at his opponent in surprise when he realized that a Japanese man would be taking Hyun's place in the match. Hyun arrogantly praised the girl's intelligence, while Minko tried to hide her nervousness, openly admitting that she feared losing. When the protagonist demanded to hear the terms, Mimo proposed a brutal challenge. If he won, she would eat the entire deck of cards. If he lost, he would have to jump off the ship completely naked. Horrified by the unfair risk, Din protested the imbalance of the wager, but the protagonist accepted the condition without hesitation. Two servants entered the hall carrying trays loaded with buckets and enormous cups, leaving the attendants stunned by the size of the equipment. Mimo explained the rules. Each player would roll a dozen dice, and whoever scored the lower total would win the round. The protagonist willingly gave up the first turn. Mimo shook the cup, confidently poured the dice onto the table, and immediately declared victory. The protagonist, however, remained calm, watching as the dice revealed themselves one by one, each showing only a single point. Mimo questioned whether the protagonist could possibly beat that score, claiming that rolling less than 1 point was physically impossible. The protagonist simply smiled. As he placed his hand on top of his upside-down cup, silence fell over the casino. Yao, confused, asked why he wasn't shaking the container, only to receive a blunt response. The job was already done. The protagonist lifted the cup, revealing that the dice had been reduced to a pile of plastic dust. The crowd was stunned by that display of absolute control. Keeping his composure, the protagonist explained that the victory was legitimate and that cheating was not his style. Cornered by humiliation and lacking the courage to retaliate, Mimo was forced to honor the wager. Under the shocked stares of the audience and the barely contained laughter of the attendants, she began chewing through the deck of cards, turning the bizarre scene into a spectacle. The game continued as a complete one-sided beatdown. The protagonist crushed his opponent in the card match and then defeated the girl in the third round. Without leaving any room for retaliation, he gestured to his group and departed. Once they reached the shore, the ship was left behind, but the peace didn't last long. As they walked along the beach, the protagonist noticed two strangers following him. One of the strangers, with a challenging gleam in his eyes, demanded a race. Exhausted from pointless competitions, after an entire day of provocations, the protagonist accepted under one condition: the finish line would be his house. The stranger agreed. The race began explosively as both of them shot through the empty streets. The opponent displayed astonishing speed, forcing the protagonist to rely on the immortal steps of the Wandering Clouds technique. The air trembled as he pushed his body to its limits. Even then, the gap remained razor-thin. The stranger reached the destination first and waited while the protagonist arrived moments later, maintaining a steady pace until he faced the rival standing outside his home. Breathing heavily, the protagonist reached the entrance only to find his opponent already settled in, calmly waiting for nearly half an hour. The realization that his rival was only 15 years old, combined with the amount of time that had passed, left him momentarily stunned. Without wasting a second, the blonde teenager proposed another challenge, bowing politely before launching into motion. In the blink of an eye, the boy vanished from the protagonist's peripheral vision. His speed was so overwhelming that when the protagonist looked around, there wasn't a trace of him anywhere. Only after looking up did he notice the figure floating high above. With a dismissive tone, the protagonist remarked that the human body wasn't meant to fly freely and challenged his rival to reveal his position. Amused, the blonde teenager dove downward, lightly tapping the protagonist's shoes in midair before landing flawlessly in front of him. The young man introduced himself as Biu, proudly declaring himself the fastest human being in the world. Unimpressed by the teenager's arrogance, the protagonist decided to test that claim. He pulled out a handful of needles and unleashed them using the flying pen technique, firing the projectiles with surgical precision. One of the needles struck the ground and became a perch for a small parakeet passing through the area, a display of control that left the protagonist satisfied as the confrontation began. The duel quickly reached a critical level. Bei, maintaining his cynical tone, complimented the protagonist's needles before delivering a devastating strike to his hand. The impact caught him completely off guard. Without time to react, the protagonist was thrown to the ground, coughing up blood. Terror gripped him as he sensed the killing intent in the boy's eyes. Advancing mercilessly, Bei drove a brutal kick into the protagonist's stomach, forcing him to stagger back to his feet while still trying to process the force of the attack. Too slow, Bei taunted before launching himself into the air for another assault. Realizing this was no longer training, the protagonist raised his hands in desperation to defend himself. Against all expectations, he blocked the attack. Clearly thrilled by the fight, Bei immediately demanded to know how he had done it. Looking at his own hand, the protagonist replied that it had been pure instinct. That reaction wasn't luck. Closing his eyes and sharpening his senses, the protagonist ignored everything around him and focused entirely on a 3-meter radius where his awareness became absolute. Bei charged forward at full speed, but the battlefield had changed. Activating the first level of the immortal steps, the protagonist transformed into a blur. Attacks that had once seemed impossible to avoid now passed mere inches away. The blonde boy watched in surprise as his advantage disappeared, while the protagonist smoothly extended his fingers to counterattack. Bei followed the fight with a crazed gleam in his eyes, shouting for the pace not to slow down. Feeling energy surge through his body, the protagonist realized that the immortal steps of the wandering clouds were more than a movement technique. They were a way to expand his limits. At that very moment, he had surpassed the first level, feeling power vibrate beneath his skin. The frenzied battle in the street continued until Bei, maintaining a strategic distance, revealed that he could sustain that superhuman speed for 10 full minutes. Alarm bells immediately went off in the protagonist's mind. If a teenager like Bei possessed such incredible ability, then the true enemies waiting ahead would be nightmares disguised as human beings. After Bei finally left, the protagonist returned home and sought relief in a cold shower, trying to cool both his body and mind. As the water poured down, he analyzed his options. He needed to elevate his technique to a higher level, a task that required not only physical effort but also a massive increase in both calculation ability and spiritual energy. How to reach that level remained a mystery. He ultimately decided that during their next encounter, he would force the answers out of Bei if necessary. Upon opening his locker, the protagonist remembered just how short on resources he was and headed toward an ATM. Along the way, he slipped into a luxurious suite inside a towering building. The scene was complete chaos. Clothes scattered everywhere, trash covering the floor, and Wenza sleeping soundly between two women on the bed. Wenza's awakening quickly turned into a nightmare. The moment he opened his eyes, he found the protagonist standing directly over him. Before he could scream, a cold voice silenced him, announcing that his reign was over. The protagonist cut straight to the point, demanding payment for services rendered. Still dazed from the beating he had received earlier, Wenza tried to protest, only to be interrupted. The young man made it clear that if the women beside him woke up, the violence would start all over again. Left with no choice, Wenza handed over his bank card. The protagonist thanked him with a sarcastic smile while Wenza, panicking, ordered the women to get out immediately and clean up the mess. Later, the atmosphere shifted to the quiet silence of a library. The protagonist flipped through a dense book on quantum physics, drawing curious glances from nearby students. He approached a girl sitting close by and asked to borrow some paper and a pen. She handed them over and became fascinated as she watched him scribble calculations at a frantic pace, trying to figure out what exactly he was doing. Curious, the girl asked about his work. He downplayed it, claiming he was simply struggling with some math. She laughed, pointing out that the material went far beyond anything basic she had ever seen. Introducing herself as Milan, she asked for help with the subject. In exchange for the supplies she had lent him, the protagonist agreed to tutor her. Sitting among the bookshelves, the two immersed themselves in their studies, turning the library's silence into the protagonist's new battlefield. The interruption came through a phone call. An urgent commitment required Malin's presence elsewhere. Without hesitation, she invited the protagonist to come along. When they arrived at a nearby table, she introduced him to her group of friends, including her boyfriend, Dinu. The calm academic atmosphere vanished when a group of strangers approached, occupying the area and projecting an openly hostile presence. A man in a green shirt arrogantly demanded that the students leave. When the young man sitting beside Milan tried to intervene, the stranger grabbed him and refused to let go. Emerging from the shadows, the protagonist delivered a cold warning. If they didn't release the boy, the consequences would be fatal. The stranger, fearless and proud of his influence within the martial arts school, challenged him to a fight. The protagonist didn't waste time with pointless arguments. A precise strike dropped the first opponent instantly, followed by a powerful kick that swept the other two off their feet, sending them crashing into books and chairs. Chaos erupted throughout the library. Alarmed by the violence, a suited staff member rushed over, pleading for everyone to calm down. The protagonist bluntly promised to cover the cost of any damages. Humiliated and injured on the floor, the stranger wasn't willing to let it go. He pulled out his phone and called for backup, ordering every available fighter to come immediately. Terrified, Milan begged the protagonist to run while there was still time. Running was no longer an option. The mercenaries had already surrounded the library. A man named Sendel burst into the hall, furious, demanding to know who had dared touch his people. While the panicked student suggested calling the police, the protagonist stopped her, warning that she would end up getting dragged into the mess as well. To everyone's surprise, Dinu, Malin's boyfriend, revealed that he was a professional boxer. The fight exploded into action. Dinu charged forward, landing precise punches that knocked down the first wave of attackers. Spinning around, he delivered a devastating punch to Sendel and ordered the group to leave. The mercenary, however, refused to back down. With a crazed look in his eyes, he grabbed a broken bottle and charged at the student, who instinctively retreated in fear. Seeing that Dinu was in real danger, the protagonist moved instantly. He intercepted Sendel's arm midair, stopping the glass weapon before it could strike. Tightening his grip with superhuman strength, he ignored the man's desperate attempts to break free. With one brutal motion, he slammed Sendel into the ground. Taking advantage of the opening, the protagonist wasted no time. He grabbed the students and disappeared between the bookshelves, leaving Sendel's group stunned amid the wreckage of the library. The subordinates rushed to help their leader, who climbed back to his feet seething with rage. Staring directly at the protagonist, he demanded to know his name. Without showing the slightest reaction, the protagonist simply introduced himself while mocking the man's behavior and pointing out the cowardice of trying to attack Dinu from behind after already losing. In a fit of anger, Sendel ignored the obvious reality of his defeat and threatened the protagonist, claiming that attacking someone from his martial arts school was the same as signing his own death warrant. The protagonist remained completely calm. His contempt for the martial arts school's reputation couldn't have been more obvious. Standing nearby, Dinu still wanted to continue the fight, but the protagonist imposed a condition. If the opponent wanted to leave in one piece, he would apologize first. Under pressure, Sendel muttered a reluctant apology. The protagonist accepted it, but the gesture was nothing more than a trap. Walking forward slowly, he approached Sendel and unleashed a brutal series of slaps across the man's face. With every strike came a sarcastic apology of his own. Grabbing Sendel by the clothes, he left the man completely unable to fight back. Humiliated beyond endurance, Sendel ordered all of his subordinates to attack at once. It was a fatal mistake. The protagonist activated superior nirvana, transforming into a whirlwind of violence. Precise and devastating blows dropped every thug within seconds. The scene looked like complete devastation. Realizing he was facing a monster, Sendel panicked and sprinted toward the exit, shouting for the protagonist to wait. The protagonist responded with a bored sigh. He had no time for games. When Sendel demanded to know how he could find him again, the protagonist, already turning his attention back to his studies, Dinu thanked him for the help, but the protagonist brushed it off, downplaying the entire conflict. The tension lingering in the library gradually faded, and to avoid the curious stares around them, the group decided to move to the cafeteria, where things were much quieter. Once they were seated, the protagonist offered to treat everyone, assuring them that he would cover the bill. The atmosphere changed the moment a student named Jun Mao walked through the cafeteria doors. Her beauty seemed to freeze the entire room. Whispers and compliments echoed from every table. Ignoring all the attention, she walked directly toward the protagonist's group. The girls sitting with him were instantly captivated. Jun Mao didn't waste time with formalities and politely asked if she could join them. Maintaining his composure, the protagonist pointed to an empty seat. She sat beside him and promised to repay the invitation with a meal of her own someday. However, the conversation quickly turned sharp. Jun Mao teased him after noticing how completely unimpressed he seemed by her presence. With his usual coldness, he replied that he didn't know her and saw no reason to be especially polite. When Jun Mao continued pressing the issue and casually asked whether he was free for a date that evening, the protagonist's expression darkened. In a stern tone, he stated that getting involved with members of the opposite sex was an unnecessary risk. The entire cafeteria fell silent at the rejection. Without waiting for a response, the protagonist stood up and calmly headed for the exit, leaving Jun Mao and everyone else completely stunned. Without beating around the bush, the protagonist revealed that he could read Jun Mao's thoughts like an open book. Desperate for one last attempt, she hinted at a late-night meeting involving a cheap seduction scheme, pretending she would be drunk to get close to him. His response was absolute ice. He immediately shut down the conversation, making it clear that such a thing would never happen. Then he turned around and walked out of the cafeteria, leaving the female students staring in disbelief. As soon as he stepped outside, his phone rang. The message was urgent. Master Sofin Stady-san had arrived in the city, a name associated with both influence and danger. Linner immediately tried to pull Jun Mao away, claiming she wouldn't leave her friend alone with a pervert. Irritated by the label, the protagonist demanded to know who the two girls really were. To his surprise, Linner began reciting details from his personal history with frightening accuracy. He quickly concluded that both women possessed some form of extraordinary intelligence gathering or perception ability and decided that keeping his distance would be the safest option. Even so, Jun Mao persisted. She ordered Linner to step aside so they could speak privately. The protagonist finally agreed, but only on the condition that they go somewhere isolated. They followed a deserted trail surrounded by dense trees, until Jun Mao finally revealed the truth. She possessed a fragment of a heavenly scroll. The protagonist pretended not to know what she was talking about, but Jun Mao remained firm. She explained that the scroll was the legacy for which her father had sacrificed his life, truth she had learned through the stories passed down by her master. Sensing the importance of the revelation, the protagonist asked her to repeat every detail. His father's name was Shan Lan, known throughout China as the Master of the West. The nation's power structure was divided among 4 legendary titans: Heen Benson of the East, Shan Lan of the West, and Master Vin of Guai-Jun in the South. With a mysterious smile, Jun Mao didn't spare his feelings. She bluntly stated that his father had been a notorious womanizer and that the protagonist had inherited not only his talent but also his reputation. The protagonist responded with visible disdain, refusing to accept the comparison. However, the conversation reached a critical point when they began discussing the honor of the Zan clan, the tribal family that dominated the imperial city. Jun explained that the protagonist's father had been expelled from the bloodline after his grandfather disappeared, but he swore revenge. At the age of 19, he returned to the capital and challenged 7 elders in a battle that shook the very foundations of the family. His victory became legendary, immortalized through 4 hieroglyphs carved into the sect's plaque. The conflict escalated further when the Heavenly Scroll entered the picture, triggering a bloody war between hidden sects. Jun asked whether the protagonist knew Evan Kin. He replied that he knew Jundi, an agent from the Special Operations Department, the same organization that had spent years trying to control his family. He treated her like a younger sister, but the mission ended in failure after she was gravely wounded and the scroll was stolen by an enemy master. Shan Lan's fury became absolute. Jun described the day when the protagonist's father climbed Mount Taizan alone, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. He ordered everyone present to flee while he reclaimed what rightfully belonged to him. The protagonist listened in silence, motionless as he absorbed the weight of a past he was only beginning to understand. Shanlan's legend reached its peak when he faced 78 masters of the Tsan sect in a single assault, a feat that echoed across the world. Maintaining her solemn tone, Jun revealed that she carried a scroll that had once belonged to the protagonist's father. A wave of anxiety immediately hit him, and he denied possessing any such object. Jun quickly reassured him that she had no intention of stealing anything. The conversation then shifted toward the darkest event of the last several centuries, the Battle of Mount Annan. To Jun, that man was an unquestionable hero. Her voice trembling with sadness, she described how the battle had turned into an unexpected massacre. Feeling the weight of the revelation, the protagonist asked the question he feared most. "Did my father die there?" Jun nodded. She explained that after Shan Lan declared the battle over, he was betrayed. Biwan, the master of the unstable sands, surrounded the protagonist's father with an army of warriors, forcing him into a chaotic final confrontation. Alone, Shan Lan slaughtered 16 Suan-level masters before finally succumbing to his injuries. In his last act of defiance, he leaped to his death from a 1,000-meter cliff. As the protagonist struggled to process the brutality of the story, he demanded to know why his father had been hunted so relentlessly. Jun explained that Shan Lan had been the mortal enemy of the unstable sands, and the coveted Heavenly Scroll had become the most sought-after treasure in all of China. The protagonist's fury erupted instantly. He swore to destroy every member of the unstable sands and avenge his father's blood. Jun tried to stop him, warning that he was nowhere near strong enough to challenge those masters. The protagonist refused to listen. The path of revenge had already been chosen, and he would not rest until he reached the people responsible. The protagonist then asked Jun about his mother's whereabouts, but the answer was discouraging. No one knew anything about her. Tired of mysteries, theories, and half-truths, he asked her to stop talking. Without warning, he closed his eyes and placed a hand against Jun's chest, trying to feel something that words could not explain. Jun's reaction was immediate. A powerful slap landed across his face. The protagonist merely scoffed, dismissing the entire interaction as nonsense. Jun refused to back down. She declared that after touching her, he was now responsible for her. With his usual sarcasm, the protagonist muttered that having multiple wives didn't sound like such a bad idea. Jun immediately dragged him back to reality. The situation was serious. She revealed that the true problem involved the young master of the Sanjun sect, a man who commanded 3 Earth-level masters and enemy operating on a completely different level. She challenged him to train with everything he had, warning that if he failed, he would lose his future wife to that enemy. As Jun walked away, the weight of the truth finally settled on his shoulders. He was in serious trouble. The protagonist made his way toward a towering building and stopped in front of the entrance. Thoughts of his father and the legendary battles that had shaped China's history flooded his mind. For the first time, he truly understood the enormous gap separating him from that level of power. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, a suspicious sound made him turn. A fighter emerged from the shadows. Judging by the man's stance and oppressive aura, the protagonist had no doubt. This was a swan-level master of the unstable sands. The stranger demanded the immediate surrender of the heavenly scroll. The protagonist calmly raised his hands into a fighting stance and smiled. The unstable sands master sneered. If the protagonist wanted death, all he had to do was come and claim it. The man shot forward like a missile. The response was immediate. The protagonist dodged with incredible agility, becoming a blur and leaving the attack to strike nothing but air. Using the enemy's momentum against him, he drove 2 fingers into a vital pressure point, forcing the master to drop to one knee in agony. Yet the villain rose again. A crazed grin spread across his face as he laughed, claiming that the real entertainment was only beginning. Their exchange became a deadly dance. The master slipped past a thrust aimed at his chest and retaliated with a crushing strike to the protagonist's back, launching him into a nearby wall. The young man steadied himself in midair, feeling adrenaline sharpen his reflexes. He drew several needles and spun them into a lethal arc before releasing them. The master narrowly avoided the attack, but by then, the protagonist was already on top of him, using every inch of space to assault through points throughout the man's body. The master's defense was nearly impenetrable. Then a perfectly timed kick slammed into his knee. Numbness spread through the limb. Seeing the opening, the protagonist surged forward, ready to shatter his opponent's guard. The counterattack came like a thunderbolt. A devastating blow smashed him into the ground. Bruised and frustrated by his own lack of experience, he looked up just in time to see the master raising his foot for a finishing strike, mocking the amateur standing before him. The moment the master compared him to his dead father, something inside the protagonist snapped. Zhang charged forward in blind fury. The enemy moved first. A blade plunged into his shoulder. Blood splattered across the ground, yet the pain was instantly overwhelmed by something far more terrifying. Before the master could celebrate, he was struck by an invisible and overwhelming force. His body collapsed under the impact. In Zhang's hands appeared an ancient relic of the Buddha, radiating immense power. The battle instantly spiraled out of control. Gunshots echoed through the area. Acting purely on survival instinct, Zhang grabbed the wounded master's body and used him as a human shield, dodging bullets while retreating behind a nearby wall. The flashing lights of approaching police vehicles cut through the darkness. The arrival of law enforcement forced everyone into immediate retreat. Wounded and cornered, the protagonist vanished into the shadows, carrying nothing but the knife and the certainty that the night was far from over. Meanwhile, chaos erupted inside the headquarters of the Special Operations Department. The report was straightforward. Specialistic had been killed by Shang. However, the mysterious shooter had escaped. Upon hearing the news, the department chief immediately asked about Xiang's condition. A subordinate confirmed that although he had suffered a knife wound to the shoulder and had been hit by 2 bullets, his injuries were not immediately fatal. The woman's response was cold and uncompromising. The hunt would begin at once, and under no circumstances would the shooter be allowed to leave the city. The subordinate acknowledged the orders, and night settled over the hospital. Shang lay in bed, his body covered in bandages and his mind on high alert, while Linner sat beside him peeling an apple. The quiet conversation was interrupted when she asked how serious his injuries really were. Shang responded with a bitter smile, explaining that this wasn't some ordinary accident, it had been a direct attack. Linner questioned why chaos seemed to follow him everywhere he went. Before he could answer, the lights in the room suddenly died, plunging everything into darkness. When Shang jokingly suggested that a ghost might be wandering the hospital, Linner dismissed the idea with a light slap and a confident remark about the police keeping things under control. However, when she stepped outside to investigate the generator failure, she immediately ran into several hooded figures lurking in the hallway. Her scream was all the warning anyone needed. Linner rushed back into the room, shouting about ghosts while the strangers stormed inside. The confrontation became unavoidable. Kan, a man accompanying the young woman, stepped forward to protect her, but the intruders unleashed sinister spirits, attempting to drain the life force of everyone present. The moment the spiritual attack should have struck its target, Xiang vanished. Only empty space remained where he had been. The hooded attackers froze in confusion until the protagonist suddenly appeared several meters behind them. Resentment burned in his eyes as he ordered them to stop disturbing his peace. The leader of the attackers, a warrior who controlled the spirits, pointed directly at Zhang and prepared to unleash the full horror of his entities upon him. But Xiang was no longer willing to be the victim of the night. Fear spread through the invaders. They couldn't understand how a mere human was capable of harming spectral beings. Panic quickly followed when they realized they had been deceived and that several of their allies had already fled. Cornered, the warrior leader pulled out a small red bowl and ordered his companions to drip their own blood into it. The container reacted instantly. A magical glow pulsed from within as the liquid deepened into a dark crimson color. Then something emerged. A colossal demonic spirit rose from the bowl, its eyes burning like live coals. Its presence swallowed the atmosphere, smothering even the light coming from the street outside. The warrior pointed at Xiang and ordered the creature to destroy him. The demon roared. Xiang didn't move. Then, with brutal precision, he threw a punch. The impact echoed throughout the corridor. The colossal spirit crashed into the floor and let out a howl of agony. The followers watched in complete disbelief. Seeing their supreme spirit, overwhelmed by a single punch, shattered their confidence. "Run," one of them screamed, but it was already too late. Flames erupted around Xiang's body. An intense heat spread through the corridor, transforming it into a furnace. He leaped forward, closing the distance with superhuman speed. Reaching the first warrior dressed in black, Xiang drove his hand directly into the man's skull. The scene became a hunt. Without mercy, the protagonist used every ounce of strength at his disposal to eliminate the attackers one after another while the shadows of the night swallowed those foolish enough to challenge him. A brutal charge sent the remaining invaders flying. Xiang launched himself forward and struck one masked opponent directly in the head and leg. The man lost consciousness instantly. Remaining unbelievably calm, the protagonist casually retrieved his teacup while the disguised intruders panicked as they finally understood the danger standing before them. The moment they witnessed the hero's overwhelming power, the men in black abandoned all thoughts of fighting. They fled the hotel in terror, desperately searching for somewhere to hide and avoid being hunted down. Xiang simply watched the chaos unfold with complete indifference. Meanwhile, amid the confusion, a group of warriors advanced toward an old man and a young girl. The soldiers demanded answers, furious that Zan and his allies had abandoned them. The old man responded coldly, reminding them that in their current condition, severely wounded and exhausted, they stood absolutely no chance of victory. At that moment, panic gripped one of the warriors. Convinced that the true plan was to sacrifice the remaining soldiers, steal their energy, and increase their own power, the old man didn't hesitate. He grabbed the girl by the arm and fled as fast as possible, disappearing into the night before anyone could stop them.